Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. Lord, married to a countess at the beginning. Chapter 31. Outside the city, Gray was on a hill, with an awning built by servants on top of his head. He sat on a wooden chair, drinking tea and watching the training of the heavy cavalry under the hill. These people are all warriors who have emerged from the elite ranks of the military. It was easy to adapt to the training. Although they had all ridden horses before, they had never experienced charging together in a cavalry team. A certain amount of cooperation and tacit understanding is required between cavalry. These cavalry have been training here for 10 days, and it can be felt that they already have some tacit understanding and cooperation. Gray looked at the yellow sand-filled sky where the thickly armored cavalry passed, and felt a little stirred in his heart. Beside him, Anna put on a heroic knight's uniform and tied her hair into a ponytail. She looked very much like a female knight. Anna, how about it, Gray? These soldiers are the most elite warriors in my army. With a little training, they can become excellent cavalry. In 10 days, they can go out and let them kill some bandits. After the monster becomes familiar with its fighting methods, you can lead it northward. Anna was very satisfied with the cavalry, and she couldn't help but praise their bravery in front of Gray. Gray could see that these soldiers had the temperament of veterans. Their training was also very serious, their movements were crisp and neat, and they were able to control horses with ease. It is indeed what Anna said, with a little training, he will become the master of tiger and wolf. Gray was also very satisfied, but Gray felt that heavy armored cavalry alone was not enough. He also needed a light cavalry that was fast, swift, and good at riding and shooting. Although heavy cavalry is good, it also has shortcomings. The first is that it is slower than light cavalry. It may not be able to outrun those orcs with extremely strong physical fitness during short-distance bursts. Moreover, from the beginning of the heavy cavalry's appearance to the charge, there is a process of slowly accelerating. Heavy cavalry is indeed extremely destructive and intimidating on large battlefields, and has a decisive effect. But if placed in the environment like that in the north, heavy cavalry may not necessarily have the devastating effect as imagined. There are many jungles and swamps in the north. Once those orcs find something is wrong, they will definitely escape into the jungles and swamps. Heavy cavalry won't have much combat effectiveness when encountering that kind of terrain. At this time, the role of light cavalry came into play. The light cavalry comes and goes like the wind. If paired with soldiers who are good at riding and shooting, the damage to the orcs will be absolutely huge. Gray knows that many of the orcs cannot wear full-body armor due to their physique and size. Although those orcs have rough skin and thick flesh, and their physiques are far superior to humans, they can still be severely injured by arrows. When the time comes, either the heavy cavalry will go up to harvest, or the infantry will go up to harvest, and it will be very easy. Gray wouldn't think that the orcs would confront him head-on. But if they really have that strength, the orcs in the north will not just be tribes. The orcs wandering in the north are relatively scattered now. According to historical records, these orcs are the remnants of a powerful orc kingdom more than 100 years ago. Gray had forgotten the specific situation. He only remembered hearing that more than 100 years ago, monsters rioted once. When the demonic tide entered the sea, not only the orc kingdom was wiped out, but also several countries near the Donglet Mountains. Yes, I heard that more than 100 years ago, the East Leyte Mountains were not a lair inhabited by monsters. Just because of the demonic tide more than 100 years ago, the Donglet Mountains became a gathering place for monsters. In the following decades, the kingdom spent a lot of effort to build a defense line in the west, and the Field family also built Blackstone City there. Because of that disaster, the orcs have not recovered yet. They are indeed very good, but I think 1,000 heavy armored cavalry is enough. 2,000 are not needed. When the time comes, you can put those 2,000 in Black Rock City. Gray thought about it and said. Anna turned to look at Gray after hearing this, not understanding what Gray meant by that. In her opinion, if it weren't for the fact that there was some tension in Black Rock City, she would have wanted to transfer the Field family's legions over to clean up all the orcs in the north. Gray actually said that 2,000 heavy cavalry were too many and he only wanted 1,000. In Anna's opinion, this is no different from suicide. Looking at Anna's puzzled eyes, Gray explained, the terrain in the north is complicated, leaving little room for heavy cavalry to perform. However, Heavy cavalry is very powerful and can protect my base camp. Although I don't want heavy cavalry, I do need some light cavalry who are good at riding and shooting, as well as archers and a group of infantry. If possible, I would also like to borrow a magician and a few knights and warriors. Well, if it's convenient, I'll go to the Adventurers Guild to recruit people. Anna nodded and agreed without thinking. If you don't tell me, I will arrange magicians and knights to protect you, and I will also assign a few soldiers to the army. Now that you've decided, I won't say any more. Black Rock City does need heavy cavalry. Anna was not someone who liked her mother-in-law. Now that Gray had made it clear why, she felt it made sense, so she made the decision directly. The next few days were a time of frantic operation at Gray's canning plant. In fact, the canning processing plant had been built long ago and started operating long ago. It's just that those canned products were not sold outside, but entered Gray's warehouse. These cans were tightly sealed and sterilized, so they had a shelf life of at least half a year. Very suitable as a military ration reserve. Gray made a lot of canned meat, canned fish, some canned beans, peas, and even some canned fruit. When these cans accumulate in a warehouse, they will be sent to Kylin City in the north in advance, where there is also a warehouse that Gray asked Harry to rent in advance. By the time he sets off, he won't have to worry about food logistics. Not just these main meal foods, but also some side foods, such as sugar. Not white sugar, but some candies made from white sugar. There are milk candies and fruit candies. Both of these are 100% additive free. Although the taste may be a bit off, but who in this world has not tasted it? Sugar that tastes ordinary in Gray's eyes is a rare delicacy in the eyes of people in this world. Sugar can make people secrete dopamine, relieve physical and mental fatigue, and it can replenish a large amount of calories, which is a good thing for soldiers to restore their physical strength for a period of time. So Gray also made a lot of preparations. At the same time, these unique candies became popular in Fieldland. This stuff is more expensive than sugar, but the nobles still flocked to it. Usually the factory releases a batch and it is sold out immediately. There are also many orders. A large amount of gold coins poured into Rose Castle, and then flowed out of Rose Castle, replaced by a large number of bows, arrows, iron ore, horses, and magic materials. There are also a lot of grains, meats, fish, fruits and so on. A large amount of meat, fish, fruits, etc. were quickly processed into cans, and various flours, potatoes, and sweet potatoes were also stored. Food is inherently a strategic material, and Gray has the hoarding attribute inherited from his previous life. Now that he has money, he is naturally willing to hoard more things. After all, I have food in my hands and I don't feel panic. Field's army has a large number of troops, so it's better to stock up on more food to be prepared. During the preparation period, Anna also summoned several small lords. They were the lords of the small cities between Thorn City, Kylin City, and Blackstone City. They were called mainly to lay cement roads. After Anna ordered them to go back, they should immediately start preparing for paving the cement road, laying the foundation and laying gravel. Little Yellow Hat will do the rest. By the time I finish all this, almost a month has passed. The development order also arrived as promised. Just as the heavy cavalrymen finished their training, they returned to their base. This also means it's time for Gray to set off. Anna sent Gray outside the city gate, and then asked someone to take out 3 wooden boxes. Last time I went to the capital to buy you some magic tools. I heard from Tina that you were interested in magic tools. Now is the time. For you. As she spoke, Anna began to have people bring out several magic tools that she had carefully selected in the royal capital. There is an exquisite-looking long sword with a walnut-sized red magic stone inlaid on the sword. Gray felt the power of the fire element. There are other necklaces, which have a protective barrier, but they will be lost even if they are not used. In addition, the barrier defense of the necklace has an upper limit. If it reaches the upper limit of defense, it will automatically break. There is also a storage ring under the body, which is about 10 cubic meters in size, and can be used to store some spare items, such as gold coins, secret medicine, clothing, food, fresh water, etc. Gray quickly figured out the 3 magic tools. He put the long sword into the storage ring and put on the necklace. Then, after Gray kissed the Countess in full view, he got into the carriage and headed north with a large group of people. The reason why he chose to take a carriage instead of riding a horse was because Gray's team brought many carriages loaded with goods. Each of those things was very heavy, and the carriage could not pull them very fast. They couldn't travel quickly in the first place. In that case, why did they go out to ride horses? Isn't it comfortable to sit in the carriage? Although the carriage had some bumps because the concrete road had not yet been repaired, it was not a big problem and Gray could withstand it. Considering that Gray is traveling a long distance this time, the emphasis is on comfort, and there are magicians in the team, the carriage naturally needs to be larger. Sitting in the carriage, Gray was staying with a slightly shy magician lady. Let me make it clear first that this is not a pure and shy girl specially chosen by Graylisp, this is Anna's choice. This girl named Mia is a dual-element magician of water and wind. Her talent is quite terrifying. At a young age, she is already an intermediate magician. She is the genius closest to a high-level magician in the entire kingdom. He was once an extremely dazzling star at the Royal Academy of Magic. In this world, the power system is quite simple. There are no magic levels from 1 to 9. As long as a magician formally condenses the spiritual power crystal core, he is considered a junior magician. After the junior magicians are the intermediate magicians, then the senior magicians, and then the truth magicians. Let's not talk about the unique existence of the magician of truth. Just say that the gap between junior magicians and intermediate magicians is as huge as a chasm. The two levels appear to be very close. But it's actually very far. It's like the difference between ordinary people and junior magicians. What causes this huge gap is the spiritual power of the magician. A junior magician only needs to condense 1 mental power crystal, but an intermediate magician needs to condense 9 mental power crystals and temper the 9 crystals into a mental power ring. In this process, spiritual power will be transformed and sublimated. Once that's done, it's a sea change. But this requires great talent. Because of this perverted promotion condition, junior magicians will always be the younger brothers in front of intermediate magicians and can only be crushed. Even a junior magician with 9 spiritual power crystals can't resist an intermediate magician with a more powerful spiritual power ring. Therefore, in the echelon of intermediate magicians, Miss Mia, who is at the forefront, looks far less weak than she looks. Her small body contains a lot of energy. There was nothing to do along the way, and there was a good-looking magician with rich magic knowledge next to him, so Gray naturally did not miss this opportunity. His magic knowledge was basically obtained from books. During this time, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the preparations for opening up the territory, so every day he only took time to complete the day's practice. Fighting spirit and mental strength are steadily increasing every day. Regarding the knowledge of magic, Gray basically didn't make much progress. Mainly because I don't have time to read. Until now, he has not mastered the technique of rubbing fireballs. This doesn't mean that he can't learn it, but that he really doesn't have time to learn it. Especially after sleeping with Anna. I can't even squeeze in the evening time. Just dealing with Anna every day made him exhausted. Then he paid special attention to physical improvement and became more relaxed about magic. After being squeezed by Anna for nearly a month, Gray felt that he was in a particularly good state, his mind was particularly peaceful, his heart had no desires, and he was eager to learn magic. And Miss Mia is a relatively easy-to-talk person. When Gray asked, she told him everything she knew. Gray is a fast learner, and Mia has a deep understanding of magic. So not long after, Gray had already created a small fireball. A hot and bright fireball was suspended in Gray's palm. The fireball was initially the size of a grain of rice, but in a blink of an eye it became the size of a fist. A stream of flames wandered through it. Gray felt the characteristics of the fire element and the balance of power in the fireball. This feeling is amazing. Gray used his mental power to control the fireball to swim around him, which was slow and green at first. But it didn't take long for it to become smooth and smooth. It turns out that releasing magic and controlling magic is like this. My mental power is like an extended part of my body. When Gray felt it was enough, he pulled the fire elements out of the fireball and let them slowly dissipate into the air. The small fireball quickly weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally disappeared completely. Master Gray, your talent is beyond my expectation. Miss Mia, who watched the whole process on the side, sincerely praised Gray's talent. Congratulations, you have mastered your first magic and become a real magician. Miss Mia congratulated. Gray was in a good mood. He said modestly, it's all because of the teacher's teachings. Mia was a little embarrassed about the title, teacher. She was already thin-skinned and quickly waved her hands in a soft voice with some shyness. I just talked about some basic knowledge. Your learning ability is so good. This is the first time I have met someone as good as you. You learned it in one go. It's really amazing. I don't dare to be your teacher. These knowledge are the most basic. Gray smiled and didn't bother with the issue of addressing him. He just called him what he liked anyway. The two chatted some more about magic. In Mia, Gray experienced the joy of an academic magician. Their knowledge is systematic, and there are fixed patterns for magic release, so as long as they understand the principles of magic release, they can learn magic very quickly. Coupled with Gray's immediate talent, he quickly mastered the basic fire attribute magic. He even used flaming arrows to kill several wild beasts that blocked the way and gave the soldiers some meat. Mia is constantly amazed by Gray's talent for learning. Although these magics are all fixed models, and they all have similarities. But this does not mean that magic is really easy to learn. At least when she learned her first magic, she wasn't as relaxed and carefree as Gray. Not to mention, he learned several magic spells in a row in one day, and finally directly mastered some of the key points and essence of primary magic. This made Mia realize that Gray's talent was definitely not just good at learning. She has seen many people with strong learning ability, but this is the first time she has seen Gray in this situation. Fire magic can be said to be one of the most difficult magics to learn in magic, because the activity and irritability of the fire element are the biggest headache for new magicians. The fire element will not completely obey the orders of new magicians, so this is why it is difficult for new magicians to learn magic. There are many people with strong learning abilities who understand the principles of magic and how to do it. But they just can't do it. The reason is that they cannot control the fire element as they wish. This involves another issue: elemental affinity. Elemental affinity cannot directly determine whether a person can become a magician like the talent for cultivating spiritual power. However, elemental affinity can determine the strength of a magician. The higher the elemental affinity, the higher the control over the element. Learning magic will be much faster. While others are working hard and using more mental power to control the elements, a magician with high element affinity can quickly form magic with just a thought and then release it. The difference is too big. Gray's learning speed made Mia instantly realize that Gray's elemental affinity was probably unusually high. Even the fire element, the most irritable and difficult to control element, was as docile and obedient as a good baby in his hands. Mia couldn't imagine how high Gray's affinity for the fire element was. As a curious magician, he took out a crystal ball and asked Gray to test his affinity for the fire element. It was the first time Gray saw this kind of thing, and he immediately became interested. Following Mia's prompts, he placed his hand on the crystal ball and injected a trace of mental power into it, manipulating the mental power to gather the fire element. The next moment, the entire crystal ball began to bloom with red light rapidly. At first, it was only in the center of the ball, and then spread rapidly until the entire crystal ball was filled. Mia was stunned when she saw that there seemed to be flames jumping in the crystal ball. Until the flames in the crystal ball began to change from red to red gold, Gray felt that there was no space left in the crystal ball. He felt that it was almost done. If this continued, the crystal ball would no longer be able to hold it, so he stopped and asked, "How is it?" Mia was numb. Looking at the crystal ball emitting strong red gold light, she said in confusion, "Super affinity." Gray has never heard of super affinity, but it seems to be okay. Seems very amazing. Gray dispelled the fire element in the crystal ball. Mia looked at Gray like he was a monster. Not only is it awesome, it is simply invincible and awesome. Mia became excited in an instant. Super grade elemental affinity, super grade. This means that you have an absolute upper hand in almost any realm, unless the opponent also has super grade elemental affinity. Mia showed an envious look. This kind of talent can make you invincible at the same level. Gray touched his chin when he heard this. Sounds good. Mia was a little speechless at Gray's Versailles speech. I don't know what your spiritual talent is, but judging from the fact that you are now a junior magician, you are at least a top grade talent. Mia knows that Gray is now 18 years old. Being able to become a magician at this age has surpassed 90% of magic apprentices. The talent is definitely not bad. But compared to his elemental affinity, it's a little less interesting. Mia felt a little regretful. If Gray has extraordinary mental talent, it goes without saying that Gray is definitely the seed of a truth magician, and is almost a surefire truth magician. Gray himself doesn't know if his mental talent is good or not. Tested before at Harrington, his talent at that time was Moda talent. It's hard to say now, because he has become a magician. After his memory was restored, his body and soul seemed to have been sublimated. He is most likely talented. Gray even felt that his current talent would be ridiculously high. If the upper limit of mental talent is super level, Gray feels that he is super level. If there is a level above the super grade, then he might be above the super grade. Don't ask him why he is so confident. Because it has only taken him a month to practice spiritual power, and he often only completes the most basic practice, and spends a lot of time doing other things. Just by practicing like this, he has become a magician. If there is no super talent, then all the truth magicians in this world should be able to leave. After a brief moment of regret, Mia suddenly felt a little funny. Top grade mental talent, super grade fire element affinity. This configuration is stronger than hers. However, her mental talent should be a little higher than Gray's. But Gray's future is also bright. Not to mention the truth magician, at least there is a high probability that he can become a high-level magician. This is already great. Mia encouraged. You have a very good talent and can go a long way on the road of magic. I hope you can persevere. Gray nodded. Of course, I insist on practicing every day. The road from Thorn City to Kylin City is long. Gray and the others advanced for 3 or 4 days before arriving at Kylin City in the northernmost part of Field Territory. That night, the Lord of Kylin City personally entertained Gray and the others warmly in the manor in the city. The reason is simply because Gray wants to attack the orcs. Upon hearing the news, Viscount Andrew, the Lord of Kylin City, was so excited that he couldn't sleep for several days. Orcs had once been his biggest headache. As the city closest to the north within Field's territory, Kylin City can be said to have suffered greatly. Those orcs are cunning and treacherous, and they will come out to plunder every time there is a good harvest. Sometimes they even rob nearby merchants. This made the life of Kylin City, which was originally on the border, even more difficult. Merchants did not dare to come here, and residents did not dare to stray too far from the city. There is obviously a lot of fertile land around, but no one is willing to cultivate it. They can only watch helplessly as the land grows overgrown with weeds. Several times, Kylin City invited troops from the Field family in an attempt to wipe out the orcs. Unfortunately, those guys were extremely cunning. When they saw the large army coming, they retreated into the jungle. And once the large army left, they ran out. The most active people in Kylin City are the guys from the Adventurers Guild. Kylin City has long issued missions to the Adventurers Guild to eliminate the orcs. The mission lasted for many years, but it had little effect. However, the arrival of adventurers has made Kylin City more popular. Some brave businessmen will also come here to stay. Gradually, this place began to become a gathering place for adventurers, and the entire city's economy began to be reshaped around adventurers. Slowly, life in Kylin City is getting better. But those orcs really gave the lords of Kylin City a headache. Without the threat of orcs, Kylin City would be much better than it is now. Gray listened to Viscount Andrew's complaint. This middle-aged man who was nearly 40 years old was so worried that his hair was all bald. There was only a thin layer of hair left on the top of his head. The hair on the sides was relatively strong, which was a typical Mediterranean hairstyle. Gray drank the Viscount down, and then asked someone to send the Viscount home. And he himself took his people to live in a large manor prepared for them by Viscount Andrew. This was once the property of a wealthy businessman, but unfortunately, the wealthy businessman was accidentally hammered to death by an orc during a business transaction. Then his family quickly disposed of the property in Kylin City and went south overnight. Gray's room is close to Mia's room, and there are 3 knights living around it. Several other warriors lead people to live in various directions of the manor to ensure Gray's safety. Although this is a human city, it is still an area infested by orcs. Those orcs are not really stupid or brainless. The fact that they were able to escape several times from Field's army showed that these orcs were not fools who only knew how to act recklessly. This is normal. There are intelligent creatures in any race. They can guide less intelligent people to make the right choices. After all, these orcs are all the seeds left behind by a kingdom, and there is no way they are all idiots. Gray and the others came with no cover up this time. Before entering the city, Gray and the others had already sensed some wild prying eyes. The orcs should have discovered them during the day. In addition, Earl Anna should have informed Kylin City about Gray's upcoming arrival, so the orcs in Kylin City should have already known that he was about to open up a new territory in the north. Based on what happened to the nobles who tried to open up territory here in the past, Gray knew with his eyes closed that it would be impossible to spend the night safely. After all, not all the orcs wear animal heads. Some orcs have only a very small amount of animal transformation, and most of them look like humans. It is very easy for such orcs to hide their identity and sneak into the city. Their existence not only allows the orcs outside the city to detect the movements of humans in the city, but can also cause trouble and harassment to humans at such times. Almost at the same time that Gray and the others entered the manor, in a dark corner near the manor, a figure was waiting quietly. Not long after a slight sound of wind, several figures walked out of the shadows. The leading male orc has a pair of furry ears and a gray-black wolf tail. Under his open leather shorts, there are muscular lines full of power-like sculptures. Behind him, several wolf orcs who also had wolf ears and wolf tails, and were either strong and powerful, or slender and hot, were waiting quietly. Is this right here? The male wolf orc looked at the manor in the distance, and couldn't help but smile with anticipation and excitement. Yes, they are resting inside, but there are many people here this time, and many of them are people wearing armor. There are a few people who make me feel extremely dangerous. Why don't we forget it this time and wait until they leave the city? The orc who had been watching here from the beginning hesitated and then spoke. This was not the first time he had done something like this, but this time, he clearly felt that the team that came was unusual. There were 7 or 8 people who made him feel extremely dangerous. Moreover, these people are all well equipped, and their horses are extremely excellent war horses. If this team hadn't waved Field's flag, he would have thought that Field's army was coming again. But even so, he felt vaguely in his heart that these people were not easy to mess with, and he was going to ask the male wolf orcs to be careful and retreat first. HMPH. They're just some humans. What are you afraid of? It's not like we're asking you to go in and attack them. This time we are all elites. We have dealt with even human warriors. The male wolf orc glanced at the sentry orc, and his words were full of confidence. They are not ordinary wolf orcs. Each of them is at least an elite warrior in the tribe, a strong man who has awakened the power of blood. Especially for him, the power of his blood has transformed twice, and now his strength can almost compete with high-level human warriors. Just a few days ago, he defeated a leader of the dragon tribe occupying the swamp and tied with a dragon tribe elder. Among the entire orc tribe, he is also ranked among the strongest. Of course he will not be afraid of human warriors, knights, and magicians. This time he came here specially to teach those humans who tried to invade their land a lesson. The male wolf orc looked back at a hot female wolf orc behind him, with a trace of fire in his eyes. Shaw, follow me later and I will protect you. Originally, he had never found a chance to show his strength, but now that he finally had the chance, he was naturally completely fearless. He was even looking forward to showing off in front of Shaw. Whoosh whoosh. In the dark night, several strong figures jumped into the manor like ghosts. The purpose of this attack is to warn humans to kill their warriors and magicians if given the chance. The leading male wolf orc said quickly. Then let people separate. They came here mainly to see if they could kill a few strong humans. If not, they could also injure them. Anyway, the purpose of coming here this time is not to achieve anything, it is just to convey the message to humans that they are not to be trifled with. After receiving the order, several wolf orcs immediately separated and went to find suitable targets to attack. The leading male wolf orc was the female wolf orc Shaw, who had short ice blue hair, blue pupils, and a hot figure with a hint of wildness. She directly entered the 3rd floor of the manor and headed towards the master bedroom in the center. Go. As the leader of the team, and already as strong as the elders, he looked down upon those human warriors and wanted to attack the human noble directly. If the plan goes well, he can take down the vulnerable human directly and make him realize what a foolish decision it is to try to invade the orcs' territory. If the plan does not go well, he is confident that he will escape unscathed. After entering the manor, he no longer looked so frivolous, but became attentive. Shaw followed him, her ice-blue eyes also full of vigilance. It's not that she has no confidence in her reality, but because she knows that humans are the most cunning species. She had already heightened her vigilance after hearing the sentry say that these humans seemed different from the previous ones. Both of them moved their ears. The furry wolf ears could give them hearing far beyond that of ordinary people. It's strange, why are there no human soldiers stationed on this floor? Shaw frowned, based on her understanding of human nobles. Those people couldn't wait to have all the soldiers around them. Shaw, you are too nervous. Those humans probably didn't expect us to come back and attack them. Those human soldiers should be downstairs. There seem to be only 2 people on this floor, a man and a woman. Hey, maybe we came at the wrong time, Shaw. I hope that kid won't be so obsessed with us that we won't be able to stand up in the future. The male wolf orc had already smelled the scent of a man and a woman in the room not far away. But judging from the smell, it seemed like nothing happened between the 2 of them. Seeing that there was not even a single guard around here, you knew that the human noble was ready to do something. Taya, don't be careless, I always feel something is wrong. Shaw frowned slightly, she always felt that something was wrong. I just didn't think about it for a while. This feeling made her a little uneasy. The leading wolf orc whom she called Taya smiled when he heard this. Shaw, don't be nervous, just follow me and nothing will happen. Taya patted his chest and said, but don't you think there's something wrong? Shaw narrowed her eyes, and the next moment, the carpet under her feet began to quickly form white frost. The air in the entire corridor became much colder. Seeing Shaw actually using the power of blood, Taya was a little shocked. Shaw, if you do this, they will notice it. There was a trace of sarcasm on Shaw's lips. Do you think they didn't notice us? I said, something is wrong here. It seems that my intuition is right. Haven't you realized that it is too quiet here? The white frost quickly spread with Shaw as the center, until more than 10 meters away from the 2 of them, the white frost seemed to have encountered some invisible barrier and could no longer move forward. Seeing this scene, Taya's pupils shrank slightly, and he suddenly showed a vigilant look. His eyes began to turn faint red, and his face began to change, from a human face to a wolf face, with fangs protruding from his mouth, and sharp claws emerging from his fingertips. The hair on his body began to grow rapidly, and his entire body became taller. 1 meter tall, it looks similar to the werewolves Gray saw in movies and TV shows in his previous life. Taya, who transformed into a werewolf, let out a werewolf roar. Sharp nails casually scratched on the wall, leaving deep scratches. Cunning humans, I underestimated you. Taya kept roaring towards the shadow at the end of the corridor, and he could already feel the gaze from there. Awesome. Gray clapped his hands and walked out of the shadows, followed by a man and a woman. The man was wearing a thick rune knight's armor. The complex and exquisite runes on the knight's armor shone brightly, and a thick aura filled the air around him. This is one of the 3 knights assigned to him by Anna. His name is Alvin. He is an intermediate guardian knight. After wearing the knight armor, he can withstand the attacks of senior warriors for a period of time. The woman is naturally the magician Mia who has been following Gray. The magic barrier that traps Taya and Shaw is her masterpiece. Not only did she leave a magic barrier here, but there were magic barriers in several places in the manor. She had already sensed other magic barriers being triggered just now. Apparently, several other wolf orcs had fallen into her trap. With her barrier there, plus the other warriors and knights who had been prepared, as well as those soldiers, it wouldn't be a big problem to take down the others. The only thing that surprised Mia was the 2 orcs in front of her. Especially the guy named Taya. His aura is very dangerous, and he already has the strength close to that of an orc elder, which is almost the same as her. The strength of the orcs depends on their own physical fitness and bloodline strength. They cannot cultivate fighting spirit, but they can awaken powerful power in their blood. The orcs themselves also have a hierarchy. Ordinary orcs, elite warriors, orc commanders, orc elders, and overlord orc kings. The young orc in front of him actually already possesses the power close to that of the orc elder. Mia narrowed her eyes, and the murderous aura in her body was unabashedly released. Keeping an orc with such a talent would definitely be a disaster. Gray was admiring the female wolf orc who was full of wild beauty. Suddenly, he felt the strong murderous aura that suddenly appeared around him, and he was also a little surprised. Turning around, I found that Miss Mia, who had always had a shy smile, was now raising the staff in her hand and pointing it at Taya. That innocent and pretty little face was extremely solemn. Gray didn't stop her from doing it. On the contrary, he was happy to see Mia fighting the orcs. This allows him to intuitively feel their strength. Iron teeth. Bianca suddenly sounded a warning. Taa smiled coldly, his tall and burly body jumped quickly, and stepped back a few meters. At the same time, his original position was suddenly cut into pieces by several invisible wind blades. Fly. Human magician, Shaw, I'll hold her back, you go first. Taya roared and rushed towards Gray. He could tell at a glance that this young human was the leader. Judging from his appearance, he looked ordinary, with no fighting spirit or elemental aura at all. This human is a weakling. Taya made a quick judgment. He has confidence in his own judgment. He is a wolf, a dangerous and extremely sensitive wolf. Since there is a weakling here, and it seems that both the human knight and the human magician are vaguely protecting the young man behind them. This also proved his suspicion. So without hesitation, Taya pounced forward. The magic barrier is extremely stealthy and has the ability to trap intermediate warriors. But this Taya is not an ordinary intermediate warrior. He is already above the intermediate level and below the advanced level at this time. This has exceeded the endurance of this magic barrier. So it was no surprise that under Taya's full blow, the magic barrier was quickly shattered. The moment the magic barrier was shattered, Mia, Alvin, and Shaw moved at the same time. When Mia's staff counted the wind blades flying out, streams of water gathered together, forming a thick wall of water blocking Taya's path. Guardian Knight Alvin shouted, the runes of his knight armor shining on his body. He raised his shield high and stood in front of Mia and Gray. Puff puff, the wind blades sliced through the flesh, bringing up streams of hot blood. However, Taya continued to move forward against the wind blade. He had tried his best to avoid the vital points just now. For him, an injury of this level was just a skin injury, so it was not a big problem. He dove into the wall of water and was quickly wrapped into a water ball. But this still didn't stop him. He roared suddenly and doubled his body again. His whole body was bigger than a water ball, and the water ball naturally couldn't trap him anymore. He landed on the soles of his feet and immediately used his strength to rush towards Mia and Alvin again. Mia was not deterred at all. She took a few steps back, and Alvin was in front of her, roaring and colliding with Taya. Boom! A huge wave of air quickly spread from between the two of them, and the entire corridor was shaken and rustled. The moment Alvin blocked Taya, Mia's attack arrived. Countless water walls enveloped Taya from all directions. At the same time, water guns condensed in front of Mia. With a finger of Mia's staff, the water guns and wind blades were like a gust of wind. It pours out like a sudden rain. Taya was beaten and retreated repeatedly. For a moment, blood splattered everywhere and blood mist filled the air. Gray nodded repeatedly as he watched. Not bad, almost as he imagined. A magician should be so elegant. Miss Mia is really powerful. With this strength, I am afraid she has touched the threshold of a high-level magician. It is amazing. The werewolf was pretty good too. Mia and Alvin worked together to stop him. But that werewolf seems to have forcibly improved his strength, and it probably won't last long. Miss Mia has murderous intentions for him. He's miserable. His strength should be about the same as Miss Mia. He hasn't reached the level of a high-level warrior yet. He only has explosive seeds. He only has the strength he has now, and it will be over when his explosion is over. Gray thought as he saw a blue figure out of the corner of his eye. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's a bit interesting. Instead of running away, you came to me to deliver it. While Mia and Alvin were focusing on Taya, Shaw had already touched behind Gray. It's no wonder the other two didn't notice. Mainly because at the moment when the barrier was broken, everyone saw Shaw jump out of the window and leave. Gray saw it too. He also thought that this woman had run away. Unexpectedly, this woman actually knew how to build the plank road openly and secretly manipulate Chen Kang. It looked like she was running away, but in fact, not only was she not running away, but she was going to take a detour to steal the house. Gray sighed in his heart. This woman is quite smart, but it's a pity that she made the wrong calculation. If it were an ordinary noble, she would really have won it, but Gray was extraordinary. The blue phantom quickly approached Gray, and by the time Mia and Alvin were close enough, it was too late for them to take action. But Gray seemed very calm. Don't worry, you continue. As he spoke, Gray tilted his head slightly to avoid Shaw's claws. At the same time, Gray reached out and grabbed Shaw's arm that she had no time to retract. Your claws are much prettier than those iron teeth. Are all female orcs like this? Gray looked at the other person. Only his palms were covered with a layer of ice blue hair, and most of his arms and body still looked like a beautiful human girl. In particular, the wild and beautiful face was not transformed into a beast, which made Gray extremely happy. This was the orc he wanted to see. Shaw didn't expect this human noble to react so quickly. Almost instantly, she understood that both she and Taya had made a mistake. This human being is no weakling. This guy is a fighter too. Shaw's face suddenly became serious, and she missed the attack. She did not choose to continue, but was ready to leave. This time they kicked the iron plate. When he jumped out of the window just now, he saw that other tribesmen had been caught. Now she and Taya still have a chance to leave. She immediately prepared to leave. But she found that her arm was held tightly by Gray. No matter how hard she tried, nothing came loose. Shaw's face changed greatly. She is an orc, and her strength far exceeds that of humans. It is difficult for even human warriors to take advantage of her. Although he is only as strong as a junior human warrior, as long as he explodes with all his strength, his physical strength is already comparable to that of an intermediate human warrior. But even so, Gray still held her arm firmly and didn't move at all. What level of warrior is this man? Intermediate warrior. It's impossible for an intermediate warrior to remain motionless when she explodes with all her strength. Senior warrior. How can this be? He is so young. Shaw was a little confused for a moment. Shaw, what are you doing? Catch him quickly. Taya didn't understand what was going on. He only saw Shaw in a daze and immediately reminded her loudly. When Shaw came back to her senses, her expression was fierce, and a straight and tight thigh kicked Gray's abdomen hard with the sound of howling wind. Boom. Gray still received the opponent's blow easily. He blocked the opponent's thigh with his other hand and touched it. Well, it was very tight. It looked like he had been exercising regularly. The muscles were relatively developed, but they didn't look exaggerated. They were just like the long legs of a normal beautiful girl. Really weird, Gray thought. His body moved suddenly. He raised his knee and hit the beautiful orc girl in the abdomen. Cough. Shaw only felt a huge force hit her abdomen, and Gray's fighting spirit poured out. The layer of ice crystal defense covering her abdomen collapsed instantly, and then her abdomen felt overwhelmingly uncomfortable. She spit out a mouthful of blood, then tilted her head and fell directly into coma. Seeing this scene, Tai Yaren was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his eyes. Which human being obviously has no breath at all? But just now he burst out with a powerful fighting spirit. This guy is actually a mid-level warrior. You despicable humans. Taya is now completely panicked. This time the situation completely exceeded his expectations. It was obviously a script where he took the girl to practice and show off, but why did it end with almost the whole army being wiped out? Taya realized that this time he had really underestimated the enemy, and the sentry was right. He shouldn't be so arrogant as to bring people here. Now that Shaw was caught by humans, Taya couldn't help but start sweating when he thought of what would happen when his tribe knew the news. Regardless of the others, Shaw must be taken away, otherwise he will really be blamed for his death. Gray lifted the unconscious Shaw and touched her furry ears curiously. The ice blue ears feel comfortable and fluffy. After touching it twice, Gray turned his attention to the other person's furry tail. Stop, you despicable and shameless human being. Take your dirty hands away. Taya saw that Gray actually touched Shaw, and his teeth almost broke. He wished he could rush up and bite this fool to death. That's Shaw. She is the apple of the eye of the entire wolf clan. Taya rushed forward. Taya was blocked by Alvin. Taya received a magical attack. Taya was repulsed. Gray watched the scarred Taya trying to save people, and then he was beaten so hard that he ran away with his head in his hands. He shook his head, but her tail looks easy to touch. Then, under Taya's gaze with splitting eyes, Gray touched Shaw's tail. Fluffy and very comfortable. Ah, I'm going to kill you. Taya roared angrily, and then prepared to run towards the window. Mia and Alvin were stunned for a moment. What did the werewolf say just now? He wants to kill Lord Gray. Then he turned around and ran away. Gray was keenly aware of the change in the other party's aura. The battle between him and Mia Alvin just now can be said to be extremely fierce. The entire third floor was riddled with holes. After the fierce battle continued, Taya's explosive state could no longer withstand it. He probably knew that there was nothing he could do to save people now. You can only run away first. So after deliberately diverting Mia's attention, he turned around and ran away. But he didn't expect that Gray could feel his condition declining very keenly. So when he jumped out of the window, Gray also jumped. And faster than him. The injuries Taya received while fighting Mia became a key factor at this moment. He's not as fast as Gray. So Gray quickly blocked him. Don't leave in a hurry. It just so happens that you are back to normal now. I want to have a fight with you. Gray punched Taya back a step, and at the same time Mia and Alvin arrived. There were even a few warriors and knights who killed other werewolves who rushed over to help. Taya sadly found that he was surrounded. But he didn't care about his situation, and now he wanted to beat Gray even more. Taya smiled ferociously and said to Gray, "If you dare to challenge me, I will let you know how big the gap is between you and me." Gray nodded immediately after hearing this. He said to Mia and Alvin, "You guys just watch on the side, and then help me when I can't beat them." Taya, this human being is so shameless. One-on-one, there is someone who can help. Taya wanted to curse, but he was afraid that others would have opinions, so he seized the opportunity and rushed directly to Gray. Whatever he said today, he wanted to let Gray know how terrifying the enemy he faced was. Gray took a deep breath and calmed down quickly. Then he punched Taya according to the fighting skills in his mind. Boom! Taya felt that the place where his arm was hit actually hurt. He suddenly became more serious. He actually still underestimated this human being. This human is definitely close to a high-level warrior. It seems that this battle will be more troublesome. But the problem is not big. This human's fighting skills are too stiff and unfamiliar, and it is obvious at a glance that he lacks actual combat. This is what human nobles are like. They have the most resources, but they are unwilling to use them to train themselves. That's it, he's going to beat this human being until he doesn't even recognize him today. 10 minutes later, Taya was kicked in the face by Gray and was stunned. His body flew backwards, creating a deep pit on the ground. Ahem, a mouthful of blood spurted out from Taya's mouth, and he felt a little better. How is this possible? How could your fighting skills improve so quickly? Taya felt that he had been deceived again. That human is obviously a guy with rich combat experience. He actually pretended that he had never fought before. Gray replied, "It's okay. I have a strong learning ability and can learn everything quickly. I have to thank you for providing me with valuable practical experience. Look, isn't this going to make you vomit blood very quickly? Between us there is indeed a gap in strength between us, but don't be discouraged. The gap is not big for now, so I am just a little stronger than you, but in the future it will get bigger and bigger, and I will become stronger and stronger than you. You are not such a bully." Taya is really angry this time. Especially after hearing Gray's words, he had lost his mind. This human has such a bad mouth. Even if they die together, he will bite this fool to death. He realized that he was too stupid. If he had not been deceived just now, he would actually have a chance to leave. But now, I really can't run away. Now that he can't run away, he has to fight Gray. Half an hour later, Taya was lying on the ground, the humanoid figure almost gone after being beaten all over his body. But Gray still didn't let anyone deal with him. He still has use for these werewolves. Thank you for your contribution to me. Because of your outstanding performance, I decided to give the Wolf Clan a chance in the future. The premise is that you have to follow me in the future. How about it? Are you very excited? Gray squatted next to Taya. He was extremely satisfied today and finally had a hearty fight. In the middle of the process, Taya exploded again. Fortunately, Gray was not careless and immediately ran behind Alvin. He scolded his mother angrily. Finally, Taya, who exploded twice in a row, fell. Because the Iron Fang explosive seed had improved Gray's fighting skills again, Gray was in a good mood and appreciated the opponent's tenacity, so he started to recruit. Taya could not even speak at this moment. His lips moved several times, but no sound came out. In the end, I could only cry silently and then be carried away. When the battle ended, it was already late at night. The bustle in the manor alarmed Viscount Andrew, the lord of Kylin City. As soon as he heard that Gray had been attacked by orcs in the city, Viscount Andrew jumped up from his lover's bed. I woke up instantly. After a chaotic commotion, Viscount Andrew hurried to Gray's manor. Looking at the bloodstains and large pits in the courtyard, Andrew felt sweat pouring from his forehead. This is too cruel. He believed that a small-scale war had occurred here. This made him even more panicked. He quickly searched the manor. It wasn't until he saw Gray lying on the sofa alive that he wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. If something happened to Gray on the first day he arrived in Kylin City, he felt that he could send his head to Thorn City by himself, and maybe his son could still be the lord here. Fortunately, Gray was fine and his head was saved. Seeing Viscount Andrew, Gray smiled at him. Viscount Andrew, why are you here? Andrew looked ashamed. This kind of thing happened. I can sleep there. I really didn't expect those beasts to dare to do something in the city. Tomorrow I will gather people to go out of the city and take down all their strongholds outside the city. It's served. The more Andrew talked, the angrier he became, and finally he began to curse and greet the 18th generation of the orcs, ancestors. Gray nodded when he heard this. If he didn't say anything else, just this habit of swearing made him feel friendly. Okay, Master Gray, your wound has been bandaged. Do not let the wound come into contact with water for the past 2 days. Miss Mia has been quietly cleaning the wounds on Gray's palms and backs. These were all left after Gray beat him. No, they were from the duel with Taya. I have to admit that orcs are indeed physically stronger than humans. It feels like hitting a hard sandbag. His skin was broken. Gray looked at the bows tied on his hands, then moved his fingers. He felt there was nothing wrong, and said to Mia, "Thank you, I don't think it hurts anymore." Mia pursed her lips and smiled, her pure face filled with joy. Gray said to his heart, "Why are you smiling so beautifully? It makes me want to laugh." Then he silently blocked the gaze of a greasy old man from the Mediterranean from looking at Miss Mia. "Okay, Viscount Andrew, it's time for you to go back. By the way, there must be other orcs in the city. You'd better pay more attention to your safety, lest they attack you that day," Gray said with a worried look on his face. Andrew's face turned pale when he heard this. Whether Gray meant to scare him or not, he was scared. Viscount Andrew may not have known that there were orcs in the city before. But because this is a human city, he also raised an army and a large number of adventurers. So this can be said to be Viscount Andrew's home court. He never thought that the orcs would do anything here. After all, he and the orcs have always been able to coexist sensibly. The orcs probably also know that they are active in Kylin City, so there is no harm in grabbing some things. But if they dare to kill the Lord, that's a big deal. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the orcs also exercised restraint against him. He won't be touched. But things are different now. They may just want to drive Gray away. But now the result is that all the orcs have been wiped out. Then Gray will have a long-term tug of war with the orcs in the north. It wasn't that Andrew looked down on the orcs, but that Andrew had vaguely sensed Gray's power. He felt that maybe the orcs would really suffer this time. If Gray can really gain a foothold, then the orcs will definitely take action. When the time comes, I might really break up with him. Andre thought about the appearance of the courtyard he just saw and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. If the orcs give him such a blow, he feels like he won't be able to withstand it. No, he will recruit some powerful adventurers as bodyguards starting tomorrow. Viscount Andrew came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Gray stopped smiling. This guy is so old, and he still imitates others in looking at beautiful women. Bah, I haven't seen enough. why don't I show it to you? Gray sat next to Miss Mia, tilting his head, admiring Miss Mia's shyness, while drinking tea. Why are Lord Grey so eager to drive away Viscount Andrew? Isn't this the right time to make him aware of the danger and fully support us in opening up our territory? Miss Mia tilted her head, wondering why Gray didn't talk about it just now, but drove the person away. Gray curled his lips when he heard this. That old guy kept looking at you, so I drove him away. Miss Mia was shocked. She didn't expect Gray to be there for this reason. She immediately blushed a little. Gray sighed and said, Miss Mia, there is something I want you to promise me. Mia looked at Gray curiously. What's the matter? Gray looked at her solemnly. I hope Miss Mia will smile as little as possible in front of others in the future. Mia didn't understand. Why? Gray shook his head and said, you look so pretty when you smile. I'm afraid that others will have bad thoughts towards you. Mia couldn't help but want to laugh again after hearing this. Okay, I won't laugh anymore. She deliberately kept a straight face and did not smile. Gray was a little disappointed. You can still laugh in front of me. Mia continued to ask, why? Gray said confidently, in order to do good deeds in my life, I should see more beautiful smiles. Mia rolled her eyes at Gray and couldn't help but blush a little when she heard Gray's double-standard speech. Okay, I'm going to rest first. Mia got up to rest. Gray nodded and went back to his room to rest. The night passed quickly, and Gray felt that his fighting spirit had improved again. The second crystal core of mental power is also fast. Another day to become stronger. After Gray washed up, he happened to meet Miss Mia coming out. Gray saw the beauty early in the morning and was in a good mood. After breakfast, he went to see the wolf Sailor Moon saw. This wolf girl has woken up and seems to have been struggling for a long time. When Gray and the others arrived, the girl was still chewing on the ropes on her body with her teeth. Gray yawned, walked up to the girl, and touched her ear naturally and casually. He rubbed her head again like a dog. It's furry and very comfortable. Okay, don't bother. Those ropes are processed by magic enchantment and are very strong. Unless you are a high-level warrior, you'd better save it. After Gray finished speaking, he brought some food over. Considering that wolves are carnivores, Gray specially brought meat such as barbecue, stew, and fried steak, as well as some water. Shaw, who was originally angry because Gray touched her ears and rubbed her head, couldn't take her eyes away when she saw the food, and even forgot about her anger. She was indeed hungry after not eating all night. But she was afraid that there was something wrong with the food, so she could only glare at Gray fiercely. Gray saw Shaw glaring at him and immediately laughed. What, are you afraid of being poisonous? Shaw snorted coldly and said nothing. Gray shrugged. Then I won't eat it. Gray didn't force himself, he just took the plate and prepared to leave. Etc. Shaw spoke up and stopped Gray. Gray squatted down with a smile. Changed your mind? Shaw kept her arrogant eyes and spoke as calmly as possible. Anyway, if I'm caught by you humans, nothing good will happen. I'll die no matter what. It's better to have a full meal instead of going hungry. Gray thought it made sense, then turned around to leave again with the plate in hand. Shaw was anxious. Hey, why are you like this? Gray turned around and spoke calmly. I just gave you something you didn't want to eat, but now I've changed my mind. I don't want to give it to you for free. If you want to eat it, you have to exchange it with something. Shaw was so angry that she wanted to bite someone, but she couldn't move. She could only stare at Gray. You have locked me up, what else can I exchange with you? Gray pointed at her tail. I want to touch that. Shaw suddenly blushed. No, you can change the conditions. Then you tell me how you orcs plan to deal with me. I know you must have received the news a long time ago and should have discussed countermeasures. As long as you tell me, I will give you meat every day to protect your safety. How about that? Gray made a different request. Shaw's expression suddenly changed. Impossible. I won't tell you. Gray shrugged. There's nothing we can do about it, I'm leaving first. Shaw didn't say anything, just stared at Gray's back until he left. After Gray walked out of the room where Shaw was held, he immediately went to another room. Compared to Shaw's single-room treatment, the other wolf orcs were all thrown together. These rough guys all had bruises on their noses and swollen faces. They were covered in blood and looked dirty. Gray ordered last night to have them tied together in pairs, facing each other. They actually dared to attack him. Who gave them the courage? Liang Jingru. After Gray entered the door, he saw the wolf warriors who were trying to support their bodies to avoid mouth-to-mouth contact with each other. Of course, it can be seen from their sad and angry expressions that they must have had the experience of mouth-to-mouth with each other that night. Gray didn't look at the ordinary wolf warriors, but walked to the end and saw Iron Fang, which had recovered somewhat. Seeing Gray walking in, Taya immediately switched from his sluggish state to a fierce look in which he growled lowly and tried to crawl to Gray and bite him. Quite energetic, Gray was carrying the food, and the soldiers behind him brought him a wooden chair. Gray sat down directly, and then ate the barbecue while talking condescendingly to Taya. Taya continued to stare at Gray fiercely. After a night of calming down, he already regretted his decision at that time. But it was too late to say anything now. What he was most concerned about now was Shaw's situation. The young human in front of him didn't look good at first glance. He couldn't forget that last night, the human touched Shaw's ears and tail. After a night passed, it was inevitable that he would have some bad suspicions. Human, where's Shaw? What did you do to her? Taya's voice was hoarse and his tone was trembling. Gray glanced at Taya. You care about her so much? Taya looked at Gray's half-smiling expression, and his heart suddenly sank. Sure enough, very quickly, Gray's next words made him couldn't help but change his expression. Actually, last night, I discovered that all of you wolf orcs have almost the same appearance, hair, and animal appearance, but the woman named Shaw is different from you. Gray smiled as he spoke, and that smile made Taya's heart slowly sink. She has ice blue hair. During the battle last night, I felt the power of the ice element in her. This power is different from yours. It seems like she is a different existence from you, like she stands out from the crowd. Gray said this and handed the food plate to the soldier behind him. Then he wiped his hands and said, I guess she is different in your tribe. I wasn't sure yesterday, but judging from your reaction today, I am right. Moreover, her status should not be ordinary. Gray showed a thoughtful state. I remember that in the records about the Orc Kingdom, there are several royal bloodlines in the Orc Kingdom, one of which is called the Direwolf. Enough, Taya interrupted Gray sharply. He took a deep breath and then lowered his head. What do you want? Taya is not stupid. Gray had a chance to kill them directly last night, but he didn't do it. This is a cunning and greedy human being. Taya doesn't think Gray spared their lives because of his kindness. The reason these cunning humans didn't kill them was because they wanted more. Taya even guessed what Gray was thinking. It's nothing more than wanting him to know about the orcs. Maybe even want to connect with the wolves through them. Taya thought a lot last night, and he had no way out in the current situation. Either he would rather die than surrender, or he would satisfy human demands. At least Shaw must be saved. When he thought of this, he regretted yesterday's decision extremely. Gray looked at Taya, who had calmed down with some surprise. He really had some surprises. Taya's impression on him has always been that he is arrogant and has no brains. In his expectation, if he wanted to make a grumpy old man like Taya surrender, he would have to give him a hard time. Unexpectedly, this guy was so sensible and already understood Gray's intention, so he gave up resistance and chose to surrender. Gray narrowed his eyes, being able to make a promising orc master surrender so easily. Obviously, Shaw's status is more important than Gray imagined. Taya had to calm down and think about the current situation and choose the best answer. Taya, to be honest, I'm starting to like you a little bit. Your bloodline talent is pretty good. You're still very young and you've already awakened your bloodline to such an extent. You will definitely be an orc elder in the future, but that's not important to me. Orc, there are many talented people, but the calmness and rationality you just showed is what I admire. It is a rare quality. Gray really began to appreciate this young wolf warrior. Listening to Gray's unabashed appreciation, Tia's eyes flashed with disdain. Gray defeated him yesterday, but in his opinion, Gray was cheating and making mistakes. As a wolf warrior, he despised this kind of behavior. So Gray's compliments were of no use to him, and he even felt disgusted. Taya said in a mocking tone, "You can only say this after you defeat me in an upright manner." Gray smiled. His strength was improving by leaps and bounds every day. Yesterday was actually the closest Taya came to victory, but unfortunately he failed to grasp it. To get down to business, I want to know how the orcs react to my arrival. Also, what is the general strength of the orcs in the north now, where is that tribe, and I need to contact your tribe through you. Gray opened his mouth and said a lot. After hearing his request, Taya couldn't help but reveal a sneer. I can tell you everything you said, and I can also help you contact the wolf clan, but it's useless. There are indeed many powerful humans around you, but just by picking up those people, you can't stop our attack. Quote, human, I advise you to give up the idea of occupying this place. This is the territory of the orcs, and it is not something humans can touch. Those people in the past couldn't do it, and neither can you. Taya's tone was a little more arrogant. The reason why they can always be active here is that they have the strength and confidence. The power in Gray's hands is indeed not weak, but with just a few thousand people and a few strong humans, this is far from enough. Gray listened to Taya's warning and shook his head slightly. These are not what I want to hear. When Taya saw that Gray was still insisting, he didn't try to dissuade him. Anyway, these things didn't matter, so Taya just told Gray everything. For example, there are many orc tribes in the north now, among which the 8 most powerful tribes are. Among the 8 major races, the dragon tribe, which occupies the swamps, the bear tribe, which occupies the depths of the jungle, and the golden eagle tribe, which lives on the cliffs, are the 3 most powerful races. The remaining 5 races are werewolves, snakes, foxes, tauren, and apes. Although the following 5 races and the first 3 races are collectively called the 8 major orc tribes, there is a huge gap between the first 3 races and the following 5 races. Most of the fertile lands in the north are occupied by the top 3 tribes, while tribes such as werewolves can only divide some peripheral lands and resources. But that's good, at least they have their own territory. In addition to their 8 major tribes, there are many other weak orc tribes. They could only seek refuge from the 8 major tribes. Their life is miserable. In the werewolf tribe, there are 2 strong elders, 6 other commander-level orcs who are weaker than me, and as for ordinary elite warriors, there are more than a dozen. When Taya said this, his tone was full of pride. They are the remnants of the orc kingdom more than 100 years ago. Even if they are in decline, they are not someone ordinary people can mess with. The strong men in their werewolf tribe alone are already comparable to the advanced combat power possessed by some great nobles. So he also has the capital to be proud of. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't want to conflict with the human kingdom, they would have captured Kylin city long ago. The werewolf tribe is the 4th-ranked tribe in the orc tribe. The dragon tribe, golden eagle tribe and bear tribe above us are stronger. Give up, human. You have no hope. Your people can't even deal with the werewolves. Taya struggled to sit up and leaned against the wall. After listening to Taya's words, Gray's expression remained unchanged. He didn't have any thoughts of giving up. When he came, he knew that this time would be difficult. Although a mere werewolf tribe was indeed more powerful than him at present, what was the use of having strong combat power? You have to use your brain to hang out. In what age are you still thinking about using muscles to solve problems? The orc thing is no longer possible now. It is said that the first step is to attack the enemy, then the second step is to attack the enemy, the third step is to attack the army, and then the next step is to attack the city. Have a head-on fight with you. Show off. Gray then asked about the orc tribe operating near Kylin city. The answer was that they were mainly werewolves and snakemen, 2 races. Occasionally, tauren would come to beat the autumn wind. The territory of the fox people is a little to the west, while the ape people live in the forest. Gray received a satisfactory answer, and then asked someone to hang the 2 tied-up werewolf warriors facing each other and release one. He wanted this werewolf to send him a message. After the instructions were given, a warrior and several soldiers took the werewolf away. Gray glanced at the remaining werewolf warriors and saw the look of relief on his face. Then he looked at the other 2 teams of werewolves who were still tied up facing each other. He pointed at Iron Fang, which had recovered a lot. Tie this with him. I have obsessive-compulsive disorder. It's uncomfortable to watch one of them alone. After saying that, Gray left amidst Taya's curses. Taya was quickly tied face to face with his subordinates. The elders of the wolf tribe came very quickly. He came almost that afternoon when Gray was having afternoon tea. He came alone and appeared silently in the manor and in the tea room where Gray was. Gray was not frightened. How should I put it? It's embarrassing to say it. After Gray's actual battle last night, he had some insights. He drank several bottles of secret medicine overnight and had a breakthrough in his fighting spirit. Even his physical body was fed back. In addition, for at least another month, because of the pressure Anna brought to him, he purchased a large amount of various high-grade monster flesh and blood to nourish his physical body, allowing him to undergo dual transformation of his physical body and fighting spirit. It can be said that he has accumulated a lot of experience and accidentally reached the rank of high-level warriors. So Gray actually felt it when the old werewolf entered the manor. But he didn't say it. Instead, he quietly waited for the other party's visit. Gray took a sip of tea and slowly looked at the magic book in his hand, which he brought out from the Field family study. Inside is an explanation of basic magic knowledge. There is also a lot of knowledge about low-level wind magic. In terms of fighting spirit, he has reached a very high level. Although he didn't spend much time on it, his fighting spirit kept rising like this, and there was nothing he could do about it. The growth of mental power is slower, so he is still looking at low-level magic. There are benefits to being slower. Gray felt that he was practicing too fast and needed to settle down. This precipitation is serious. He discovered that he had only learned fire magic. Sure enough, progressing too quickly made him impatient. He is obviously a magician with superb affinity for all elements. How can you be biased? It just so happens that there is still some time left before my mental strength reaches the level of an intermediate potion master, so I can settle down and learn all the low-level skills of other elemental magics. Quentin is shrouded in a black cloak. As a werewolf, even if he is not a beast, he still has ears and a tail, which are very obvious features. To facilitate movement, he wears a black cloak to cover himself. Last night, he received a report from his tribe that Tai Ya's team went to attack the human nobles, but none of them came back. Quentin's head was buzzing after receiving the news. He knew the strength of that boy Tai Ya. He is already the strongest person in the group besides him and another elder. Coupled with the fact that his bloodline was powerful and could temporarily burst into combat power close to the elder level, he agreed to let Tai Ya take Sha out for training. As a result, this kid was caught by humans. His first reaction was that he didn't believe it was true. It wasn't until several people were sent out to confirm the news that he accepted the reality. At the same time, he was somewhat wary of the humans coming this time. The humans who wanted to occupy their land before did not have this ability and were able to capture Tai Ya. Quentin would naturally assume that Gray is protected by high-level warriors. Except for senior warriors or magicians, with the strength of that boy Tai Ya, there is no way he would be caught. Originally, he was already preparing to summon another elder. The iron tooth had been broken in the human's hand, so he naturally had to be more careful. As a result, this morning, a soldier belonging to the Tia team came back with scars and brought Gray an invitation to meet. After the werewolf warrior's personal description, Quentin realized that there seemed to be no high-level warriors among those humans. Tai Ya was caught solely because of his arrogance and human despicability. In the werewolf warrior's mouth, Tai Ya was besieged by several strong humans. There are magicians, there are knights, there are warriors. And they are all at the peak of the intermediate level. In this case, Tai Ya naturally couldn't withstand it. After learning the true situation, Quentin immediately decided to go to Kylin City to meet the human noble in person. So here he is. Quentin did not alert anyone else, nor did he attack humans. Now there is a special balance between them and humans. He didn't want to behave in a way that would cause the other party to misunderstand. After all, the other party did not harm their soldiers and expressed their intention to communicate with them peacefully. There is no need for him to destroy this peaceful atmosphere. After entering the manor easily, Quentin breathed a sigh of relief and felt more confident. It seems like what the soldier said, there is no advanced combat capability here. In this case, he is already in an invincible position. Even if the negotiation fails, it doesn't matter. He can leave without danger. While he was deep in thought, Gray had already spoken. Your Majesty, did you come here just to see me? Gray didn't know what Quentin was thinking. He only knew that this old werewolf man was really strange. After he came in, he did nothing but quietly looked at him from behind. At first, Gray thought the old man had other ideas and was waiting for him to take action, but then the old man was in a daze. Gray was too lazy to waste time and could only speak. Quentin was startled by Gray's voice, and then he walked to a sofa in front of Gray and sat down with interest, and then stared at this human being. When did you find out? Quentin had just made sure that he controlled his breath very well, and the magician girl next door didn't even notice the problem. Unexpectedly, this seemingly ordinary human being discovered him. To be honest, I already knew when you entered the manor. I thought you came silently and wanted to do something to me, so I waited for you for a while, but you looked at me in a daze. Do you have any special hobbies? Let me make it clear first that if you dared to say yes, I will beat the shit out of you right away. Gray closed the book and said seriously. Quentin's face froze when he heard that Gray actually said that he would beat the shit out of him as soon as he opened his mouth. He laughed first, with a kind of wildness and joking in his vicissitudes of voice. Human brat, I am not old, my tone is not young, you should know who I am, there is not even a senior warrior here, why do you shit me? Type it out. Gray glanced at him, a little confused. It's not that he didn't hide it, wasn't his fighting spirit fluctuating obviously? Why does it feel like everyone thinks he is a weakling when they don't see him doing it? Gray put down the book and took out the magic sword inlaid with the fire element magic stone from the storage ring. Then fighting energy surged out of his body, and an invisible air wave spread out with Gray as the center. Quentin's relaxed smile suddenly froze. How is that possible? You are a senior warrior. Quentin's wolf eyes widened and he was completely confused. How old is this human being in front of me? Are there 20? How could he have such strong fighting spirit? Quentin immediately restrained his contemptuous thoughts, and his expression became serious at the same time. No wonder he was able to discover himself. Just now, he thought the other party used some kind of magic weapon. If the other party is also a high-level warrior, then he really can't hide it from the other party's eyes. Trouble is, this human noble is actually a high-level warrior. He knew why the werewolf warrior who fled back said that humans were cunning and cunning. This is too treacherous, hidden too deeply. Taya did not lose unjustly. Quentin said in a deep voice, do you really want to take action? It was just a misunderstanding. Since you asked me to come to meet you, you can't possibly want to fight, right? Gray slowly sheathed the sword, then leaned the magic sword against the armrest of the sofa. I'm just answering you, why should I? Gray spoke calmly. Quentin, okay, now that you are here, don't waste time. 2 things. First, those werewolves are fine. They just received some lessons and will not hurt their foundation. The female werewolf is fine too. Gray's character is to speak up when he has something to say, so he doesn't want to procrastinate. He knew that this was what the old werewolf wanted to know most, so he just talked about it first. Once he heard that Taya and Shaw were fine, Quentin breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he actually thought that if humans didn't let them go, he would take Taya and Shaw away by force. However, this idea disappeared after discovering that Gray was actually a high-level warrior. People can be released, but there are conditions. Gray glanced at Quentin and continued. Quentin suddenly smiled. What do you want? Gray showed a sincere smile. I want to do some business with you. I have food and weapons here. How about exchanging them for your specialties? Quentin suspected that he had heard wrongly. What did Gray say? He wants to provide food and weapons to the wolves. Quentin found it ridiculous when he heard it. Human greed is recognized by all races on the continent. These guys are always full of bad ideas. Since he was a child, he has listened to the warnings of the elders of the tribe. When humans take the initiative to approach you, you should be careful. When they say they want to do business with you, be very careful. Many orc tribes used to do business with humans, but in the end the entire tribe was sold to a mine on the other side of the continent for mining. Quentin looked wary. We have nothing to exchange with you. We have no gold coins or silver coins. Gray said with a smile. I know you don't use gold coins to trade, so I said, using your specialties, you orcs can also trade with each other, right? I also heard that some businessmen will also trade with you. Why, you can make deals with them, but you can't make deals with us. There was some displeasure in Gray's eyes. If the old man dared to refuse, he would get angry on the spot. Anyway, it doesn't matter to him. Regardless of whether the old man agrees or not, he has to do business and build a city by the way. Quentin was a little hesitant. There were indeed some businessmen doing business with them, but those people had established trust through long-term cooperation. But as for Gray, it's not that he doesn't want to agree. For orcs, the more food, the better. Especially the orc race like them, which consumes a lot of meat. Because they know nothing about farming and are not in the mood to farm. Their food sources are hunting and farming by the weak orcs they protect. But this situation still cannot satisfy their consumption. So when a human merchant brings food, they will basically buy it. Those merchants would take the opportunity to take away some of the furs and bones of the monsters they hunted, or the special herbs, magic potions, minerals, etc. they found. Of course, Quentin knows that their things can fetch high prices in the human world. But so what if you know? They have no channel to take action at all. It can only be exchanged for some food of extremely low value. Although the merchants would bring as much food as possible every time, they had been here for too long, and due to objective reasons, they could not bring too much food at once. The current population of the wolf tribe can only be fixed within a certain number range due to food restrictions. And if a large amount of food can be obtained, the wolf clan's power will begin to grow explosively in the next generation. But that kind of stable food source is hard to find. Quentin glanced at Gray. For some reason, he felt that Gray could do it. But this human being is not as simple as it seems. At such a young age, he is already a high-level warrior. I wonder what big family is behind this kind of talent. Would people with this kind of power really do business with them? Quentin was silent, seeming to think about it. Gray raised his eyebrows. Does this old guy really disagree? Just when Gray was thinking about overturning the table or threatening the old werewolf, Quentin suddenly exhaled. If you can guarantee the stability and quantity of food, and the price is right, we can trade. Gray immediately agreed upon hearing this. No problem. Okay, let's talk about the second thing. I want to build a trading market within your area of activity to ensure a stable supply of food to you. How about it? Am I very with honesty? When Quentin heard Gray's words, his face suddenly turned green. He felt that his intelligence had been insulted. This is not a trading market. This is clearly a blatant effort to build a human city. Quentin shook his head without even thinking. Impossible, don't even think about it. Don't think that we don't know your purpose. We humans can make deals with you, but you will never be allowed to get involved in our territory. Orcs are very territorial, and so is Quentin. Gray didn't care about Quentin's reaction. He just said calmly, "Forget it, I'm going to kill that woman named Shaw." Quentin was furious and almost overturned the table. His breath was released suddenly and the whole room shook. Gray was still sitting steadily on the sofa drinking tea. Want to fight? After the old werewolf finished getting angry, Gray spoke calmly. Quentin stared at Gray. Human, you can't bear the wrath of the wolves. Gray, you may not know much about me. Let me introduce myself. My name is Gray. I am the Countess of Fieldland and Anna's husband. Gray's words made Quentin, who was furious and ready to overturn the table on the spot, immediately calm down. You mean Countess Anna? Quentin said dryly. Gray nodded gracefully. Yes, if you are angry, just come. Quentin, his body, which had just begun to transform into a beast, began to return to its human form. Then he sat in silence for a while, then took a sip of tea to hide his embarrassment. I'm just making sure. You're talking about the Countess, right? Quentin stared into Gray's eyes, seemingly in disbelief. Gray continued to nod. Of course, how about I call her over and you can confirm? Quentin was startled and waved his hand quickly. No, the Countess is very busy. I heard that those things in the East Right Mountains became active again and attacked Black Rock City. I don't know what the situation is. Gray, fortunately, Black Rock City was lost for one day, and Anna snatched it back the next day. Quentin's Adam's apple twitched, and a thin layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. Bring it back the next day. Gray, what if? Quentin's expression was a little tense, and he smiled stiffly. Ha, as expected of a countess, she is still so strong. Gray glanced at Quentin. Speaking of which, your orc kingdom has been attacked by demonic waves for more than 100 years. Are you also constantly fighting for the city with the demons? Has the war of attrition brought you down? Quentin's mouth twitched when he heard this. A war of attrition. They just wanted to consume it and hold on for a while. But at that time, it was impossible for anyone to withstand the dense tide of monsters. Not to mention the war of attrition, almost wherever the monster tide surged, it was destroyed instantly. As for taking back the city, just kidding, those demon kings leading the monster tide are simply not something they can compete with. It only took 10 days from the outbreak of the monster wave to the destruction of the Orc Kingdom. He was still a teenager at the time, and he will never forget the scene in his life. He had only experienced that kind of fear engraved in his bones twice in his life. The first time was the wave of monsters more than 100 years ago, and the second time was when I met the Countess 10 years ago. Quentin smiled dryly, and then changed the topic decisively. Let's continue talking about the trading market. Gray felt a little embarrassed when he heard this and said, would it make it difficult for you? After all, I still have to build some houses and walls next to the trading market. Quentin, no, it's not difficult, but we still need to discuss it. Quentin's throat felt dry. Gray immediately relaxed. As long as it's not difficult to do, I'm most afraid of causing trouble to others. Quentin was already breathing fragrance in his heart. Gray started to discuss the trading market with him with a smile on his face. Soon, Quentin drew a piece of land in the northeast of the Wolf tribe's territory. Let's go here. The terrain here is flat and there is a river. It's very convenient, Quentin said with a smile. Gray glanced at the location, then pointed to the bullhead sign on the map and said, what sign is this? Quentin said perfunctorily, it's just the symbol of the Tauren, don't worry about it. Gray glanced at him. Then the snake-shaped logo below is the Snake People. Quentin nodded without blushing or out of breath, yes. Gray chuckled. It seems you picked a good place. Quentin didn't feel guilty at all. This is indeed the territory of our wolf tribe, but because it is on the border, the other two tribes are always eyeing it. I can't promise you other places, but this kind of place can. As long as you can stand here, you can use it as you like, and we, the Wolf clan, will not interfere. I can only give you this place. I can guarantee that you will never be interfered by the Wolf clan, and the Wolf clan will give priority to doing business with you. This is the greatest sincerity I can show. Quote. Gray nodded, and Quentin, this old guy, had his calculations slapped in his face. But he still agreed. This start was much better than he imagined. He thought he would have to at least have a fight with the wolves. I didn't expect Anna's name to be so useful. As soon as he mentioned Anna, the old man became quiet and made concessions. Although this old guy Quentin thought he had caused a huge trouble for Gray. But Gray doesn't care. I even feel that the difficulty of building a territory has been reduced a lot. Since the Wolf clan has said that he can use this land casually, he will use it casually for a while. After confirming the location with Quentin, Quentin asked to take Shaw and the others away. Gray refused. Are you kidding me? You want to replace someone in a land of disputes? There are no doors. The two communicated again, and then agreed that Shaw must be returned to the Wolf clan when Gray's trading market is completed, or when Gray gives up and leaves here. Otherwise, the Wolf clan said that even if his wife was a countess, they would not let him go. Gray agreed. In addition, Gray also proposed that if there is a need, food can be used to hire wolf orcs to work. No warriors are needed, just some ordinary wolf orcs who can work. As soon as Quentin heard that he could let his tribe get food, he immediately agreed. Then Quentin took away the rest of the wolves except Shaw, including Iron Fang. Human, I'll come back for you, Taya said with a look of humiliation before leaving. After sending Quentin away, Gray came to Shaw's room in a good mood. Shaw had not eaten for nearly a day and a night, and her stomach was already growling with hunger. As soon as she saw Gray coming in with food, Shaw swallowed her saliva and tried to keep the anger in her eyes. Gray touched Shaw's soft ears and furry head as usual. Then he pointed at her tail curled up behind her. Exchange your tail for food, do you want to exchange it? Gray said. Shaw shook her head hard. I won't change. Gray shrugged. Then I'll ask you tomorrow. Seeing Gray turn around and leave, Shaw was stunned for a moment. Wait a minute, can't I still exchange information for it? Gray kept walking. Oh, I have already asked for information from other people. Not only were they full of food, they also left this afternoon. You don't know how to work around it. Gray's words stunned Shaw like a bolt from the blue. How can it be? Shaw said blankly. Gray shook his head, with a look of sympathy on his face. That Taya told me all the information in a little while. Then I let him go, and now you're the only one here. Everyone in Shaw was dumbfounded. How could they leave me and go on my own? Gray. Because they won't leave you. I also talked to your elder Quentin today. He took Tai Ya and the others away, leaving you behind. Shaw's little nose twitched when she heard this, and then fell silent. She really smelled Elder Quentin on Gray. Why was he abandoned inexplicably? Shaw still didn't believe that her tribe would abandon her. She only stayed for a short while before she regained her composure. You're lying to me. There was a hint of confidence in the girl's ice-blue pupils. Gray was not embarrassed after being exposed. He squatted in front of Shaw again, and this time he placed the food in front of Shaw. I was discovered by you, and I will reward you. Gray touched Shaw's head, then looked at Shaw's helped limbs, took a piece of barbecue with his fingers and handed it to her greedy mouth. Shaw was really hungry, so she bit Gray's finger hard. I have to say, this woman's bite hurts a lot. But he has fighting spirit to protect his body. At his level, Dochi has undergone a qualitative transformation. As soon as Shaw's wolf fangs came into contact with Gray's skin, they were violently deflected away by the fighting spirit. Ooh, the tooth was shattered by the powerful force. Shaw looked at Gray with big teary eyes. There were some bloodshot traces left at the corners of her mouth. Gray scratched his head a little. Tisk, I fed you food with good intentions, why did you bite me? Shaw. Ooh. Gray shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't support communication in minority languages here. Please speak mainland China's lingua franca. Shaw. Ouch, my teeth hurt. Gray understood. He glanced at the wolf tooth that was mostly broken off, and then looked at Shaw's small mouth. There seemed to be half a tooth there. There was no tooth-filling business in this world. However, the orcs have strong self-healing power and should be able to grow it on their own. But it should be necessary to remove half of the teeth in the mouth. Under Shaw's horrified gaze, Gray grabbed her chin, put his fingers directly in, pinched the bad tooth and pulled it out hard. Looking at the bloody half of the tooth in his hand, Gray looked at Shaw innocently. You did it yourself, and I helped you. Let's see if you dare to bite me next time. Shaw was so painful that she burst into tears, but she did feel better after the broken tooth was pulled out. Gray walked out of the room and called Mia over. Let her heal Shaw. There are also some small magics in water magic that can heal wounds. Gray experienced it himself yesterday and it was very good, so he let Shaw experience it too. Master Gray, why do you want to keep her? Mia finished treating Shaw's wounds, and then patiently fed her food before leaving Shaw's room with Gray. Gray looked serious. Mia, don't you think a beautiful sports girl with ears and a tail is worth admiring? She also has ice blue hair. Mia, what is Gray talking about? Why can't she understand? Seeing that Mia didn't understand or care, Gray continued, the blood in her body is very special. The wolves value her very much. If you master her, you won't have a big problem controlling the wolves in the future. We are here to open up the territory this time, and we are not here specifically to kill people. The orcs can also have jobs that are suitable for them, and they can also live in the territory, and it is also where they currently live. You see how convenient it is, isn't it? Is it equivalent to getting a territory, and can you still give away a bunch of people in the territory? Gray's words stunned Mia. Master Gray, do you want to accept the orcs? Mia frowned. The orcs were reckless, irritable, and difficult to control. It is also impossible for them to let humans be their lords. She felt that Gray's idea was a bit naive. Gray smiled and said, let's try it. Mia didn't say much. She started asking about Quentin. This afternoon, a powerful orc scent suddenly appeared in the manor, and it was located where Gray was. It almost frightened Miss Mia. Fortunately nothing happened in the end. But this made Miss Mia doubtful about Gray's strength. Isn't Gray a magician? Why did he suddenly become a high-level warrior again? She couldn't figure it out. What she couldn't figure out the most was that not only did Gray have extraordinary talent in magic, he also had unheard of talent as a warrior. She had heard of many geniuses becoming warriors at the age of 18, but she had never heard of anyone becoming a high-level warrior at the age of 18. I found that old werewolf. I reached an agreement with him and exchanged Shaw for a piece of land. When the time comes, we will go there to set up a camp and then build a town first. Gray said. But we have to wait a few days to accumulate a batch of materials before going over to start work. We try to complete the defenses before the orcs don't react. Now that you have time, you can have someone transport the cement blocks that have been prepared in advance to the destination first, and let Alvin go there in person and take 2 soldiers with him. Gray ordered. After a pause, he looked to Mia aside and said, "Tomorrow we will go to the wolf tribe. Are you afraid?" Mia shook her head when she heard this. Although she was only an intermediate magician, she had recently begun to become a high-level magician. This process would be very slow and may take several years or even more than 10 years to succeed. But even so, she is already the top among intermediate magicians. Even if she faced an elder orc, she was confident of leaving safely, so she was naturally not afraid. And Gray has already said that he will come along. With Gray, a senior warrior, she was no longer afraid. Early the next morning, Gray set off with Mia and Tori. Tori was the other of the 3 riders. Because Alvin came back late last night, Gray asked him to rest for a day and set off today with another knight. On this trip, Gray did not bring many people, only 300 light cavalry. The strength of senior warriors allowed him to ignore most dangers. With Mia and Tori by his side, a wolf tribe couldn't keep him. What's more, he still has Shaw in his hand. As long as he can't go back today, Shaw's head will be in front of the wolf clan elders tomorrow. The moment Quentin saw Gray, his head was buzzing. Ever since he found out that Gray was the Countess' husband, Quentin didn't want to see this guy again. But he had to face Gray again. Because he had contacted Gray before and reached a cooperation. But the requirement is that Gray can gain a foothold here. The wolf clan promised not to add insult to injury during this process and was willing to provide employment services. However, Gray could only hire ordinary wolf clan orcs as workers and would need to be paid after the completion. Quentin didn't expect Gray to come to the door so quickly. And he said he would hire workers. Quentin didn't refuse. Gray paid him anyway, and he also wanted to see what the Countess' husband was capable of. Over the years, he was not the first person to covet this land. Quentin wanted to see how Gray could gain a foothold here. He won't let anyone make trouble, but other tribes can. He did not believe that other tribesmen could tolerate Gray occupying that fertile land. Especially the Tauren clan, they are good at farming and blacksmithing. Those stupid cows didn't lack food at all, and they had no energy left. How could the land on top of them be given up to Gray so easily? Quentin watched with a smile as Gray selected more than 100 young and strong tribesmen to leave. He had already told everyone that all they needed to do was follow Gray's instructions and do the work well. Don't worry about other things, and the other party would provide meals. Be sure to have a full stomach. Chapter 41. Under the leadership of the wolf orcs, Gray and the others quickly arrived at their destination, where there were already many concrete blocks piled up. Gray looked at this fertile land, and there was a crystal-clear river not far away. The entire terrain was very flat and the view was vast. At first glance, it was a perfect land to open up wasteland. The land here is so fertile that no more additions are needed, and food can be grown if it is reclaimed. Gray found a place near the water source, and then started to let the strong werewolf boys start working. The first step is of course to lay the foundation. If Gray just wanted to build a small town composed of wooden houses here, he wouldn't need to worry about the foundation problem. But when he came here, he was not satisfied just by building a small town. So the foundation is very important. Gray asked someone to draw a circle around a large area. Young men of the wolf tribe, I am very satisfied when I see your strong muscles. This is where you work. I believe that old guy Quentin has told you that when you work here, you don't need to consider other issues. As long as you work hard, I'll have enough food here, so feel free to eat. Gray's voice was loud, making every werewolf's eyes light up. I brought 10 carts of cans today, and there are 10 more on the way. There will be more at night. I won't take away any that I can't finish. You can take them back to the elderly, women, or children. I'll calculate the wages for you when the time comes. How about it? I treat you well, right? All I have to ask is, don't be lazy with me when you work. If you work hard for me, I will feed you well. Quote. As soon as Gray finished speaking, the originally silent atmosphere suddenly changed. The wolf boys began to dig in the soil one by one. Gray looked at it for a while and nodded repeatedly. He was indeed an orc whose physical fitness was far superior to that of a human being. He was so fast at work that the shovel was sparking. In one morning, the wolf boys dug up almost half of the land. Seeing that he could finish the digging work this afternoon, Gray was shocked. What a wonderful workforce, Mia. My little yellow hat workers have to work for several days, and they finish it in one morning. Gray's eyes were shining as he looked at the muscular wolf orcs. Mia was silent for a moment after hearing this. She also knew that the physiques of humans and orcs were incomparable, and when humans were constructing, many people would be lazy and passive at work. They could do 3 months of work for 1 month. But these orcs are different from humans. These orcs are too real. Work as hard as you can. To some extent, humans are indeed more cunning, greedy, and lazy than other species. This is human nature and there is nothing we can do about it. Master Gray, although orcs have good physiques and work quickly, they have hot tempers and are prone to anger. They are very different from humans. If we want them to live with humans, it will be difficult to achieve. Forcibly let them live together. It will only cause chaos, so if you really want to subdue them, I suggest you don't put them together with humans. Mia knew that Gray was ready to conquer the orcs again. She couldn't stop Gray, she could only remind Gray of his main focus. Gray nodded after hearing this. It is true that orcs are not suitable to live with humans, at least not at first. Gray saw that the time was almost up and began to ask the soldiers to distribute food to the wolf orcs. Considering that these werewolves like meat, Gray brought all canned meat this time, including pork, beef and mutton. And every can has added salt and spices. Makes it taste really good. Anyway, Gray felt it was okay after eating it. The werewolves had never seen cans, so everyone looked at each other holding a pile of cans. In their opinion, this is obviously an iron lump, so how can they eat it? Gray walked out of the crowd, took a box of canned meat himself, and then taught them how to open it. For werewolves, all they need to do is know how to open it. Some werewolves even burst the canned meat on the spot when they saw that there was meat inside, and started eating the meat inside. Gray was speechless when he saw the operations of these orcs. He said loudly, "Try not to burst the cans. This will waste a lot of food. Everyone knows that food is hard to come by. We must save food and not waste it. Besides, these cans are cold. You can heat them up before eating them. There are some fires over there. You can heat the cans by putting them on the fire for a while." After Gray finished speaking, he returned to his team. Soon, the orcs became familiar with the operation of opening the can. They began to be attracted by the aroma of the meat inside, and then began to taste it. In the end, they all said it smelled really good. On the orc side, spices and salt are rare items. Although merchants can bring them salt and spices, it requires a lot of furs and minerals. Those things can be exchanged for a lot of meat, but they can only give them a little salt and spices, so few orcs in the tribe will buy those expensive condiments. They have their own condiments, but they just taste average. The meat has the taste of salt and is very fragrant. Ordinary orcs have probably never tasted this kind of meat in their entire lives. So Gray's cans instantly captured the hearts of all the orcs. It was probably the most delicious thing they had ever eaten. And they can obviously feel that these cans are definitely not cheap. For a moment, they all felt a little moved. Originally, they thought that they and others could just eat some ordinary food to satisfy themselves. They didn't even expect meat. Unexpectedly, Gray not only invited them to eat meat, but also the meat was so fragrant and delicious. The orcs' mouths were full of oil after eating, and at the same time, their affection for Gray soared. In their impression, humans are greedy and cunning, except Gray. The brain circuit of the orcs is actually very simple. They follow the simplest communication rules, and they will be nice to whoever is nice to them. Soon, all the cans given to the orcs were eaten. Seeing their unfinished expressions, Gray waved his hand and had people start handing out cans again. The werewolves cheered and started a new round of eating. In this way, the werewolves ate for 3 rounds, each of them eating dozens of cans. Most of the 20 truckloads of cans were dried up. After eating and drinking, the werewolves picked up shovels again. As a result of the full meal, the werewolves worked faster. In less than half an afternoon, the pit was dug, and then the werewolves pounded the foundation into a solid foundation. Then, under Gray's guidance, they began to dig trenches in the outer areas. After the trench is dug, let them put the cement piers in it. The cement pier was so heavy that it took several werewolves to lift it. Soon the foundation was surrounded by cement piers. Gray's circle of cement piers has 2 layers, with a thickness of nearly 5 meters and a height of more than 1 meter. It looks like the city wall model has begun to take shape. By the time I finished all this work, the sky was already dark. Gray let the orcs have a good rest and then had dinner. Dinner is still full of canned meat. In the evening, someone sent another 20 carts of canned meat, and this time they also brought a large number of little yellow hat workers and cement. While the orcs were eating, the little yellow hats had already filled the pit with gravel and started pouring cement. The little yellow hats are already very proficient with cement. But the time goes from evening to evening very quickly. They didn't work for long before following Gray back. The rest can only wait until the next day. Gray did not break his promise. Not only did he give each orc 20 cans of meat to take home, but he also shared the remaining unused cans of meat among the orcs equally. This left each of them with 25 or 6 cans of meat back. These canned meats are great, can be stored for a long time, and are extremely delicious. They plan to go back and give their family a taste and then store the rest. In this way, they will not worry about having no meat to eat in the future. I heard that if Gray's trading market is built, they can buy canned meat cheaply from him. Then you don't have to worry about going hungry. The young men of the wolf tribe brought this news back to the tribe, and that night, the werewolf tribe was filled with the aroma of meat. The heated cans were so fragrant that the orcs' eyes glowed green. Those werewolves who didn't go to work and didn't get the canned meat could only drool at the smell of the meat. Many werewolves couldn't help but tempt anyone who had canned meat to share it. But no one is willing to share it. After all, it is the result of a hard day's work. This almost caused a conflict, but in the end the elder stepped in to calm it down. Quentin told everyone that he would trade canned meat with Gray tomorrow, but he would need everyone to take out the previous Warcraft furs, bones, magic plants, and various minerals. All the werewolves agreed and began to sort out the inventory at home. Soon they began to worry about whether the price of canned meat would be high. In this way, in the mixed mood of expectation and worry, the werewolf tribe did not become quiet until late at night. The next day, when Gray rode a horse slowly to the werewolf tribe with a lollipop in his mouth, he saw werewolves staring at dark circles and bloodshot eyes. In the open space behind them, various materials piled up into mountains. Ha ha ha, Gray, my friend, you are finally here. As soon as Quentin saw Gray's figure, he came up to him with a smile. There was no way, the canned meat served last night was too fragrant, and his little grandson was clamoring for meat. But no one from their family went to work for Gray yesterday. This meant that they could only smell the rich aroma of meat that pervaded the entire tribe, but could not eat the meat. But as we all know, wolves have a very sensitive sense of smell. The tasteless meat that everyone usually eats can make their mouth water, let alone Gray's canned meat. That kind of meaty smell makes Quentin, not to mention others, feel greedy. Quentin was shocked when he found out that Gray actually gave the wolves who worked for him an all-you-can-eat canned meat. Then he fell into deep thought. Before, he felt that no matter how extravagant Gray's words were, he was still human. The greed and cunning in his heart cannot be changed. They can brutally exploit their own kind, let alone aliens. The reason Quentin ordered his tribesmen to eat well yesterday was because he thought Gray would send the workers away with some defective food. As a race whose main food is meat, the wolves have a high demand for energy. Foods other than meat provide little energy and they need to eat a lot to stay satisfied. Now it seems that he is judging a gentleman's heart with a villain's heart. This human being is so generous. This canned meat is definitely not a bargain. Quentin, who has experienced on the mainland, has more experience than the people in the tribe. He knew that spices and salt were expensive things. Quentin was also a little touched that Gray was willing to pay such a high price. The long years have not only given Quentin great strength, but also given him calmness and reason. There is no free lunch in the world, and no one will be nice to them for no reason. Gray's good intentions are genuine, and so are his intentions. It's just that Quentin can't refuse Gray's kindness. He could only smile at Gray. And with the expectations of the tribe, he made a deal with Gray. Gray dismounted, with the same expression on his face as if he saw an old friend. They are actually very wary of each other, but in public, especially when others expect them to communicate in a friendly manner, they will of course pretend to be enthusiastic. Hey, Quentin, why are you so warm to me today? Gray smiled as if he were seeing a longtime friend, but he asked directly. Ha ha ha, I have always been very enthusiastic about you. After all, you are willing to bring food to the wolf clan. What is the price of the canned meat? Let me say it first. The land for your trading market is given by our wolf clan. The price of the canned meat must be get a discount. Quentin and Gray hugged each other, and after pretending to be warm and polite, they began to whisper about canned meat. Of course, I said that I am willing to do business with the wolf tribe. I am serious. However, the wolf tribe is not friendly to me. My market is surrounded by enemies and I will face attacks from the ox-headed tribe and the snake-human tribe at any time. Gray let go of Quentin and said helplessly. Quentin was speechless and secretly scolded Gray for being greedy. He was the only human being to gain the support of the orcs and open up territory here in the past 100 years. After all, the wolf clan is still a part of the orcs, and what he can do is already the limit. In supporting Gray, the wolves pushed themselves against the orcs. After Quentin and Gray released their hug, they immediately walked together again, arm in arm. Quentin whispered, "Don't think I don't know. You are here to occupy our territory, not to do business at all. I have given you the greatest support. That place is most suitable for you. Whether you can take it depends on you. Ability. If I let you establish a territory next to the wolf tribe, what will the other tribes think? By then, I won't be able to take action even if I don't want to. And that piece of land, at least I can say that you exchanged it for Shaw. The wolf clan will not suffer any loss, and if you can gain a foothold, that place will naturally be yours. If not, then it is because you are incompetent." Quote. Anyway, our wolf clan is already under a certain amount of pressure, and you have a good start, right? Quentin said and looked at the tribe again. You see, I asked the wolf tribe about the lack of resources and food. If you are willing to make canned meat cheaper, you will gain the favor of the wolf tribe. This is a good thing for you. Good thing, isn't it? Gray smiled when he heard this. Old Quentin, you are right. If possible, I hope to be friends with the wolf tribe. But, if you want to be friends, you must be sincere. Have you tried the canned meat? Then it's a good thing, it's easy to store, and I added expensive condiments. I can buy you some cheaply, but I have worked so hard to come here not for charity. I can lower the price. Whatever you can give me, don't talk about favoring the wolf clan, and don't talk about giving me a piece of land. Yes, did you give that to me? I got it in exchange for that. Quentin was speechless immediately. Knowing that Gray was the master of not letting go of rabbits, he could only grit his teeth and said, the wolves have a lot of territory. I can give you another piece of land, but I want you to guarantee that the canned meat must be at the lowest price in the future. Give us the wolves, and we must ensure a sufficient number. Quentin stared at Gray, a decision he had considered for a long time last night. The wolf clan has been silent for a long time, and he wants to give the wolf clan a better future. Gray's appearance will inevitably break the existing pattern of the orcs. If the wolves can seize the opportunity, they may not be able to take advantage of it. As he said, the issue of orc territory is inherently confusing. Especially at the junction of several tribes, management rights are most confusing. Those places actually don't bring many benefits to the wolf clan. In that kind of place, there are often bull-headed tribesmen and snake people. No one benefits, but no one wants to give up their territory. Now Quentin has a better option, throw these places to Gray. Regardless of whether Gray succeeds or not, it will be of great benefit to the wolf clan. In the face of real interests, a few pieces of marginal land would be nothing if not there. Gray rolled his eyes after hearing Quentin's words, trying to treat me with land that is close to other races again. I don't want it. Quentin was stunned for a moment. He looked at Gray a little strangely. This guy didn't want the land he was given for free. Is it possible that he is really here to do business? Impossible. Quentin shook his head. Gray's purpose couldn't be so simple. Quentin frowned. Then what do you want? Gray smiled. I want a safe and convenient road, how about it? It's not too much. After all, I'm here to do business, so there's nothing wrong with asking for convenient and safe transportation, right? Moreover, as long as you agree to build a road for me in the territory of the wolf clan, I will not only meet your requirements but also pay to recruit a group of wolf warriors. They only need to be responsible for the safety of this road. Quentin fell silent upon hearing this. Gray's request was indeed reasonable. Moreover, when roads are being built, many young people in the clan who have nothing to do can find something to do. In addition, this road is built in the territory of your wolf clan. This is the first road connecting the kingdom of orcs and humans. When the time comes, those merchants will find it easier to do business with you because of such a road. Even because of the convenient transportation, it will attract more businessmen. In a word, it will benefit you and cause no harm. Gray continued. Quentin didn't say a word for a long time after listening. Gray thought to himself, is this old man so tolerant? Just build a road. Quentin stared at Gray with ghostly eyes. You were right, it does sound like there are many benefits, but I always feel that you get more benefits. Gray smiled. Quentin's business is a win-win situation. You have benefits, and I have benefits too. Only continuous benefits can go a long way. What do you think? Your tribe can't wait any longer. Quentin took a deep breath, then nodded heavily. It was just one way, he gave it. My friend, you haven't seen the heroic figure in your nod. You are simply the most handsome werewolf I have ever seen. Gray immediately patted Quentin on the shoulder, then walked toward the werewolves with his lollipop in his mouth. He squatted down in front of the various furs, bones, herbs, and ores. He looked at it and found that these things were very good. Ordinary furs could be used to make clothes that nobles liked, Warcraft furs could be used to make leather armor, and those Warcraft bones could also be used to make magic potions. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Gray. We met yesterday and I have heard from Quentin about your needs. I believe that many of you have tasted the taste of canned meat. To be honest, the production cost of this thing is very high. I transported it all the way from Thorn City and went through many hardships. In human cities, a 1-pound can of meat sells for 1 silver coin. That's the price of an ordinary 5 or 6 pounds of meat. Gray's words immediately caused an uproar among the werewolves. Can 1 pound of canned meat be exchanged for 5 or 6 pounds of meat? This is too expensive. The werewolves all changed their expressions. If it was such an expensive price, they couldn't afford it. But Gray's words soon made them smile. Originally, I really wanted to trade with you based on the market price here, but Shaw and I are good friends. She told me before I came here that if I didn't lower the price, she would never pay attention to me again. As you know, Shaw is a very charming lady, and no man can say no to her, so I have decided, everyone, for the sake of our friendship and for Shaw, I will trade you and those merchants for meat, and you are trading in canned meat. Cheers, everyone. This is no longer a discount, this is a fracture. This is not a friendly price, this is a jump price. What are you waiting for? You can trade now. Gray said loudly, raising his arms high, like a pyramid scheme leader giving a speech to the leaks. Ouch! In an instant, the orcs became excited. The next moment, Gray was surrounded by orcs, all of whom came to exchange food. Fortunately, Gray brought 3 knights this time, and the 3 of them protected Gray like 3 city walls. Then, anyone who needs it should report to Quentin. After my people have taken stock of the supplies, they will send canned meat. Don't crowd, don't panic. There's enough canned meat. While the wolf tribe was having a carnival, Gray had silently squeezed out of the crowd. From today on, he, Gray, is a friend of the wolf clan. Master Gray, are you okay? Seeing Gray squeeze out of the crowd, Mia immediately walked up worriedly and asked. Gray waved his hand. It's okay, what can I do? The main reason is that the wolf friends are very enthusiastic. Mia looked at the werewolves huddled in the distance, among them was Quentin. At this moment, Quentin was in a hurry and started recording the goods of each house. Sir, you are so kind to that Shaw, you actually sold the canned meat to the wolf clan at such a cheap price. Because Mia stayed out all day yesterday, she ate all kinds of canned food. There are beef, mutton, pork, and even fish. Every can is delicious. I don't know how the beef and mutton are made, but there is no smell at all. Instead, it has a particularly attractive aroma. The canned fish is even more delicious and has no fishy smell at all. At that time, Mia felt surprised that Gray actually provided such good food to the orcs. But Mia also knew that Gray had hoarded a lot of cans in Kylin City. Gray also told her that he had built a canning factory to specialize in the production of various cans, and that there would be an endless supply of cans in the future. So it doesn't matter if you give some to those orcs. Anyway, no matter how much they can eat, they can only eat a few times. But Gray actually agreed to sell canned meat at the price of raw meat. This is what she can't understand. There are multiple benefits in this. Master Gray actually gave up. Is it actually because of that woman named Shaw? Mia feels unhappy. Gray was obviously at a disadvantage. Gray was slightly startled when he heard Mia's words, then he approached Mia's ear and whispered, "I just said casually, and brought Shaw with me by the way. Shaw has a special status, but the real one in the Wolf clan is it was Quentin and another elder who spoke. I have to strengthen Shaw's weight in the hearts of the people and let them know that their current benefits are all for Shaw's sake. Slowly, they will regard Shaw as the third leader, and then we will win through Shaw Wolf clan." Gray spoke softly, the heat of his breath passing through Mia's slender and white neck, and sometimes his lips would even come into contact with Mia's ears. This made Miss Mia's ears turn red. I thought that Miss Mia would understand my thoughts based on her understanding of me. I didn't expect that you would misunderstand me. It's really sad. Gray's breath made Mia's head feel a little dizzy. She quickly lowered her head and took a step back, looking at her toes. She felt that her face was getting hot. She knew that her face must be very red without even looking. Mia was a little shy and didn't dare to raise her head. She could only lower her head and said, I didn't misunderstand you. I just felt that you were too good to Shaw." Gray smiled. He was not approaching Mia. This woman was born in the year of the rabbit and was very shy. A little teasing could make her busy, which was very cute. But he didn't go too far. He remembered that Miss Mia was not an ordinary person, but a very powerful magician. He had seen Miss Mia's violent side and was able to hit her with her iron teeth. By the way, I don't know if Taya has recovered yet. Why do you think I'm nice to her? Am I not nice to you? Gray came slightly closer and asked in a very soft voice. Mia suddenly stuttered even more, and circles began to appear in her eyes as she lowered her head. Okay, that. Seeing that Mia was slurring her words, Gray stopped moving forward and took out a crystal bottle from the storage ring. There are cans full of assorted fruits inside. Gray put the can on Mia's hot cheek to cool it. Mia exclaimed softly and looked up to see the canned fruit. "Here, I'll give you something delicious to eat, lest you say I'm not good to you," Gray said and handed the canned fruit to Mia. Mia held the fruit can with both hands and tilted her head as she looked at the clear liquid filled with various fruit pieces. "Master Gray, can fruits also be canned?" "Gray, of course, you try it." Mia nodded obediently, and then opened the can. Unlike the canned meat, the canned fruit looked very high-end. It used a crystal bottle as a container. She was curious about what kind of flavor could use such an expensive crystal bottle. After opening the crystal bottle, she used water magic to lift the fruit inside with sugar water and put it into her mouth. Suddenly, a sweet and fruity flavor instantly conquered Miss Mia's taste buds. So sweet, so delicious. Mia looked down at the crystal bottle in her hand in disbelief. She took another bite of other fruits. She felt that each fruit had its own characteristics, sour and sweet. The most important thing was the sugar water inside, which was really sweet. I wonder how much sugar is put in this. Mia thought of the recently popular white sugar, which she heard was owned by the Field family. She also got some white sugar, but she was reluctant to use it because it was too expensive. There was no difference between eating white sugar and eating gold. Is there any sugar added to this? You can't tell at all, the sugar has no color at all. Mia's eyes were bright and she seemed completely lost in the joy of sugar water. Gray watched her eating the fruit one bite at a time and thought to herself that magicians are so convenient. You don't even have to use your hands to eat, just use magic. It's convenient and hygienic, and you won't get stains on your lips at all. Gray silently put the handkerchief back into the storage ring. He miscalculated and thought he could wipe Miss Mia's mouth. I put some sugar, but canned fruits are limited now, and there are only a small amount of canned fruits in the supplies. I have never eaten it, and neither has Shaw. Gray said calmly. Mia's face immediately turned red when she heard this, and she still remembered what Gray said just now. She had some strange feeling in her heart. She didn't want to continue the topic of whether Gray was good to her or Shaw, but suddenly looked at the small wooden stick in Gray's mouth, and she was a little curious. Master Gray, why are you holding a small wooden stick in your mouth? Gray took out the lollipop from his mouth. This was a rough version of the lollipop he had asked the sugar factory to make. Because it needed to be made by hand, the production capacity was relatively low. The main reason was that it needed to insert wooden sticks, which affected efficiency. So this sugar is not yet for sale. Lollipops have not yet been mass-produced. For now, only Anna and I have them. Gray said as he took one of the rings from the storage and handed it to Mia. Eat the fruit after you finish it. This thing is very sweet. With that said, Gray found a shady place and started to enjoy the coolness. When Mia heard that it was candy, she immediately became happy. Sugar is an expensive thing and it is delicious. When she came out this time, she didn't even have time to bring candy. Mainly because Fieldland's candies are so popular. Basically, the candies haven't been made yet, and the order has already arrived for next month. There was no chance for her to buy it. She had only tasted it a few times in the Field family's desserts, and she liked the rich, creamy sugar and fruit-flavored sugar. It's a pity that she can't buy it, and there isn't much candy in the Field family to provide to her alone. I originally thought it would take a long time before I could eat candies, but I didn't expect that Gray would also be able to eat candies. Now she was convinced that Gray was indeed nicer to her than to Shaw. Seeing Mia put away the lollipop like a baby, the corners of Gray's mouth raised slightly. Don't put it in your arms, the sugar will melt. Mia frowned slightly when she heard this. What should I do? I don't have a storage ring yet. Gray was a little surprised. You don't have a storage ring? Mia lowered her head. Yes, last time the Lord asked us to choose a magic weapon, I chose a high-level magic cloak instead of a storage ring. Gray smiled. Storage rings are necessary for magicians. Magicians need a lot of magic materials every day. It will be very inconvenient for you not to have one. Of course I know. I have saved more money and will be able to buy a storage ring soon. I will fill it with candies then. Miss Mia said with a smile. Gray smiled. This woman really loves sweets. Just as he was thinking about it, Gray suddenly felt someone approaching. When he turned around, he saw a few cute-looking wolf orc cubs. At the moment, their adults are all ordering canned meat around Quentin. Naturally, no one cares about these children. In addition, these children seemed to know that Gray would bring them delicious food, so they subconsciously approached him. I happened to see the lollipop in Gray's hand. Gray noticed their gazes keenly. He was speechless. These little wolf cubs had such a great sense of smell. He waved the lollipop twice and found that the eyes of the little things were always glued to the lollipop. Gray curled his lips. These little wolf cubs actually want to be cute in exchange for candy. If you think about it too much, this is a good thing that is worth as much as gold. No matter what, I have to go over and let my uncle do it. He put the candy back into his mouth calmly and showed an expression of enjoyment. A group of wolf cubs were extremely envious, but they seemed to be a little afraid of Gray and did not dare to get too close. Just like that, the two waves of people looked at each other. Until a little werewolf who looked somewhat similar to Taya jumped out. I heard my brother talk about you. He said you were a bad person, but I don't believe it. I think you are a good person. The little werewolf looked at Gray with a fawning expression. Gray looked at this little Taya who seemed to have shrunk, and was a little unsure. Is your brother Taya? Yeah, my brother is the #1 warrior of the wolf tribe. The little guy said proudly. I see, little guy, you have good taste. I am a good person. What is your name? Come closer and let my good brother take a look. Gray looked at the werewolf with a smile. He felt that the werewolf's ears must be very comfortable to touch. My name is Sharptooth. Can you give your friend's brother that delicious food? The Fang didn't move over, but looked at Gray expectantly. Gray curled his lips. This little guy looked dishonest at first sight. The little look in his eyes just now clearly meant that he wanted to trick him into eating candy, and he was pretending to be well behaved. Forget it, let's go. The candies here are all for this beautiful sister. Gray pointed at Mia and said, then with Fang's salivating eyes, he took out a large handful of various candies from the storage ring and handed them to Mia. Also, children should eat less sugar, which is bad for their teeth. Mia's eyes lit up as she held a large handful of candies. But she saw the little werewolf on the side who was already looking at her with pitiful eyes. Mia suddenly felt a little confused. The little werewolf is still very cute, but she chooses candy. It's not that she is cruel, but that she doesn't want to violate Gray's will. If Gray wanted to, he could naturally give the candy to them, but Gray gave the candy to himself, which already reflected his thoughts. She is not stupid and would not take the candy given by Gray and give it to those little ones. Mia turned her head away from the little guys, and then stuffed the candy into her small bag. I also carefully counted the amount of sugar. When the little werewolves saw that this girl didn't give her a chance, they all became dejected. At this time, several people finally discovered the traces of the children. They started calling their cubs names. One of the gentle voices called Sharptooth's name. Gray glanced back, then narrowed his eyes. This woman is so fierce. When Gray came to his senses, the wolf girl was already in front of him. When she saw Gray, her eyes dodged slightly, not daring to look at Gray. She just whispered an apology and prepared to run away with her fangs. The other wolf women are more courageous than her. They all knew that Gray was the one who sold them canned meat, so they were very friendly to Gray. Some female werewolves would even ogle Gray. To be honest, these female werewolves all have very good figures and good looks. It would definitely be awesome if they were taken back to work as maids. The most awesome thing is the sharp-toothed sister. It's a pity that Taya probably doesn't have a good impression of him. It's a bit difficult to get a super ferocious werewolf maid. Master Gray, stop looking, they are all gone. Mia, with candy in her mouth, reminded Gray. Gray came back from his thoughts and glanced at Mia. Miss Mia is not as introverted and shy as expected, and she even takes the initiative to tease me. Gray looked down at her calmly. The two looked at each other for a while, and a faint blush began to appear on the young lady's fair face. She felt like she had done something stupid. It was all about that candy, it was so sweet. She had the courage to tease Lord Gray just now. Mia lowered her head silently and distanced herself from Gray. Gray shook his head, looking at Mia's bulging cheeks. He couldn't help but reach out and pinch Mia's face. Well, Mia closed her little mouth tightly to prevent the candy from falling out. Squeezing Mia's soft, fragrant little face, Gray felt a little excited in his heart. But he soon regained his composure. Why are you running? I won't eat you. Mia said in a vague voice. Master Gray, I was wrong. Gray didn't let her go, but sniffed her little mouth. Milk candy. Mia nodded. AJFJ. What if I want to eat too? Gray stared into her eyes. Mia said blankly. You don't have any anymore. I can give you one. Gray shook his head, and his eyes fell on Mia's lips. I just want to eat this one in your mouth. Mia's fair little face turned red instantly, and then she suddenly broke away from Gray's hand and ran away like a frightened little animal. Gray curled his lips. He's both good and fun-loving. Mia just disappeared from Gray's sight. Until Quentin finished his work, Gray took a look at the summarized data and then sent someone back to bring enough canned meat. The transaction was completed, and they were just waiting for the person who delivered the things to hand over the goods. Things on Gray's side had also begun. Gray took away 300 wolf youths this time. As the team walked, Miss Mia appeared again. She was a little afraid to look at Gray. Gray stared at her, making her feel uncomfortable. In the end, she could only lower her head and admit her mistake to Gray. Do you dare to gossip about the master again? Gray said calmly. Mia shrank her neck. I don't dare anymore. Today, the job of the wolf youth is to help the little yellow hat workers build walls, transport building materials, and cut down trees. Just like yesterday, the werewolf youths were very diligent in their work, which made the little yellow hats dumbfounded. With the help of the werewolves, the foundation of the trading market was quickly poured, and then all efforts were made to repair the wall. At first, the werewolf youths didn't understand what the little yellow hats were doing. But after watching for a long time, they became familiar with the work of the little yellow hats. Soon the werewolf youths began to take advantage. Then the speed was astonishing. The little yellow hats looked at these orcs who were working quickly and seriously, and they immediately began to speed up. By night time, the outer walls of Gray's trading market were much better visible to the naked eye. Gray was very satisfied with this speed. After distributing food to the workers, just like yesterday, in addition to the reward, the excess food was given to the werewolves. The werewolves returned home happily, and Gray also returned to Kylin City with his own men. The next day, Gray took people to the construction site again. The back and forth these past few days has been so frustrating. Gray didn't bring the little yellow hat with him this time. They were too tired these 2 days, mainly from traveling back and forth. Gray felt that he also lacked consideration. He left the little yellow hats behind and went to the werewolf tribe with a group of light cavalry. This time Gray directly asked for 500 people. Quentin was grinning from ear to ear. It is difficult to catch prey recently, and the tribe is in short supply of food. Lu Lei's employment solved a big trouble for him. Among the 500 werewolf youths, 200 have never used green bricks and cement. However, they learn quickly, mainly because these two materials are easy to get started with. Soon they became proficient. This time, Gray didn't even stay for a full day and ran away before noon, leaving only Alvin and a group of cavalry. In the next 2 days, Gray basically just showed up, and then ran back to Kylin City to rest. 2 days later, a large group of people came to Kylin City. They all carry packages and tools. This is the group of fake refugees who have been receiving support from Gray during this period. Before Gray left, he told them that he was going to open a new territory. If anyone was willing to follow him and endure hardships, then the previous affairs would be wiped out. If you don't want to, you can go to all parts of the territory to endure hardships. It just so happens that the entire field territory is currently building cement roads, which requires a lot of manpower. Some of the fake refugees heard that Gray was going to the orcs' territory to open up territory, and they were immediately afraid. There is also a moving movie that is willing to work for Gray. Those who were unwilling to come were naturally sent away, while those who were willing to work for Gray enjoyed eating and drinking for a while, and then began to learn how to use cement and blue bricks to build houses, walls, and cement roads. Until they were almost familiar with it, they were sent directly to Kylin City. There are about 3,000 people left, and the ratio of men to women is relatively balanced. A considerable number of them even brought their families with them. During this period of time, besides waiting for the cement floor to dry, Gray was also waiting for the arrival of these people. The new territory is large enough to accommodate 3,000 people. Gray asked them to bring tents and some kitchen utensils, and then officially left Kylin City with his own troops. The fence on the territory has been built to a height of more than 3 meters, which is enough to defend against ordinary beasts and orcs. A group of people set off in a mighty manner until nearly noon when the group arrived at their destination. Originally, these people who had just arrived from Thorn City thought that they would definitely see a wasteland. Unexpectedly, they saw a tall wall. Everyone was a little confused. Is the city wall almost completed? When they passed through the city gate, they realized that the wall was really thick. Several meters long. It feels thicker than the walls of Thorn City. With such a thick city wall, are you planning to build a main city? Are you sure this is land reclamation? Most people were stunned. Before they could say anything, they saw a figure moving on the city wall. Upon closer inspection, many people's expressions changed drastically. Because the people on the wall all have ears and tails, they are obviously orcs. Sir, according to the progress, we can reach 4 meters high today. Alvin came over to report the situation to Gray. Gray nodded. Very good, now that our people are here, they will be faster. We will try to build the city wall as high as possible before the Tauren and Snake tribes can react. The orcs have physiques that surpass those of humans, and some of them have strong jumping abilities that are too short to be stopped by city walls. Although the Minotaurs and Snakes are not good at jumping, other races are good at it, so Gray has to guard against them. In addition, the Tauren are powerful, so Gray took this into consideration and built the city wall very thickly. Gray comforted his residents and told them that the werewolves were their friends and would not harm them. After the residents' faces calmed down, Gray asked Alvin to take the first residents of the territory to set up tents. From today on, they need to live here. However, you won't have to live in a tent for too long, because the blue brick houses can be built quickly. The day passed in a busy manner, and the residents began to prepare to burn firewood. There are many forests outside the city, and the werewolves have cut a lot of wood in the past few days and piled it up in the city. Residents picked some wood of different quality and chopped it into firewood. By the time they set up camp, it was already getting dark. After leaving the night watch, everyone began to fall asleep. Article too early in the morning, without Gray's reminder at all, the pioneers who had just arrived had already started working one by one. Although they certainly don't work as fast as werewolves, there are many of them. And in addition to the walls, they have also begun to build houses. Originally, Gray wanted to turn it into employee dormitories similar to those in an industrial area. But after thinking about it, I gave up. He felt completely unnecessary. The people here are his first followers and his people. The city is still very spacious, so there is no need to build some dormitories to save trouble. In this era, the sound insulation is not very good. If some couples want to have fun at night, they have to control the volume. Gray feels that this should not be the case. He had his families counted. There are more than 700 households in total, more than 500 households have children, and 200 households have no children. There are about 500 singles left, more than 300 men, and only close to 200 women. Because there were many families among the residents, Gray decided to build their new home in the style of a townhouse. In this way, there are no neighbors above and below, and at most there are people to the left and right. You just need to fill the walls between homes with more sound insulating materials and make the walls thicker, and you should be fine. The most important thing is that if the house is repaired in this way, it will be beautiful and regular. Although this is a new territory for Gray, Gray really doesn't want to make a mess. After making the decision, Gray had people start construction. Because the workers are the residents who will live here. They also work very hard. Construction is progressing quickly. 12 days later, noon, Gray is checking the condition of Shaw's new teeth. The last time this fool bit him, his teeth were chipped, and now the new teeth have sprouted. There was probably a werewolf clan acting as a cover. Neither the Tauren nor the snake people noticed that there was a human city here, so no other orcs harassed them. After more than 10 days of work, the city wall has reached a height of 12 meters. The city gate was also replaced with a thick and solid iron wood gate. Now only the orcs are working on the city walls. Working at high altitudes, orcs are more flexible and convenient than humans. The human residents are working hard to build houses, and some residents will follow the werewolves to the surrounding logging areas, or take a look around the city. They are already thinking about how to reclaim the wasteland. The land here is good, and if it is reclaimed, it will definitely produce a bumper harvest the next year. Gray let go of the hand that was holding Shaw's mouth, and then said calmly, "The teeth have already grown in. With your recovery power, the new teeth will completely grow out in less than a month. Don't be stupid and bite people randomly in the future. Bad habits." Shaw rubbed her chin that was sore from being pinched by Gray. She didn't dare to say a word. Ever since she found out that Gray was a senior warrior, she wanted to slap herself twice. If she had known that Gray was a high-level warrior, she would not have been smart enough to go back and attack him if he killed her. It's good now, it's Chinese People's Week. Although she now feels that hostage life is pretty good. At first she was really afraid of Gray messing around. Probably because she had learned about some of the ways humans treated female orc slaves, Shaw spent every day in anxiety at that time. In particular, there was an annoying man who showed up on time every day when eating, carrying food, threatening her, and wanting to touch her tail. But every time she refused, she still got the food. And every time the guy was rejected, he wasn't angry, he still gave her food, and he wouldn't force her to do anything. Slowly she felt more at ease. Later, Gray stopped tying her up. He also brought her to the city that was being built. When she came for the first time, Shaha was shocked. Seeing a city suddenly appear in this place, Shaw was naturally a little confused. But what confused her the most was not the city itself, but the people who were constantly jumping up and down on the city wall, adding bricks and tiles to the city wall, who were actually her tribe. As soon as Shaw showed up, she was discovered by other werewolves. Then Shaw discovered that no matter which clan member they were, they all greeted her with smiles and eager looks when they saw her again. Some people would even express their gratitude to her on the spot. After Shaw asked carefully, she found out that Gray had been doing a lot of things in her name during this period. For example, trading canned meat with the wolves. For example, trade some cotton and cloth with the wolf tribe. For example, imparting some herbal knowledge to the wolves not only tells them what medicine can treat what injuries, but also tells the wolves which herbs are valuable and which are not valuable, which herbs can be maintained for a longer period of time, and which herbs are poisonous. This knowledge saved the lives of several werewolves in just a few days. And every time this Grey did something beneficial to the werewolf tribe, he said it was for her as a good friend. That's why Shaw's popularity among the werewolf tribe has soared now. She was originally of royal blood. But over the past 100 years, her lineage has withered away, and now she is the only one left. Although she has awakened the power of blood now, it has been a long time since the glorious era 100 years ago. It has been so long that many werewolves have long forgotten their previous glory. Especially the new generation of werewolves, they are more wild and unruly. They are not interested in royal blood, they only care about the truly strong. So now in the ethnic group, the most useful people to speak are the two elders. And she is just a special person in the hearts of her peers. She has never been gregarious and maintains some strange habits. The adults in the family say that she is a descendant of the royal family and should keep a distance and respect her. But in fact, everyone respected her superficially and did not really regard her as a descendant of the royal family. In fact, Shaw also knew in her heart that she might be a joke. But she couldn't forget her parents' instructions before they passed away, so that she could restore the glory of the royal family. She has always worked hard and wanted to be recognized. But it's no use. Until she came back this time, she obviously found that the situation was different. Grey gave her hope. Instead, she felt that it was good to be Grey's hostage. This man would not take advantage of her, but also gave her food, drink, and nice clothes. Even by his side, you can learn various herbal knowledge and learn how to improve your reputation. Anyway, the more she got to know Grey, the more extraordinary she felt this man was. I always feel like he has a lot of secrets about him. Point 0. There are even secrets between him and himself. How did you go about selecting people you trust to form a patrol team? Grey washed his hands and asked casually. Shaw sat obediently in front of him, thought for a while and then said, I have already selected them. They are all my former friends, or people who have been favored by you before. Half of them are elite warriors. Grey glanced at her and corrected, it's not my favor, it's us. As soon as she heard the word, we, Shaw's ears twitched and she let out a low hum. Well done. This time I will improve their treatment and give you some resources. You can try to give them some benefits so that they can turn their friendship and gratitude towards you into loyalty. They will be your team. In addition, when building the road this time, in addition to the patrols, you can also choose some people to be workers. They will also get enough food every day. You don't have to consider the cost. You can safely join the workforce, but you must be sure that the person you choose will be your helper in the future. Don't be a bad person. Think more about yourself, make good use of all resources, and win more people's hearts. That's all I can help you with. If there is more, you have to work hard for the rest. Grey said calmly. Shaw looked up at Grey with some confusion. She didn't understand why Grey wanted to help her. Why do you want to help me? Shaw asked in a low voice. Grey took a sip of tea. Because I think you can bring what I want. Shaw's eyes dimmed slightly, and then she whispered, what if I don't meet your expectations, and I can't give you what you want? Grey glanced at her, feeling that this woman was really stupid. He was so helpful to her. Instead of trying to prove her worth, she actually asked questions in the opposite direction. I support her so much, what's wrong with this woman? At this time, any ambitious guy would have already started to show an arrogant smile. This idiot actually asked her what would happen if she couldn't do it. What else could happen? Of course I did it myself. Is it possible that I can't replace you? You are the last royal bloodline of the Wolf clan. Do I have any other choice? Grey's face was expressionless. If you can't do it, just spank it. Shaw's face turned red. She didn't expect Grey to say that. But she was also surprised that Grey would say that. Her current relationship with Grey is a little weird. She is obviously Grey's hostage, but she has no dislike for Grey at all. So she took the initiative to find Grey and asked for his help. Shaw didn't have much ambition for power. She just wanted to fulfill her promise to her parents. She wanted to become a king and led her people to live a better life. She didn't know why, although she didn't get along with Gray for a long time, she still believed in Gray. Maybe he has seen Gray's power, and also seen Gray's abilities and methods. Shada felt in her heart that if Gray could help her, she would definitely succeed. And the longer she spends time with Gray, the more certain she becomes of her own ideas. The only thing that worries Shaw is that she doesn't know who she is in Gray's heart. Tools delivered to your door. Or some other identity. During this time, she also vaguely sensed Gray's intentions. This man wants to occupy this, he wants to conquer all the orcs here. Logically speaking, as a descendant of the royal family, it is Shaw's duty to protect her people and prevent them from being enslaved by others. She should have immediately turned her head after sensing Gray's intentions. But every time she saw Gray's bright eyes, she always felt that this guy was actually not a bad person. She even thought that if Gray could lead the tribe to a better life, she would accept it. She is also willing to be Gray's tool to control the entire clan. However, when she thought about being a tool, she felt a little unhappy. Uncomfortable. It seems like she doesn't just want to be a tool. And when she took the initiative to seek help from Gray, Shaw felt that Gray's attitude towards her had changed. Becoming serious and formal only tells her how to control people's hearts and how to cultivate her own power. This change made Shaw feel like she was really just a tool in Gray's potion. In fact, she prefers bickering with Gray, and also likes Gray smiling and wanting to touch her tail. But Gray stopped talking later. This moment made her feel irritable, but she couldn't find the reason. Later she realized that she didn't want to be a tool, or in other words, she didn't want to be a tool in Gray's eyes. So she just asked Gray what if she failed. Although Gray's answer was not the real answer, there was no doubt that it was what she wanted to hear most. Gray is still the same Gray. Shaw blushed for a long time, then suddenly raised her head and said, "Spanking is a spanking, that's it." After saying that, she left humming a song. Looks like he's in a really good mood. Gray looked confused. No, is there something wrong with this woman? Could it be that she has a special hobby? Gray fell into thought. Mia walked in from the outside and glanced at the thoughtful Gray. She was a little curious and said, "Master Gray, what did you say to Shaw?" She was quite red when she went out just now. Gray raised his eyebrows and looked at Mia. "You want to know? Come here and I will talk to you." Mia watched Gray pat her thigh, and she quickly shook her head. "No, no need, I'm not curious." Gray changed the subject. "What do you want from me?" Mia also rarely became serious. The magic detectors I placed around me sensed someone approaching. However, the number of people is not clear yet, but it is certain that they are coming from the direction of the Minotaur territory. Gray immediately exhaled after hearing this. It's finally here. Mia also nodded. She was not panicked at all. Because the city wall is now more than 10 meters long, you feel very safe in the city. Let Alvin and the others put on their armor, and all the soldiers prepare to face the enemy. Gray looked indifferent. It's our first time contacting each other. Let's make money by being harmonious. Let's be reasonable first. As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier from outside ran in with a wolf orc. Behind the wolf orc were two werewolves carrying a blood-stained werewolf on a simple stretcher. "Master Gray, a group of Tauren came from the north. They beat our brother without saying a word. Please help save him." The werewolf young man cried miserably. Gray glanced at Mia. Mia immediately stepped forward to check the injured werewolf's injuries. "It's okay, I'll take care of you." Mia cast water magic on the injured werewolf, and soon the injured werewolf regained consciousness. He coughed up the blood in his body, and his eyes flashed after seeing Gray. "Master Gray, those guys said they were coming to teach the humans who invaded their territory. I stopped them and tried to reason with them, but they actually took action directly, beating one of me out of a dozen." The werewolf looked sad and angry, and it was obvious that he was very unconvinced. Gray suddenly looked serious. "Brother, you don't have to worry about it. The wolf brothers are being bullied. Everyone, gather together. If I don't beat the shit out of them today, they will be considered clean." After saying that, Gray hurriedly ran out of the tent. Soon 2,000 infantry, 500 archers, 500 light cavalry, and 1,000 heavy cavalry were ready. In everyone's surprised eyes, Gray led the team and galloped away. And on a small hill not far from the city, a dozen Tauren were lying on the ground looking blankly at the city wall not far away. One of the Tauren's faces turned green. This is a trading market. The city wall is at least 10 meters long. Unless the power of blood is awakened, even the rabbits and leopards can't jump over it. How about we take a closer look? I came here a month ago, and we were friends. I asked and came here. At that time, there was no city here. Fart, is this a city wall that can be built in a month? But I really haven't seen it before. There was indeed no city here before. This looks like a human city. Only weaklings like humans would use such high walls. That's right, human beings are all cowards. When they see us, they will be frightened to the point of kneeling down and begging for mercy. Ha 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 ha, that's right, brothers, let's go take a look. If you don't like it, just tear it down. Our family's favorite thing is to tear things apart. This is a good idea. Let's go directly and have a look. It's too far here to see clearly. I really don't believe that those humans can build a city in such a short period of time. It must be fake. Wait a minute, will watch me blow through their walls with one punch. Ha 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 ha. The dozen or so Tauren suddenly lost their fear. They stood up one by one and headed towards the city gate without concealing their whereabouts. And just when they were halfway there, the city gate came. One by one, heavy armored cavalrymen rushed toward them. When more than a dozen Tauren saw this scene, they were not surprised but overjoyed. Each one rubbed the horns on their heads with their hands, and then rushed towards the heavy armored cavalry without fear. Their Tauren clan has no other specialty, except that they are very strong. In the entire orc group, except for the bears, no one can compete with them in strength. Even the heavy armored cavalry that humans are proud of are just paper tigers in their eyes. They are very confident in their own strength. So a magical scene appeared. 1,000 heavy armored cavalry and a dozen Tauren were all speeding towards each other. Then the Minotaur was beaten into a pig's head. They never expected that these human armors were actually enchanted. Here and there are heavy armored cavalry, and here and there are magic cavalry. Originally, their strength was indeed enough to easily tear apart armor and penetrate iron armor. But how could Grey come here with ordinary heavy armored cavalry without any preparation, even though he knew that he was facing orcs with far superior qualities than ordinary people? If he didn't enchant the armor and weapons, he would feel sorry for the money he made. This is why he said that 1,000 heavy armored cavalry is enough. Because the enchanted armors and weapons of 1,000 heavy armored cavalry are astronomical figures that are enough to make the hearts of the great nobles tremble. If there were 2,000 heavy armored cavalry, Grey would probably go bankrupt. But that was before the factory opened. Now Grey is not short of money. If he saves a few months, he can buy enchanted weapons and armor for 3,000 people. But it's not necessary for the time being, he has 1,000 people here. Originally, he thought he could have a big fight today, but he didn't expect that there were only a dozen people on the other side. He was disappointed. Why did you start? It won't work. Grey frowned as he looked at the several horned pig-headed men kneeling in front of him. Aren't you talking about Tauren? How did you bring back these pig-headed men? It's really strange. Do pig-headed men also have horns now? The eyes of these dozen Tauren were wide-eyed. Bullying is too much. Human, you are dead. A Tauren growled. He is not convinced. 1,000 of those humans beat a dozen of them. Kind of a one-on-one challenge. But as soon as he finished speaking, Alvin on the side stepped on the Tauren on the cement floor. How dare you be disrespectful to your excellency? Alvin's right hand was already on the hilt of the knight's sword. As long as Grey looked at him, the Minotaur would fall to the ground on the spot. Grey raised his hand to stop Alvin. He took a closer look at the orcs. Only then did I realize that this was really a Tauren. I asked you, do you Tauren have any special hobbies, such as standing up to pig-headed men when you do bad things? Grey had some disdain. Fart, if there weren't so many of you beating a dozen of us, how could we have been beaten like this? A Tauren was not convinced. He held his head high and even one of the horns was broken. Grey glanced at him. Didn't a dozen of you just beat up one of my wolf friends? At that time, why didn't you talk about a one-on-one fight? The Tauren looked at each other. They didn't expect that Grey would actually stand up for a werewolf. They had heard from the werewolf that there was a human army here to avenge him, but they still didn't believe it. As a result, this human actually avenged the wolf tribesmen. Cunning humans, we have discovered the conspiracy between you and the wolf cubs. Hey, we are just the ones who came here first to inquire about the information. Even if you kill us, it will not change the facts. Just wait, our tribe will soon show you the power of the Tauren. After the Tauren saw human and the wolf tribe hooking up, they knew that this matter was not simple. Even if they were caught, they didn't look scared at all. Instead, they looked proud of what they saw. Obviously, they have great trust in the power of their own people. They admitted that those heavily armored knights were extraordinary, but they, the Tauren, were not easy to mess with either. Each of their tribesmen are born warriors. When their tribesmen arrive riding on the raised iron bull beasts, those cavalry will be vulnerable to a single blow. They simply didn't believe that Gray could stop their people. Gray nodded slightly when he heard this. Thank you for reminding me, I will prepare well now. Gray waved his hand. Come here, take off their clothes, put them in groups of 2, and tie them to a bed facing each other. The soldiers were used to the punishment this lord inflicted on his orc captives. They silently began to step forward, and in the horrified eyes of the Minotaurs, they hung them up. Hang it on the city gate. Sir, what should we do next? Alvin was a little worried, even though they had a lot of manpower and heavy cavalry, and they were not configured for enchantment. However, in the war between humans and orcs, they have been suppressed by the opponent's terrifying physique for a long time. If the Tauren really wanted to wage war against them, it would be a tricky thing. Gray looked calm. Just prepare to meet the enemy. Don't worry, I won't let you die. The individual strength gap between humans and orcs is indeed very large, but this does not mean that humans cannot compete with orcs. Mia also nodded after hearing this. Indeed, although the orcs are powerful individually, most of them are reckless and impulsive. They are difficult to command and cannot achieve the coordination like us humans. Alvin smiled bitterly. I know this too, but for low-level soldiers, they will be easily defeated when facing orcs with strong individual strength. Especially cavalry, it is difficult for them to interact with their companions on the battlefield like infantry, cooperate. Cavalry charges are all forward-moving. If both parties are cavalry, then it will be a competition of courage, strength and equipment. We don't lack courage, and our equipment is good, but the power gap is too big. Once a fight starts, the casualties will be huge. Alvin glanced at Gray. We are willing to die for Lord Gray, but if we suffer heavy losses from the beginning, what will happen in the future? Gray patted Alvin on the shoulder. It's good that you can consider the soldiers, but I said, I will make my own arrangements when the time comes. You only need to charge when I ask you to charge, and that is enough. Gray said this, and Alvin could only nod in agreement. Following Gray during this period of time, he also understood that this adult would not joke with the lives of soldiers. Alvin quickly went to convey Gray's order to the soldiers, asking them to be on standby and ready to attack at any time in the past few days. After Alvin left, Gray turned around and went to his tent. The injured werewolf was much better now, and his companions had bandaged his wounds. Seeing Gray coming in, all the werewolves stood up, including the injured werewolf. They had just heard from their companions that Gray personally led people and beat up a dozen Minotaurs, and now those Minotaurs were hanging on the city gate in a very shameful manner. Master Gray, thank you for standing up for the wolf clan. The werewolves had something to thank Gray for. Gray waved his hand. After all, you are working for me. During the work, your safety is also my responsibility. What's more, those Minotaurs are coming for me. You can stand up bravely to stop them. Just this one point, I have to thank you. Gray said and asked people to pick up 2 full boxes of canned meat, probably more than 100 cans, and then gave these 2 boxes to the injured werewolf. This is my thanks to you. In addition, from today on, you are a distinguished guest of this trading market. No matter what you buy from me in the future, I will give you a 20% discount. In addition, I will build a statue for you. Let everyone know about your heroic deeds. The werewolves were dumbfounded. Not only did Gray compensate him, but he also gave the injured tribesman the privilege of being here. In addition, he even erected a statue for him. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? The injured werewolf's face turned red. He didn't know whether he was excited or something else. Now he was holding 2 boxes of canned meat, and his whole body was worried. After he came back to his senses, he showed ecstasy and thanked Gray repeatedly amidst the envy of the other werewolves. Gray comforted him that he deserved it. At night, Gray led a team of cavalry to personally escort the werewolves back to the werewolf tribe. At this moment, the werewolf tribe was ablaze with fire. In the open space in the middle of the tribe, werewolves were singing and dancing around the fire. And sitting in the crowd was suddenly Shaw. She listened to Gray's suggestion and called everyone together during the day to recruit a group of road construction workers. Gray's manpower is short, they can help. And with Gray's training in the past few days, she has barely gained a foundation in controlling people's hearts. Gray asked her to win people over. She was not looking for anyone to have a relationship with. Instead, he was very generous in recruiting people from the entire tribe. And as long as someone signs up and meets the criteria, she will accept it. In addition, she also privately communicated with those werewolves who were physically injured, even weak in physical strength, or in poor family situations, and told them that she was willing to help them, even if Gray would be angry. This made the werewolves even more grateful to her. The human heart is a complex thing. She used to treat everyone with utmost sincerity, and she would never refuse anyone who could help. As a result, everyone still treats her with a barrier. But now, she was just acting on the occasion, and she only needed to appear sincere and add some benefits to make the tribesmen who had previously kept a distance from her circle around her. Everyone sang and danced for her. Everyone would give her the brightest smile. Everyone will respect her. Shaw always smiles at the people of her clan, and no matter who they are, she will respond. But she knew that there was no sincerity in her smile. Sincerity is the cheapest thing, and sincerity combined with interests is the surefire way. She felt that her smile was almost frozen, and now she just wanted to go back to Gray. She didn't know why, but after seeing the happy smiles of her tribe members, she began to feel empty after a brief period of satisfaction. At this time, there was a commotion among the tribe. Quentin, who was sitting in the crowd, stood up immediately. Everyone stopped moving, and some looked outside curiously. Gray came out of the darkness and looked at Shaw in the crowd, and then at Kun Jong. Gray smiled at Quentin. "Quentin, my friend, trouble is coming." As soon as Quentin saw Gray's smile, he felt a little numb. He took Gray back to his residence. "Quentin, what's the trouble?" "Gray, the Tauren have discovered my city and will soon attack." Quentin sneered. "We agreed, you can handle these things yourself." Gray said calmly. "Of course, I will definitely solve it myself, but the Tauren injured your tribe. Although I avenged him, this is a provocation from the Tauren. As an elder, can you bear this?" Quentin frowned. "Really, Gray? Of course. Is that still false? I also gave compensation to that werewolf friend, and I plan to build a statue for him in the open space outside my city to remember his contribution to my territory." Quote. Quentin stared. "What territory? It's obviously a trading market." "Gray, old friend, there are only two of us here, isn't it necessary?" Quentin. "What's unnecessary is the trading market." Gray shrugged. "Okay, as long as you are happy, then, now, the Tauren are going to attack my trading market, and they discovered the relationship between your wolf clan and us, and beat up your people. Even if you don't take the initiative, do something and the Tauren will find you soon." The old god Gray sat down opposite Quentin. "If I were you, I couldn't bear it if my people were beaten. That place was originally the territory of the wolf tribe. Even if the Tauren came to run wild, they actually beat people. Is this a beating? This is clearly a slap in the face of the wolf clan. I heard that the Niatu tribe has been very popular recently. They can farm and mine and can be self-sufficient. But the population has been rising. Maybe they are no longer satisfied with their current status and want more land." "That's just right. Your wolf clan has been developing slowly recently and still occupies so much fertile land. Tisk, if it were me, I would definitely find an opportunity to grab 10 large pieces of land and come back." Gray seemed to have endless things to say, but every word he said hit Quentin's pain point. Quentin gritted his teeth. He was really afraid of the Tauren. This race always liked to challenge the majesty of the wolves. If you can use this matter to give them some color. Quentin's eyes flickered and he made a decision in his heart. "Quentin, tell me, what do you want me to do?" "Gray, don't be like this, Quentin, we're friends, you and I are all one family. What else do I want you to do? vent your anger for the people, isn't that what you should do? I just feel that there is no need for simple orcs like the Tauren to fight us to the death. Why bother? We all live here, and maybe we will all be friends in the future. But, they and I are already at odds with each other. I'm afraid they are one-dimensional, so if my friends can help, that would be better. Quentin glanced at Gray. I understand, how are you going to win them over? Gray showed a smile. Beat me first and subdue me first. You can clean your face first and let the Tauren elders think that you and I have a good relationship. Then. Noon the next day. High on the city wall, Gray was watching the dust billowing in the distance with a homemade telescope. I came so late, I was ready to have lunch. Gray looked into the telescope and saw more than 100 Tauren riding bulls, with many running behind them. Wouldn't they find it strange? Gray cursed in his heart. At the same time, he asked people to close the city gate tightly, put the archers in position, and asked Alvin and others to get ready and wait for his orders. Soon, the figures of the Tauren warriors appeared not far outside the city gate. On the city wall, Mia looked at the Minotaurs below and frowned slightly. The number of these Tauren was much greater than she expected. Not to mention the Tauren cavalry riding iron bulls, there are about 400 to 500 Tauren following you, which is enough to put a lot of pressure on the army in the city. The individual orcs are very powerful, and it often takes 4 or 5 human soldiers to resist one of them. These 400 to 500 Tauren are enough to replace 2,000 to 3,000 human soldiers. Master Gray, there are too many of them. Mia said softly. This was only part of it, she didn't believe that it was all the people of the Tauren tribe. Judging from this, the Tauren tribe must have at least 4,000 to 5,000 people. Even more, this is much more than the number of people in the werewolf tribe, which only seems to have about 3,000 people. After all, these cow heads can plow the land. Although their land is not much, they have a lot of food. The more food they have, the more newborns they will have. On the other hand, Shaw also had some worries. Gray's manpower is only 3,000, and there are 5 archers. Looking at it this way, they are not optimistic. Especially those iron bulls. The creatures cultivated by the Tauren are essentially similar to Warcraft. Their horns are as hard as iron, and the muscles on their bodies are also extremely developed. They are several times more powerful than a Tauren. Ordinary city walls will be quickly penetrated in front of them. Although Mia knew that the cement and blue brick wall was very strong. Before those iron bulls came into contact with the city wall, she did not dare to say that Gray's city wall could withstand the collision of the iron bulls. Those Tauren obviously knew the height of the city wall here, so they specially rode these iron students here. Their hostility is very strong, and their purpose is very clear, which is to destroy this city that has not been completely built. Gray heard the worries in their hearts. The Tauren are not soft persimmons, and the power in Gray's hands is not enough to support him and the entire Tauren tribe. What they care about is not the outcome of this war, but what will happen to Gray next. Even Miss Mia, who was eating sweets, looked sad. Gray looked at the other 2 soldiers around him who were responsible for protecting him personally. There is also something unsightly about their faces. Gray chuckled softly. What are you doing? Why are everyone looking so sad? Mia pursed her lips. Shaw didn't say anything either. No one spoke, but their looks and actions seemed to be saying something. Just as Gray was about to say something, he heard loud laughter not far away. The laughter belonged to the dozen Minotaurs who had been hung up all night. When they saw their own people, they couldn't help but start laughing loudly. But their laughter soon stopped, because they were too excited just now, and many people didn't pay attention and directly made lip contact with the good brother opposite. The next moment, a dozen Tauren began to gag on the entire city gate. Did you eat shit yesterday? Your mouth smells so bad. You're the one eating shit. It looks like there are flies in your mouth, it's so disgusting. Vomit. It stinks. The disgusting looks of the Minotaurs successfully made the atmosphere on the city wall much more relaxed. Jean, have you seen the scene where the lips of the Minotaur with a severed horn and the Minotaur with a mouth full of black things come into contact? It's so scary. The Tauren with a severed horn said that the other one ate shit. Ha ha ha. Stop talking about Walker, you make me sick. While the 2 warriors were joking, the hanging Tauren turned green with anger. Humans, just wait, my people will tear you apart. I will also hang you face to face when the time comes. Just laugh. Wait a little longer. When our people push down this ridiculous wall, I hope you can still laugh. Now, you should put us down, and then kneel down and admit your mistake to us. Otherwise, when the city is broken, I will peel off your skin bit by bit. Humans, give up. You are too weak. This is not the place you should be. That's right, otherwise your cavalry will become dead souls in the hands of our people. Listening to the Minotaurs talking nonsense, Gray glanced at Walker beside him. What are you still doing? Lift them up to me, then directly gag their mouths, and then tie their heads. If they dare to say harsh words in front of Gray, Gray has plenty of ways to deal with them. The Tauren who had been uttering cruel words just now turned pale when he heard these words. Don't be like this. We won't talk anymore. The Tauren already regretted being happy so early. No, Walker, hurry up. Gray kicked Walker in the butt, and Walker immediately led a few soldiers to slap the Minotaurs mouth to mouth with disgust on their faces. Walker quickly tied the rope tightly, and the Minotaurs could no longer speak, and then threw them out and hung them again. By the way, did some of them faint from being kissed by their companions just now? Jean said softly. Yeah, it's too bad. I feel like I can't look directly at the Tauren these days. Walker said it was worse up close. While the two were talking, the Tauren below had already begun to get angry. They had just watched the humans lift up the tribesmen who were hanging at the door, and thought that the humans were afraid of their arrival. As a result, before they could be happy for a few minutes, those tribesmen were hung out again. And they were still tied together mouth to mouth. Many Tauren were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They had never seen such a disgusting binding method, but they knew that their people had been insulted. And they were even more obviously insulted. The human opposite was obviously provoking them. Originally, they wanted to say something, such as asking the other party to surrender. It's not necessary now, especially this time. The leader of the team is Chet Coke, and his son is hanging on the city gate. So, the war broke out. 100 Iron Bull Knights waved their giant axes and headed towards the city wall. It's not that they don't want to attack the city gate, but because there are 2 layers of iron gates at the city gate and the light of the magic circle flashes, the city gate is difficult to attack at first glance. It would be better to attack the city wall directly. It's not like they haven't dealt with human city walls. Those human city walls look thick, but they are actually made of stones and cannot withstand the impact of iron bulls. Coming. Mia's face was solemn. Tianyu's speed is not very fast, but it gives people an overwhelming momentum. It seems that no matter what obstacles are in front of you, they will be smashed and crushed by them. Charge. Push back the ridiculous city wall. Let those stupid humans see clearly the power of our Tauren clan. The first guy who rushes into the city, I will give him a power grasp. Chijiao's whole body was tangled with muscles, and his big palm-like hands held a huge mace. With Chet Coke chanting, all the Tauren began to scream strangely as if they had been given blood. Their eyes were red and their breathing was heavy. Power grass is the most precious resource of the Tauren tribe. Owning the power grass is basically equivalent to having half a foot in the ranks of elite combat workers. Unlike ordinary soldiers, elite soldiers are already leaders. They have food and drink every day without having to work, and they can also marry wives at will. This is extremely tempting to ordinary Tauren. Everyone began to speed up, and the speed of the iron bulls quickly reached the upper limit. Everyone on the city wall held their breath, watching the Tauren and iron bulls getting closer and closer below the city. Boom! Finally, the first Tauren riding an iron bull hit the city wall with a happy face. Haha, the first person is me. The surprise in the Tauren soldiers' eyes quickly turned into astonishment, then disbelief and horror. It's good to get money. The next moment, Tianyu was forced to stop at high speed. Tianyu's horns were 2/3 of the way into the cement pier, and then it got stuck. Tianyu's body, on the other hand, lifted off the ground with huge inertia and slammed into the city wall above his head. Boom! After a loud noise, the iron bull slid down like soft mud. Of course, the horns on its head were still nailed to the cement pier, making it feel like it was hanging under the city wall. The cavalry on the iron bull were thrown away by the huge force. Some hit the city wall hard, and some were thrown directly into the sky. Gray would not let go of this opportunity. Almost as soon as the Tauren took off, he gave the order and asked the archers to release arrows. The next moment, the flying Tauren were shot into hedgehogs and landed on the ground one by one. The scene was extremely brutal. Gray himself also aimed his bow and arrow at the head of a particularly conspicuous red-horned Tauren and shot an arrow. Unfortunately, it was the first time he used a bow and arrow, and his skills were unfamiliar. The arrow did not hit Chekko's head, but hit his butt. Kai Jiao let out a roar, and then everything fell to the ground. At this moment, Chekko had only one thought in his mind. What kind of city wall is this? So hard. Didn't it mean that this city only existed less than 20 days ago? This thing can be built in 20 days. Huh, you missed it. I'll shoot another one. Gray took out the arrow and shot another arrow at Red Coke. The next moment, a Tauren hurriedly pulled the Red Horn commander away. Poof! The arrow hit Chekko in the butt again, but on the other side. This time, Red Coke seemed to have been shot by Gray on both sides. Kai Coke recovered from the pain and looked back at the city wall bitterly. Just in time to see Gray retract his long bow with a look of displeasure on his face, and loudly said, "The shot went wrong again." Chi Jiao's nose was so angry that he twisted it. He endured the severe pain and pulled out the 2 arrows from his butt. Then he glanced at the conscious Tauren around him and said loudly, "Retreat." The Minotaur cavalry who had just climbed up from the ground gave up the iron bull hanging on the wall with tears in their eyes, and rolled and climbed away from the city wall one by one. At this time, the originally tightly closed city opened its doors. Alvin rushed out of the city gate with the heavy armored cavalry like a torrent, chasing the escaping Tauren all the way. Soon, the Minotaur cavalry were all knocked down without the help of the iron bull. The remaining heavy cavalry did not slow down and rushed towards the Minotaur infantry who were still some distance away. The Tauren infantry not far away were stunned. The previously invincible Iron Bull Knight did not break through the city wall, but was completely annihilated. The heads of the 300 Tauren buzzed, and everyone was stunned. Only a few people reacted and pulled the people around them to turn around and run wildly. At the same time, they were also shouting for their other companions who were still in a daze to escape. Many Tauren began to run away. But there were still many Tauren who didn't react. By the time they reacted, they had all been knocked down by Alvin's heavy armored cavalry. And those Tauren who ran out did not escape either. Because there were light cavalry who were faster than them and had stopped them. The light cavalry drew their bows and arrows, directly surrounded the Tauren who were still running away, and used arrows to slowly gather them into one point. Then the heavy cavalry arrived, and after a crushing battle, the war ended. Gray saw this scene in the distance and turned to look at Mia. "How is it? Are you still worried now?" Mia was a little surprised at how strong the walls were. "This thing can actually stop even Tianyu." Sarah's eyes shone brightly, and her eyes were full of color when she looked at Gray. She was really impressed by Gray. This guy looks dishonest on the surface, but is actually very powerful. His city took less than 20 days to build. Not only was the city wall built high and thick, it was also very strong. It feels surprisingly at ease. "Okay, my warriors, hurry up and clean the battlefield to see if those iron oxen are still alive. Such a good oxen would be a waste if not used for plowing the land." Gray loudly ordered the archers who were still on the city wall. And those infantrymen had already gone out to tie up the prisoners. This time there were more prisoners, all of them tall and burly, and it was quite difficult to tie them up. The soldiers worked for a long time before tying them all up. Like the previous Tauren, they were directly paired up in twos on the wall. As for those iron cows, they were all cold. Although the iron ox has well-developed muscles and its horns are as hard as iron. But their necks are still very fragile. Before, their bodies and backs of their heads were almost touching each other, and their necks were 100% broken. So naturally these iron cows became cold. Gray was heartbroken and asked people to go down quickly to remove the carcasses of the cows, process the meat, and provide extra meals for everyone. As for the horns, hides, etc., they were all left behind. These things are all good things and are close to magic materials. While Gray was cooking a beef feast on his side, on the other side was the Tauren's territory. Quentin was looking at the dozens of Tauren who had been beaten with bruises and swollen faces with an indifferent expression. "From today on, this land belongs to our wolf clan," Quentin said calmly. "Impossible. Why are you wolves crazy? This place has always been the territory of our Tauren clan. A young Tauren didn't understand why the wolves would suddenly attack them. Quentin said calmly, "It won't happen anymore. From today on, I will live here. If you come here, I will beat one up." After Quentin finished speaking, he asked people to set up camps around them. For the orcs, the camp doesn't require much. Their physique determines that they are more likely to survive in the wild. They do not need to carry various tools, tents and food like humans. They only need to bring a few pieces of animal skins to use as mattresses, and the rest can be made from local materials. When they saw that the wolf clan elder was serious, the Tauren were stunned. They could only run back to the clan in a hurry and tell them about the wolf clan's invasion. And now in the Tauren tribe, as the elder of the Tauren clan, Haywen is waiting for the good news from Red Horn. Their former subsidiary race, the Rabbitmen, discovered that wolves frequently appeared on a piece of fertile land that they had always been jealous of. And they seemed to be building something. After getting the news, the Tauren immediately sent a small group of people to inquire about the situation. He has been eyeing that piece of land for a long time. The werewolf clan's territory is too vast. They don't lack this land at all, but they like to occupy it even if they don't need it. Of course the Tauren were unhappy with this situation. The wolves are not engaged in production, but their own race is able to maximize the value of that land. Haywen and Quentin discussed that as long as the wolf clan allows them to use that land, the food produced by the land in the future will be divided 50-50. But Quentin just didn't want to, which made Haywen very angry. After that, Haywen no longer restrained his people. The Tauren would run wild there from time to time. The werewolf also felt very angry. The two sides just kept doing this. Until yesterday, some of the people sent out came back and said that there were human activities on that land. Haywen immediately thought of an excuse to occupy that place. All you need to do is say that you discovered the human invasion, and then drive the humans away, and then you and your group can naturally take over the land. As for the wolves, these guys are colluding with humans. It would be fine if he doesn't cause trouble for them. What else can they dare to say? The plan is wonderful, but the reality is cruel. Haywen waited and waited. Seeing that it was already evening, there was still no movement in Red Coke, and he couldn't help but frown. At this time, several young Tauren stumbled in. As soon as he opened his mouth, he said, "No, Elder, the wolves have invaded. They have occupied our breeding farm." The young Tauren cried loudly with their noses bruised and their faces swollen. Haywen frowned when he heard this. He didn't get angry immediately, but he didn't understand what Quentin meant. This old guy didn't come early or late, but he came at this time. Is it possible that he really has some collusion with humans? Haywen felt a little uneasy. He quickly sent someone to Gray's place to check the situation, and he himself planned to go and meet Quentin for a while. The old guy was obviously waiting for him to pass. With the strength of the orc elders, Haywen arrived at the tribe's breeding farm in almost no time. He almost lost his breath when he arrived. Originally, there were at least dozens of pigs in the breeding farm, and there were dozens of sheep and a dozen cows in the sheep pen next to it. Now in the entire breeding farm, not a single cow, sheep, or pig is gone. Haywen looked at Quentin with a livid face. "Where are our cows, sheep and pigs? Although this farm is small, they have put a lot of effort into it. Those cattle, sheep and pigs have been taken care of by their tribe since childhood. Before they could harvest anything, the werewolf cut off their beards first, which no one could bear." Quentin looked at Haywen, who was turning blue and seemed to want to go crazy. He still looked calm. "Of course I took them all away." Haywen was angry. "Quentin, don't go too far." Quentin snorted coldly. "Am I going too far? Your people severely injured our wolf clan members yesterday. Or in the territory of the wolf clan, who is going too far?" Hearing that Quentin had come prepared, Haywen's face also turned cold. "That's the territory of your wolf tribe. But why did we find that humans built a city there?" Quentin frowned and corrected. "That's not a city, it's a trading market." "Black pattern." Haywen laughed angrily. "Trading market? Have you ever seen a trading market build a wall of more than 10 meters? Quentin thought for a while and explained. "They are human beings after all. You Tauren are not smart. They are afraid that you will cause trouble. No, they are quite foresighted. You idiots did go Hywin was so angry that his veins popped out. Quentin, I am communicating with you very calmly now. We are also orcs. I hope you understand that we are allies. Humans will only use you to occupy the land. Quentin nodded with deep understanding. You are right, I will pay attention to it. Hywin stopped talking. He stared at Quentin, trying to see something from his face, but in the end he could only sigh. Quentin, do you know what you are doing? You will be the opposite of the orcs. Quentin shook his head. I said, it is just a trading market. In addition, it is indeed the land given to humans by the wolf clan, but I have already told the humans that after the land is given to them, we wolves will not care about anything else, will not interfere in your actions. As for whether you can take over that piece of land, it's your own business and has nothing to do with the wolf clan. In fact, haven't you already taken action there? Hywin looked slightly embarrassed when he heard this, but then he smiled. I see, I thought you had colluded with humans. Quentin shook his head and told the truth. Humans exchanged land with me for the lives of some young tribesmen, including Shaw and Tai Ya. I didn't want to give it to him, but I had no choice. Hywin nodded as he heard this. He had already heard that the werewolf tribe attacked the human nobles in Kylin City more than 10 days ago and failed. Originally, he thought that although Tai Ya and Shaw failed, they left safely. As a result, according to Quentin, Tai Ya failed. Iron Fang and Shaw are also very famous among the orc tribes. Needless to say, Shaw, he is a descendant of the royal family of the wolf clan, with pure blood, and has always been well protected by the elders of the wolf clan. Not to mention Tai Ya, this kid has been gifted with extraordinary talents since he was a child, his bloodline has transformed many times, and he has power comparable to that of an elder at a young age. Not surprisingly, he will be the third elder of the wolf clan. Thinking about Dark Lines makes me feel envious. Although the Niatu tribe has many tribesmen, he is the only elder. This is also the reason why the Niatu clan has developed so well in recent years, but its territory is still not as large as the wolf clan. They didn't even dare to openly fall out with the wolves. Too little top-end power. If both Shaw and Tai Ya fell into human hands at that time, then he could indeed understand Quentin's choice. It's just that he always feels weird. Hywin looked at Quentin with some suspicion. In that case, why are the wolves so close to humans? I heard that you also help humans build walls. Quentin shrugged and said matter-of-factly. They give me payment, food, land anyway, so what's wrong with doing some work? Hywin was silent. What he said makes sense. Quentin waved his hand irritably. Okay, have you finished asking? Get out of here. The wolf tribe wants this grassland. Hywin had a black line on his face. Quentin, please be reasonable. Even if my people take action and you take away so many of our livestock, this matter should be over. Quentin glanced at Hywin. No, I can't make it, add 20 more cows. The corner of Hywin's mouth twitched. Don't go too far. Quentin smiled. It doesn't matter, you want to give it or not, at worst, we will have a fight and beat this place to pieces, and then no one will have to fight for this land anymore. Quentin felt so happy. People with black lines used to disgust him. This time he found an opportunity and had to discuss black lines. Hywin could see that this old guy was just here to vent his anger, not only for the clan member who was beaten, but also for the previous harassment of the werewolves by the Tauren clan. He took a deep breath and looked at Quentin. I will give you 20 cows, but from now on, you are not allowed to run wild in the territory of the Tauren. Our affairs will be cancelled from now on. Quentin nodded. Okay. When it got dark, Quentin returned to the wolf territory with 20 cows in a happy mood. And Hywin, who had just sent away Quentin, the god of plague, soon received bad news after returning to the tribe. The people brought by Checkcoke were all wiped out. I just heard the news. Hywin feels bad all over. This is impossible. Hywin's eyes widened. Checkcoke took away 100 iron bulls. Even a 10-meter-high wall cannot withstand the attack of the iron bulls. Not to mention that those city walls were built in a hurry. Hywin spoke in an almost growling voice. The young Tauren shrank his neck and did not dare to speak. After Hywin calmed down, he immediately realized the power of that group of humans. Not only did the guys from the wolf clan suffer a loss, but he also let himself get involved with hundreds of clan members. Hywin narrowed his eyes, looked at the dim sky, and then snorted coldly. Gather the people, I will go there in person tonight, I want to see what kind of dragon pond and tiger den is there. When Hei Wen said this, he subconsciously thought of Quentin's meaningful look before he left. This old fool asked for so many animals, but he didn't even say a word of warning. Hei Wen felt a little unhappy. At this moment, Quentin's voice suddenly sounded at the door. If you ask me, you'd better not provoke those people. They just want to do business. If you make them angry, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your current territory. Quentin's figure appeared in front of Hei Wen. Hei Wen raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He didn't expect that Quentin hadn't left yet. Hei Wen, what do you mean? Quentin, I just want to remind you that that human noble is very powerful. Although he is young, he is a high-level warrior. Don't suffer a disadvantage. Hei Wen, humph, even if you still have a conscience, even if he is a high-level warrior, I am not afraid of him. Black Lines have strong self-confidence. He is not an ordinary high-level combatant, his bloodline power has begun to transform again. Nowadays, his strength can definitely be ranked among the top 5 if we look at all the orc elders. He still doesn't believe it. How can a young man be better than him? Tonight, he wants the Snow King. Chapter 51. Looking at Hei Wen, who looked confident, Quentin smiled and said nothing more. Then you go on, I'll leave first. Quentin prepares to leave, but Hei Wen stopped him. Wait a moment. Quentin turned around and looked at Hei Wen with a puzzled expression. Hei Wen coughed lightly. You already knew my plan just now, so. Quentin's expression suddenly darkened. You want to imprison me? Hei Wen smiled awkwardly. No, I just want you to stay here for one night, or come with me to have a look. Quentin sneered. I advise you to give up your plan tonight so that I can go back. That human being is not as easy to deal with as you think. Hei Wen smiled apologetically. I won't give up. I'm sorry. Just do me a favor. The Tauren will be responsible for your food and drink. You can make whatever you want tonight. Quentin's expression softened slightly. Okay, I hope you can come back soon, don't make me wait too long. Hei Wen smiled and nodded, and then left here. Quentin looked at the few young Tauren around him. He sat down unceremoniously on the black stripe, looked at the people with his nostrils and said, Why are you so stunned? Hurry up and bring me the meat. I haven't eaten anything all day, and there's still wine. 563. Hei Wen led the people to the destination quickly. It was completely dark now, but there were no torches lighting up the city walls. Hei Wen could see numerous figures on the city wall, but of course, this was not the point. The key point is that under the torch, he saw the tribesmen being hung up one by one. No, it should be said that I saw 2 tribesmen being hung up. Judging from their occasional twisting, they should still be alive. This made Hei Wen feel slightly relieved. At the same time, the hostility toward Gray became less intense. After so many tribesmen were caught, the other party just hung them up instead of killing them. This was already a sign of kindness from the other party. When Hei Wen thought of this, he no longer hid, but led people directly to the city. Humans, come out of the city and surrender. Seeing that you have not harmed my people, I can guarantee that you will return to human territory alive. What Hei Wen wants is land, and if possible, he doesn't want to provoke humans. Gray heard the sounds outside the city, and he was a little surprised by the uprightness of these Tauren. It was late at night, they had reached the city walls, but they didn't make a sneak attack. Although Gray and the others had already known about the arrival of these Tauren. Because Mia placed some magic sensing devices around her. So almost when Hei Wen thought he had sneaked in quietly, he had already been locked. Gray was even holding the magic sword given by Anna and was ready to fight. As a result, there was a wave of bright card operations from the other side. Gray was stunned. In fact, magic circles have been set up in the city. As long as they dare to come in, Gray can catch them all today. For this purpose, he specially hired more than a dozen magicians from the Adventurers Guild in Kylin City, and almost killed all the magicians in Kylin City. You can imagine how many magic circles and magic traps there are in the city now. In the end, none of these were used. They didn't come in, but they were calling for a formation at the door. Gray glanced at Alvin. Did I forget to deactivate the magic circle at the door? Alvin. Sir, the magic circle at the door has indeed been removed. Gray. That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that the other party saw our plan? Alvin. I don't think so. If I see the plan, I will definitely stay away. There are so many magicians here. Gray. That's why. Is it possible that the opponent is really that upright? He talks about fighting but doesn't engage in sneak attacks. Alvin. Sir, I just heard him talking about his own people. It must be that they saw your kindness, so they gave up the sneak attack. Gray facepalmed. My charisma. Box. Mia. Shaw. Gray sighed, originally thinking of inviting you into the urn, then closing the door and beating the dog. Now I can only go out and fight with the other side. Gray doesn't like fighting. He is a noble man, why should he fight? There is no style at all. It was clear that with just a casual order, countless people would follow him, so why didn't he do it himself? But this Wen, Quentin told him, the veteran orc elder, is actually very powerful, and Wen looks younger and younger recently. Quentin estimates that the power of his bloodline has begun to change again. Quentin was on par with him before, but now Wen is better than Quentin. Among high-level human warriors, Wen should be in the middle and upper reaches. Gray jumped up and went directly to the city wall. He was not wearing knight armor, just a noble knight's uniform. The upper body is in black, with the dark golden gold trim highlighting its gorgeousness. The lower body is in straight and firm trousers, with a vertical collar cape on the outside, and a magic sword hung on the belt. Gray's white-gloved hand pressed on the hilt of the sword, his eyes drooped and he soon saw Wen's figure. He sighed, and then said, if possible, I don't want to do anything to you, but since you are so upright, there is nothing I can do about it. Fighting energy circulated in Gray's body, and the fire attribute magic stone on the long sword immediately shone with the fighting spirit. It seemed that flames could emerge from it at any time, and the red brilliance lay from the sword body to the scabbard. Gray lowered his head and looked at it, thinking that it was indeed Anna's choice. It was so gorgeous. He didn't know how many gold coins he would get. He hoped that it would be hard and durable enough. Wen looked at Gray on the city wall, looked at the other person's face that was too young, and felt the strong sense of oppression that the other person brought to him, and he suddenly felt a little confused. This feeling, the person facing him was not at all the kind of human being he had imagined who had just stepped into the role of a high-level warrior. This feeling of oppression, the black striped throat moved. He felt threatened, mortally threatened. Quentin is right. This human being is really awesome. I was careless. Wen clenched the giant sword in his hand at this moment. Now he has no way out. Today I have to fight this powerful human being. It's best to win, but if you lose. Wen looked at the clansmen hanging on the city wall not far away, facing each other and tied together, and the corner of his mouth twitched. That's not good. Soon, besides Gray, there were many more figures on the city wall. In addition to Mia and Shaw, there are also Walker, Jean and the hired magicians. Siege the city. Under the moonlight, after Gray and Wen looked at each other for a while, Wen took a deep breath and issued the order. At this time, he had no choice. If I had known better, I should have listened to Quentin and not been too impulsive. Wen thought in his mind, but his movements were not slow at all, and he jumped directly towards Gray with the help of his strength. Although there are many people on the city wall, his goal is very clear. Only Gray can threaten him. As long as he can deal with Gray, he has no hope of winning this time. The power of the black veins surged crazily, and the aura in the body began to soar. Gray looked at the flying black pattern, but he slowly drew out his long sword, and then swung his sword to block. When the sound of gold and stone interlacing sounded, and a string of tiny sparks flashed through the dark night. The two swords, one large and one small, collided together, and then a terrifying wave of air swept over, making Gray's cloak rumble. Gray raised his head and glanced at the slightly ugly black lines on his face. The opponent was very strong, especially the huge strength, which made Gray almost use both hands. Fortunately, Gray finally blocked the opponent's two-handed sword with his one-handed sword. The archers fire arrows and the heavy cavalry leave the city. Mages, put auxiliary magic on my lovely subordinates. I paid for it. After Gray finished speaking, he pushed Wen away with his right hand, then jumped out and stepped on the flying Wen's chest. The two fell to the ground one after another. Huge deep craters were dug into the soft earth. While the dust was flying, the whistling sound of sword energy sounded in the dust. As the dust fell, Gray and Wen's figures appeared again. After just a few breaths, Gray was still standing on the ground, but blood was oozing from Haiwen's forehead and he was half kneeling on the ground. Give up, you can't beat me. Gray shook off the blood beads on the sword, and the sword was still as sharp as ever after an understanding collision. What a sword, Gray said silently in his mind, then sheathed his sword. He, I really can't beat you, but don't forget, we are the same race. Haiwen laughed in a low voice, his voice getting louder and louder at the end, and behind him, a Tauren who had been riding an iron bull for hundreds of years was galloping towards him. Their fight seemed to take a long time, but in fact it only lasted a moment. When their battle was over, the Tauren cavalry had just arrived. Haiwen admits that Gray is very strong. It was so strong that he found it incredible. But no matter how powerful the warrior is, he is only one person. How can a powerful person compete with a race? Haiwen smiled, he felt that he still had hope. But the next second, Alvin appeared behind Gray with heavy armored cavalry. Gray glanced at Haiwen, cavalry. Who doesn't have one? Seeing the layers of magic light on Alvin's body, Haiwen was completely silent. How many layers of auxiliary magic are stacked on this thing? He didn't ask, because reality gave him the answer immediately. I saw a human cavalryman and his tribesmen rushing towards each other at the same time. The next moment, the buyer was picked up by a cavalry spear. This physique has increased several times, right? For a moment, Haiwen couldn't tell who was the orc and who was the human. After the last Tauren warrior was knocked to the ground, Haiwen silently put down his weapon. There is no need to continue. His tribesmen had no way of fighting the opponent. A dozen magicians on the opposite side were either releasing magic attacks or setting auxiliary magic on the human soldiers. No matter how fierce the Tauren are, they can't stand up to the thousands of humans on the opposite side who can knock away the Iron Horse cavalry. 1,000 human heavy cavalry, accompanied by a dozen magicians. With this kind of luxurious configuration, it can't defeat anyone, and it can chase the Demon King's army even in the East Leyte Mountains. You win. The sound of the black lines is a little dry. Gray just glanced at him lightly. In that case, it's easy to handle. Come here, tie him up. Tie him up tight. This guy is an orc elder. He's very strong. Alvin wiped his sweat, and he didn't know what to say. Gray said that while others are powerful, he can suppress the opponent's hands with one hand. This was the first time that he had truly experienced the power of this adult. It feels like this adult is far more powerful than the chief warrior of the Field family. No wonder I could become husband and wife with the Earl. The relationship between these two couples is too strong. Alvin was completely relieved now. At first, he thought Gray was an ordinary person with no powers. Because everyone says so. Gray seems to have the talent and ability to manage the territory, but he has never shown any strong power. Alvin naturally subconsciously felt that Gray was an ordinary person. So he was very worried about Gray's safety along the way and wished he could eat and sleep in the same room as Gray. When he encountered an orc for the first time in Kylin City, he discovered that Gray was very powerful. At least he is a warrior with fighting spirit. This made Alvin look at Gray with admiration. Of course, he had never looked down on Gray before. He just marveled at Gray's talent and talent. At a young age, Gray is already a warrior who has developed fighting spirit. This talent is enough to awe and envy him. This has nothing to do with Gray's status or ability to manage the territory, it is purely envy on the path of cultivation. Then within a few days something happened that shocked him even more. Gray met with Quentin and revealed the aura of the senior warrior. At that time, Alvin felt that nothing was real. He had never heard of such a young senior warrior in his life. In addition, Gray has never done anything, so he has always subconsciously ignored this matter. Until just now, Gray pressed down an orc elder and beat him with extremely strong force, and Alvin finally accepted this. Now Alvin is completely convinced by Gray. He no longer respected Gray because of the Earl's orders. He now respects this powerful master from the bottom of his heart. This change from the inside out isn't just reflected in Alvin. Including Mia, Shaw, Walker, Jean, other warriors, knights and all soldiers. They saw with their own eyes how powerful Gray was. In such a foreign land that is besieged on all sides, where battles may occur at any time, what could be more morale-boosting than witnessing the strength of a leader with one's own eyes? The soldiers cheered for the victory, and also for the powerful Lord Luhu. Wen did not resist, which was meaningless. He allowed the magicians to impose various seals on him, and then tied him tightly with iron chains. Only he had this kind of treatment. The others, whether they were commanders or elite warriors, were all paired up and hung up first. Only this elder was locked up alone by Gray. Alvin, put away those iron cows. Gray glanced at the iron bull running around on the battlefield, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He has wanted this kind of cow for a long time. It happened that his territory had just been built, and he hadn't even repaired the house, let alone reclaimed the wasteland. Gray has been thinking about getting a group of cattle recently. Manpower digging is really a bit time-consuming and laborious. It would be much better to have livestock to help. I heard that this kind of iron bull is extremely powerful, energetic, and has great destructive power. If it were released, wouldn't it be the same as an animal adding a crusher to the stone? As long as it's not a real stone mountain with no value at all. Wherever there is soil, it can basically be cultivated. It's perfect for clearing wasteland. Save it, the iron bull is a companion that only our clan can cultivate and tame. The cruelty and unruliness in their bones cannot be controlled by humans. Wen looked at the iron bulls who were being forcibly pulled by human soldiers, with a smile on his lips. He did lose, but he could still laugh at the weakness of human beings. Real or fake? Gray frowned. The iron bull was indeed useful to him, but if he was disobedient, he would have to think of countermeasures. Wen said proudly, "The iron bull will only surrender to the warriors they recognize. Even in our clan, not everyone owns the iron bull." Gray felt unhappy immediately after hearing this. He thought for a while, here I come Mia. Mia, is there any magic that can sign a contract with a monster? Since ordinary methods don't work, let's just use some magic. He remembered that there was also animal taming magic in this world. Mia glanced at the hundreds of iron bulls that had been gathered together but refused to be approached by humans. Extremely anxious, both small eyes are full of rejection and warning against human beings. It seemed that as long as someone dared to take a step forward, they would trample him into a pulp together. Mia thought for a moment before nodding. Of course, it's just that there are too many of these iron bulls, which require a lot of mental energy, and the iron bulls are not real monsters, so signing a contract is of little value. Gray also frowned a little when he heard this, and it looked really difficult. Gray thought for a moment and said, "Teach me how to contract creatures first." Gray wants to try contracting a few heads. Then it's okay to stay and breed. You can't just stop doing it once you hear it's bad-tempered and low-cost performance. You need to think more about the future. Gray thought. Mia didn't persuade Gray to do anything. With Gray's intelligence and talent, she doesn't need to say anything. After Gray heard Mia explain the specific method, he immediately said that he had learned it on the spot. Then he walked directly to the iron bulls. Mo. The iron bulls immediately became restless when they saw Gray. Although iron bulls are not Warcraft, they do have the blood of Warcraft in their bodies. They are powerful creatures specially bred by the Tauren clan. They also have a certain amount of wisdom and judgment. They had just felt Gray's power, so although they were unruly and irritable, none of them dared to attack Gray. Soon as Gray advanced, the cows began to retreat in panic. Until they knocked down Gray's walls. We have reached the point of no return. Gray continued to move forward and showed a kind smile. Don't be afraid, Niu, I have good things here. Seeing Gray's smile, the iron bulls became even more panicked. One by one, they squeezed in hard, and soon, an iron bull with a wounded foot was squeezed out. It was squeezed so much that it fell to the ground. When it got up and was about to continue squeezing, it found a person standing in front of it, and it was Gray. Gray smiled kindly at it. The iron bull was so frightened that its legs were shaking, and soon it stopped struggling. It lowered its head and chose to surrender. There is no other way. Apart from surrendering, it can only become beef jerky. What other choice does it have? Gray touched the cow's head. Although the cow seemed reluctant, it still chose to lower its head. Gray is going to give it a chance to be a breeding cow and hopes it will take advantage of it. The next moment, streaks of white light appeared on Gray's hand. A simple and uncomplicated mark appeared on Iron Bull's head. Then the Iron Bull seemed to feel something, its eyes widened. After Gray signed the contract with TNU, a huge magic circle immediately appeared between the two. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, the limping iron bull, which looked like it had lost a lot of hair, roared violently and began its highlight moment. Its body began to expand rapidly, and its injuries healed quickly. The originally pitch black hair began to turn silver, with only a section of black remaining at the tip of the hair. The pair of horns have also become thicker and more powerful, and have changed from black to silver. Especially its eyes, which were small at the beginning, became very large and limited. Mo! Tianyu roared heartily, and then the light on his body disappeared, revealing his body that had grown several times larger. The iron bull before was only at Gray's shoulders, but now, this guy is directly over Gray's head. Gray visually estimated that this guy was at least 2.5 meters tall. This physique is simply outstanding among the iron bulls. In addition to the changes in his body, Gray clearly felt an elemental fluctuation in this guy, which was a power it didn't have originally. The previous iron bull could only be said to be comparable to a warcraft, but now this transformed iron bull is already a warcraft. The symbol of warcraft is the power to control the elements. And it's now up to par. Tianyu happily approached Gray, lowered his head and rubbed Gray's cheek to express intimacy. Looking at this obviously upgraded Tianyu, there were a lot of questions in Gray's mind. What's happening here? Give away a mythical beast when you sign a contract. Gray felt the changes in Tianyu. He reached out and touched Tianyu's head. He felt that this head felt different from the head he just touched. This textured fur, if it were the entire cowhide sofa. Niu was originally very docile and enjoying the owner's touch, but suddenly, it trembled and felt that something was wrong with the way the owner looked at it. It panicked slightly and rubbed Gray's hand with more endurance. Gray retracted his divergent thoughts. He stared at the cow in front of him, and then at the herd of cows not far away. No matter how you look at it, this doesn't look like the same species. This cow has obviously mutated. Moreover, the source of mutation looks like himself. Gray looked down at his hands, and then at the contract mark on the cow's head. Is it possible that he has not only mutated himself, but also the creatures he contracted with can mutate? Gray turned to look at the iron bulls, then strode towards them again. Today he was going to see if it was what he thought. As long as the creatures he contracts can undergo transformation. Gray picked a cow. After all, the one just now was a male. It is not known whether it will be reproductively isolated from ordinary iron cows after it mutates. If so, its bloodline inheritance must have a cow with the same mutation. Gray is very kind to himself and his cattle. Before he could say anything, the mutated iron bull on one side barked at the herd. The next moment, the cow Gray pointed at just now lowered its head and walked out shakily. Shall I wipe it? Gray glanced at the cow next to him unexpectedly. As if he noticed the unexpected look on his master's face, Zaisheng gave a proud look. As if to say, Master, I am their boss now. Gray thinks that the mutated cows are mutating upward, becoming better and stronger. And because it evolved from the iron ox bloodline. Naturally, it can suppress ordinary iron bulls. Gray touched the forehead of the mutated cow. He realized that his cow had transformed directly from a loser into a tall, rich and handsome man. If no other more powerful cow appeared, his cow would basically be the king of the entire herd. The female iron cow walked up to Gray, lowering her head and not daring to say a word. Gray touched the cow's forehead and started the contract again in the same way. The next moment, the magic circle appeared again, and the female iron cow also began to change. Soon, two mutated iron bulls with silver and black hair stood next to Gray, one on the left and one on the right. Gray fell into thought. He was probably certain that he could really mutate these contracted creatures. What is the principle? Gray doesn't understand, so he's going to find someone who does. But before that, Gray patted the mutated cow next to him. Let these cows be quiet and listen to my soldiers honestly. You two are watching here. You are not allowed to let a cow go, or I will kill you. The two cooked beef hot pot. The two cows nodded repeatedly when they mutated Newton, indicating that they would definitely be optimistic about the other cows. Gray nodded with satisfaction. Anyway, Tianyu's problem is solved. The two mutated cows are both his own cows. The other ordinary iron cows can only obey the orders of the mutated cows due to the suppression of their blood. In this way, the problem of iron ox having a bad temper and being disobedient will be solved directly. Under the command of the Ox King, who dares to disobey? The soldiers soon discovered that the iron bulls, who had been irritable and restless and were ready to poke people with their horns and kick people with their hooves at any time and at any time, had calmed down. One by one, they listened quietly to the soldiers and walked towards a makeshift fence. The moving process was very smooth. Even if someone stood next to them, they did not show any signs of getting angry. Instead, they entered the enclosure very obediently. The two mutated cows just mixed in with the iron cows. The iron bulls very consciously gave up the center position. The two mutated cows naturally occupied the center position. Gray then walked back to Mia and Black Tattoo. Seeing the people around him looking at him like an old monster, Gray touched his face. Is it possible that I've become handsome again? I'm handsome. Mia pursed her lips. She didn't know what to say to Gray. He is obviously a strong and talented person, but he is so unruly when we get along with him. How is this possible? Hei Wen's eyes widened and he looked at Gray in disbelief. Not only was there no disappointment in his tone, but he was extremely excited and happy. The Silver Holy Beast. It's my clan's Silver Holy Beast. Hei Wen kept mumbling. He was agitated and wanted to get closer to Gray, but was stopped by Alvin and others on the side. Now that Hei Wen's whole body's strength has been sealed and bound by iron chains, he is naturally unable to push away those who block his way. He could only stare at Gray with burning eyes, and then shouted without listening, "Let me go, I want to talk to him. That is the Silver Holy Beast, that is the Silver Holy Beast of our clan. Gray, I am willing to pay everything, as long as you tell me how to obtain the Silver Holy Beast." Gray looked at Hei Wen's crazy look and glanced at Mia. What is the Silver Holy Beast? Does it mean my cow? Mia stared at the two mutated cows in the distance thoughtfully, and then slowly said, I have heard about the Silver Sacred Beast. After all, the Orc Kingdom has only been destroyed for more than 100 years. Many of these things are still spread on the mainland. Quote, I saw a book about the Orc Kingdom in the library of the Royal Academy of Magic. It records that the Niatu clan has a special kind of magical beast. Its body is like silver, it has 2 horns on its head, and it is extremely powerful. The most important thing is that this kind of monster has a special power that can affect the blood power of the Tauren clan. The Tauren clan can rely on these monsters to become one of the most powerful races in the Orc Kingdom. But now, I haven't heard the rumors about the Silver Holy Beast. Everyone says that the Silver Holy Beast has become extinct in the demonic disaster. If those 2 cows are the Silver Holy Beast. Mia's eyes sparkled when she looked at Gray. Gray understood what Mia didn't say at a glance. If that is the Silver Holy Beast, then they can use the name of the Silver Holy Beast to directly conquer the entire Tauren tribe. Gray thought to himself, no wonder after eating beef at noon, he felt that his body had become stronger. It turns out that this thing has a lot of background. He glanced at the black pattern calmly, and then whispered, isn't the Silver Holy Beast completely white and silver? I see that the hair of the 2 mutated cows is still somewhat black. Mia also noticed. It should be that the bloodline is not pure enough, but if it is confirmed that it is a Silver Holy Beast, we can purify some bloodline for them. Having said this, Mia glanced at Gray again, just like what you just did. At this point, Gray was stunned for a moment, and then said, didn't I use contract magic just now? Why did those 2 cows suddenly start to evolve? Mia stared at Gray and said in an envious tone, when a contract is made between living things and living things, if the energy gap is too large, one party will be affected by the other party nomos and undergo transformation. Gray had a question mark on his face. You mean I'm too strong? Mia sighed. I'm not sure either, but from the time you showed your talent for super-grade fire element affinity, I knew you were extraordinary. Then it turned out to be true. Everything you did was extraordinary. Your performance, the power that comes out is far greater than what I think about my nephew. At least you do have a powerful force in your body. This force may not be obvious, but you should be very clear about how terrifying your cultivation speed is. I think it is because your body has a powerful, it strengthens your body. Mia said seriously, situations like yours are not uncommon on the mainland, and they still occur occasionally. They are born with strong strength and talent in their bodies, and can possess strong power at a very young age, much like you. Gray scratched his head. He was indeed practicing very fast, but he had never felt any power in his body. To be honest, he was a waste not long ago. Well, no, it should be said that not long ago, his talent had not been discovered. Why have I never felt any power in my body? Gray asked anyway. Mia shook her head. I don't know why, there are too many things in this world that no one knows the reasons for. But it is undeniable that you did allow Iron Ox to evolve into a silver holy beast. Mia crossed her arms and looked at Gray curiously. Now she looked at Gray with eyes filled with curiosity. In her eyes, Gray has become a rare research object. Do you think there are any other reasons that could cause this situation? Gray felt that there was not much energy in his body, and it always felt different from what Mia said. Mia shrugged upon hearing this. Of course there is also a widely circulated theory. Oh, what do you mean? Tell me and listen. Gray became interested. Mia could only say, in many ancient legends and stories, when a high-level life and a low-level life sign a contract, it will trigger the evolution of the low-level life. Many stories say this. For example, at the end of the Double Tree era, the queen of the elf tribe was a demigod with a very high life status. Legend has it that she once picked up a pet while going out, but her pet was just an ordinary species, and it soon reached the end of its life. In order to save the pet's life, she made a contract with it, and then the pet directly transformed into an immortal species, and then stayed with her to spend her old age. Gray, hey, your story is full of loopholes. It was just made up by those troubadours to deceive children, right? Gray looked sideways at Mia. Mia was not angry when she heard this, but smiled and said, originally, is a legend, and I didn't say it wasn't, and you have to listen to it yourself. Gray, okay, he will take care of Mia in a moment. He put aside the reasons why he was able to mutate Tianyu. He had to ask other questions first. Speaking of the elf queen, have you ever seen an elf? I heard that elf men are average looking, but the women are very beautiful. Is it true? Gray has already seen the beast-eared girl, maybe he can see the Minotaur girl tomorrow. Forget it, the picture is too beautiful, skip it. In this kind of magical world, elves are a topic that cannot be avoided. He hasn't seen the elves yet. He hadn't even heard much about elves. Mia corrected in a low voice. Elf men are also very good looking. Gray immediately snorted, and Mia stopped correcting the male elf. Mia, I have only heard of elves, but have never seen them. After the end of the last era, the elves rarely walked on the road. Gray sighed secretly, that was such a pity. Hey, have you finished speaking? Hei Wen was already waiting impatiently. He had calmed down a lot after Alvin's beating. Gray looked back at him. I haven't finished yet. As he spoke, he prepared to continue talking to Mia. Hei Wen couldn't stand it anymore. His mind was now occupied with the Silver Saint Beast. This is related to the future of their family. Since losing the Silver Holy Beast, the status of the Tauren clan among the orcs has fallen again and again. AJDE even now he is the only orc elder left. Others are always unable to go further. If there is a Silver Holy Beast to help, no matter what, it will be better for the younger generation. When Hei Wen saw Gray's tough attitude, he immediately softened. Please, the Silver Sacred Beast is too important to us, it is related to our future. Gray gave him a strange look. Sorry, I speak more bluntly. Do you, the Tauren clan, still have a future? While speaking, Gray raised his chin and motioned Hei Wen to look up at the city. There, the soldiers had already begun to hang up the newly captured orcs in pairs. Seeing this scene, Hei Wen's mouth twitched. Fortunately, Gray was not prepared to do the same to him. But what Gray said suddenly reminded him of the current situation. Come fight at night by yourself, and then take 90% of the elite of the Tauren and wipe out the entire army. The remaining tribe members are all old, weak, women and children, and there are only a few warriors. Even if Gray doesn't take action against them, as soon as the news about the Tauren clan spreads, someone will take action against them immediately. Orcs are not easy to deal with, and they will not show mercy just because you are also an orc. Thinking of this, Hei Wen reminded Quentin, and he couldn't help but want to slap himself. At that time, Quentin wanted to leave, but he refused to let him go. Now, the news of the annihilation of the main Tauren army will be spread back, and Quentin will definitely be the first to know. Hei Wen knew Quentin too well. If this guy knew the current situation, he would be able to eat all the bones of the Tauren the next day. By then the Tauren clan will indeed have no future. After He Wenwei understood the situation, he suddenly felt a little panicked. It was all caused by him. Now is indeed not the time to talk about the silver holy beast. Gray is here anyway. He Wen's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. Gray is here, he built the city here. Will definitely stay here. As long as he continues to develop here, he can continue to think about the silver saint beast. The most important thing now is to consider how to hold the Niatu clan. There was a trace of bitterness on the corner of He Wen's mouth. Sorry, I almost forgot, I am already a prisoner. Gray then nodded. It's okay, just think about it. You are in luck. Our food is super good today. You can eat beef as you like. I envy you for being captured by me. Gray led people back to the city. Everyone was still living in tents, but the outlines of residential areas in the city that were visible to the naked eye were already there. I believe it won't be long before it can be repaired, but when Gray built the city, he didn't want the world to only focus on the surface. He also had sewers and water pipes laid underground. It will then make life easier for residents. He even had people install heaters and insulation in the house to try to keep it warm in winter and cool in summer. In the city, residents have finished their day's work and are having a meal. Today's food is very good, not canned, but the impression beef we just got today. Gray couldn't accept chef's cooking in this world, so he kept guiding him while handling the beef. How to make beef to remove the fishy smell, what spices to add to stewed beef, what spices to add to braised beef, how to make beef balls, how to make roast beef delicious. Residents were skeptical at first, but after they tried Gray's recipe, they were stunned. The deliciousness of those foods simply astonished them to the point of falling. Soon, a pot of potatoes and beef brisket was delivered to He Wen. Looking at the beef in front of him, He Wen silently began to eat. Don't talk about Tauren not eating cows. They are Tauren, not cows, and they also eat meat. But when He Wen thought that he was eating their iron cattle, He Wen felt a twinge of pain in his heart. Before Iron Bull was discovered to be able to evolve into a silver holy beast, it was already the Tauren's most important partner. Now that he knew that Tai Niu could evolve into a silver holy beast, he was even more curious about Tai Shang. His heart twitched when he thought of those 100 Iron Bulls dying like this during the day. With trembling hands, He Wen put the iron cow beef into his mouth. RNJE, he put another spoonful into his mouth, and another spoonful. One spoonful after another, soon the big pot of beef brisket stewed with potatoes was gone. He Wen touched his belly and glanced at the soldiers on the side with unfinished thoughts. He Wen, well, I can have another serving. In addition, please tell Mr. Gray that I want to talk to him about the relationship and future of the Tauren clan and this city. He Wen was afraid that Gray didn't understand what he meant, so he added, in fact, the Tauren clan can be friends with humans just like the Wolf clan. Of course, I will buy my life at a price that satisfies Mr. Gray. He Wen figured it out. No matter what, he must save his life today, and it is best to be able to go back tomorrow. Otherwise, he is really afraid that that old fool Quentin will steal the house. The reason why he lowered his head so quickly was not only because of the Silver Saint Beast, but also because he thought of Quentin. That guy directly gave humans a piece of land and bought Tai Yan Shaw's lives, so he can do the same. It's just that the price paid is higher. It's not a big problem, as long as people are still there, everything else can be given up. Gray was a little surprised when he received the news. He originally thought that the Tauren were all blind, but he didn't expect He Wen's thinking to change so quickly. He deserves to be an elder. Gray met He Wen with a smile and accepted his offer of land in exchange for the lives of his people. And the two agreed that the Tauren, like the Wolf tribe, were friends of mankind, and that Gray would lease the land that originally belonged to the Tauren race. In this way, both parties are happy. Gray is not afraid of the Tauren turning against him. The Tauren will not fall out. Then Gray's strength increased greatly, and the entire Tauren territory belonged to him. And there is also a Tauren, a tenant who can be called a vassal. The next day, when Quentin hurried from the Tauren territory to Gray, he suddenly found Gray and He Wen walking out of the city arm in arm. Quentin. Hey, this scene looks a bit familiar. Hey, Quentin, my friend. You came just in time. I have a good news for you. From today on, He Wen is also my friend. The Tauren have signed an alliance with my city, and now all the territory of the Tauren is my territory. Quentin was stunned after hearing this. He turned to look at Hei Wen. Are you crazy? Hei Wen glared at Quentin. You are crazy. Don't think that I don't know what you, the old wolf, are thinking. I am convinced that the Tauren clan suffered a complete defeat last night. Fortunately, I met you before and knew that you can buy your life with money. No, I also survived. Why, you don't look very happy. Quentin forced a smile and said, I'm not happy about that. We've been old friends for many years. I'm really happy for you. The black-striped man smiled but said, as long as you are happy, are you here to confirm whether I am dead or not? Quentin quickly shook his head. Of course not, I heard about your defeat, so I came here specifically to help you. Hei Wen spat. Tui. Sorry, the phlegm is stuck in my throat. I feel uncomfortable if I don't spit it out. Thank you very much for worrying about me. After Hei Wen said this, he began to feel grateful that he had responded quickly. This guy Quentin definitely came to see if he was dead. If he hadn't died, Quentin would have encouraged Gray to kill him. In this way, Quentin can lead the wolves to swallow up the Tauren's territory unscrupulously. Hei Wen thought he had seen through Quentin's plan, so he decisively gave all the land to Gray. To whom is it not given? Gray still has their silver holy beast in his hand. If Gray has a good impression of him because of this, the Minotaur clan will not be unable to possess the silver holy beast again in the future. If you don't give it to Gray, Gray can occupy it himself. But it will be a lot of trouble, because other orc tribes will not let Gray, a human, easily swallow those lands. And that was undoubtedly the stupidest choice. Not only did his people lose everything, but they also lost their lives. But things are different now. The Niatu clan seems to have lost everything, but on the contrary, they have lost nothing. Because although the land belongs to Gray, Gray has rented the land to them. They only need to pay the rent every year with valuable things such as food or various warcraft materials. This is perfectly fine for the Tauren. Not only did they not lose anything, they also got the news that Tai Shang could evolve. Although they don't know how Gray did it, they can also research in this direction. If you think about it carefully, apart from losing the battle and losing some face, it was a bloody gain. There's also an extra human ally. This ally is also particularly good at fighting. Hei Wen's mood got better and better as he thought about it, while Quentin on the other side felt as uncomfortable as eating a fly. This is different from what Gray said. Gray discussed with him last night and asked Quentin to go to the Tauren tribe tomorrow. When all the Tauren warriors are eliminated by Gray, he will come back to Gray to intercede, and then the Tauren will cede land and pay compensation. By the way, he will give some land and livestock to the wolf tribe as a gift, remuneration. The original plan went very smoothly. Quentin was humming a little tune on his way early this morning. As a result, Hei Wen gave in last night. Isn't it said that the Tauren are stubborn and would rather die than surrender? How come one night has passed and your black stripe IQ has regained the high ground? As a result, I have been working hard all day in vain and haven't gotten anything. And this guy Gray just takes it all. Quentin and Gray looked at each other, trying to communicate with their eyes. But Quentin's eyes were small, and Lulei couldn't understand what he was conveying. Okay, I have to go back and deal with the follow-up matters. Gray, I'm leaving first. Hei Wen said to Gray, and then glanced at Quentin. Next time if you encounter something unexpected, I will try my best to rush over and help you. After saying that, Hei Wen took his tribe and left. It has to be said that the Tauren are physically very strong. The Tauren with severed horns had been hanging on the wall for 2 days. When he put it down, other than vomiting for a long time, nothing happened. Watching the Minotaur leave, Quentin immediately stared at Gray. So, my share is gone. Gray shrugged helplessly. Quentin, I didn't want to either, but under the circumstances at that time I couldn't say that I had colluded with you, and you would get half of the benefits. Quentin was silent for a moment, and finally sighed. Forget it, the wolves have enough territory and they don't lack that. What I'm curious about is, how did you do it? Gray smiled. Beat him first, and then convince him with reason. Quentin was speechless. Now there are basically no threats around your city except for the snake people. What are your plans next? Quentin wanted to test Gray's thoughts. Because during this period, the longer he spent time with Gray, the more terrifying he found this human being. What others couldn't do in 200 years, he did it in just a few days. Seeing that the city was almost completed, he finally panicked. The wolf tribe and the tauren tribe are different. The tauren were really defeated, and Gray had the silver sacred beast in his hands, so they were willing to surrender to Gray. But the wolf clan and Gray really just have a good relationship. If Gray can subdue He Wen, he can beat him. Thinking of this, Gao Zhang was sweating. Fortunately, I didn't take action at the beginning. If I had, there might be one less wolf clan elder. And Gray's army could actually beat the warriors of the tauren clan until their noses were bruised and their faces were swollen. On the other hand, on the human side, there were only a few minor injuries. Quentin even wonders what happened here. How can humans be so fierce? If this is done to the wolf clan, he didn't even dare to think about it. He was the one who let Gray in the first place, trying to use Gray to cause trouble. Now Gray is causing trouble. It made him feel a little scared. Gray took down the entire tauren clan overnight. Who wouldn't panic after seeing this? Gray sensed Quentin's emotions and intentions. He smiled. Gray was not mentally retarded. The wolf tribe and he had always been happy to get along with each other. There was no need for him to deal with the wolf tribe like he dealt with the tauren. The wolf clan had already fallen into his trap. What's more, there is a Shah. Gray can easily take down the wolves without hurting Hechi. Relax, my friend, don't think so bad of me, I've only been here a few days. I've always been very law-abiding. I don't know about other humans, but my city has always regarded the wolves as friends. Quote. Gray skillfully put his hand on Quentin's shoulder. Good friend, lend me some land. You won't need it anyway. I still have thousands of people waiting to eat. Quentin, why do you rent all the land to the tauren when you don't have enough land to farm? Gray, don't you understand this? Those land tauren have already planted crops. There is no need to change them. They know how to farm anyway, so just give it to them. When the time comes, most of the food will be mine, and they will still have it. You have to be grateful. I can't just give you the stick but not the dates. Quentin was expressionless. Then you came to me when you were in need of land. 0. Gray smiled. It's not in vain. After a while, I will contact several big businessmen led by Field to come here to open a commercial area. How about it? Do you want to get a share of the pie? Quentin's breath stagnated when he heard this, but soon his face darkened. Humph. You said the same thing the night before yesterday. Gray was not embarrassed at all. Isn't that an accident? You can't blame me, you have to blame He Wen. He insists on doing that, and I can't even persuade him. Quentin stared at Gray. Gray's eyes were extremely candid, as if what he said was true. Quentin finally sighed. If a big human businessman really took the lead and opened a market here, it would be of great benefit to the orcs. The orcs have hardly communicated with the outside world since they arrived here. In this case, their agricultural level, hunting tools, some iron objects, or other things, anyway, there is only one word to describe the orcs, that is poverty. It's not that they don't have resources in their hands. The minerals here are extremely rich, the land is even more fertile, the forest is huge, and the World of Warcraft map. It is obviously a fertile land, but it cannot be developed and utilized because it cannot coexist peacefully with humans. The resources in their hands cannot be exchanged for what they need. This is a fatal injury. If food cannot be guaranteed, other resources will lose their meaning. All along, only a few businessmen are willing to come here, which cannot solve the fundamental problem at all. Gray had helped him solve the food problem before, and now if he could participate in building a trading market for orcs and humans, he would be better off. Just imagining it made him feel like he had been hit by a gold brick. Quentin asked cautiously, "Are you sure that no matter what happens this time, the wolves will benefit?" Gray, "Of course." Quentin, "You swear?" Gray, "I swear." Quentin, "This time, our wolf clan can contribute, but the final profit." Gray held out 3 fingers. 30%. For the sake of my friend Shaw, no more. Quentin's eyes lit up. It's a deal. After sending Quentin and Shadu away, Gray returned to the city. The reason why he sent Shaw away was because he had made an agreement with Quentin before to let her go after he had established a firm footing, and it didn't matter whether Shaw was with him or not. The magicians performed very well last night, and Gray paid them enough remuneration in accordance with the agreement, while adding an additional 30%. This surprised the magicians and at the same time, their favorability towards Gray's sword. This man is so powerful and generous. Gray's strength last night had left a deep impression on them. Everyone, it's a pleasure to work with you. You are really great. I can't bear to leave you. Are you interested in developing in my city? You have also seen that everything here is started from scratch, and there are many development opportunities. Gray asked as he sat in the tent with a smile and looked at the dozen magicians in front of him. Some of the magicians here are talents trained by the Adventurers Guild, but most of them are free individuals. They do not belong to any force, and have absolute freedom. They are the representatives of freedom, they travel around the world, and they are at home everywhere. These are the people Gray has attracted. Magicians are very rare talents. No matter what level of magician you are. When Gray came out this time, all the people around him were from the Field family. He is the uncle of the Field family, so it is natural to use someone from the Field family. But again, it's not yours after all. Gray feels that the opportunity is rare and he can recruit here. Whether it is an intermediate magician or a junior magician, as long as they are willing to be loyal to him, he will naturally try his best to train them. But now his territory is indeed a bit shabby. Indeed, the walls here are high, the houses here look novel, and the food here is delicious. DJ. The magicians looked at each other, and then remained silent. Gray sighed helplessly. People are always like this. They are easily confused by the things in front of them. He didn't expect that among so many magicians, none of them could realize the potential of his city. Gray smiled and said, "Okay, then I wish you all a bright future and hope we can work together again in the future." After speaking, Gray asked the soldiers to send them away. Mia looked very angry on the side, and her little face bulged with anger. "Master Gray, most of these people are guys with little talent. Most of them entered the threshold of magic and became junior magicians in their 30s or 40s. They are all the same whether they are or not." Mia whispered comforting words to Gray. Gray smiled when he heard this, not that Miss Mi returned the favor. Is Teacher Mia comforting the poor student? Gray approached Mia. Mia's little face suddenly turned red. "I'm not a teacher." Mia's voice became softer and softer. "Well, I was thinking of giving some candy to the teacher, but if Mia is not a teacher, I won't." Gray stood up and prepared to go out. Upon hearing this, Mia subconsciously grabbed Gray's cloak. "Wait a minute, if there is candy." Mia was slightly shy. "Then you admit your identity as a teacher?" Gray asked. Mia nodded, then looked at Gray expectantly. Gray smiled and asked Mia to extend her hand. Mia immediately complied and was held by Gray. Mia stared blankly at Gray holding her little hand, and her whole body froze. What are you doing? Ah." Mia felt her voice trembling. Gray looked like Miss Mia, who had been bullied by him to the point where her eyes were watery and her face was flushed. He could only sigh and let go. "I just want to see how big your hands are. You see, I just finished measuring and then I packed your palm with sugar." While Gray stopped his hand, he took out some candies from the storage ring and placed them on Mia's little hands. Mia glanced at Gray. She didn't say anything, but quickly put the candy into the small bag, and then put her little hands behind her back. "Gray, teacher, why do you put your hands behind your back?" Mia moved her body and stepped back. "It's not because of you," she whispered. Gray heard it, but pretended not to. "If you continue to hide your hands, I won't be polite." Gray stepped forward and looked at Mia from a close distance, almost nose to nose. He could even feel Mia's rapid breathing. Mia, there's something on your shoulder." Gray suddenly looked over Mia's shoulder. Mia turned around subconsciously, and after realizing that there was nothing on her shoulder, she turned her head again and kissed Gray on the face. Gray immediately stepped back with a smile on his face. "Thank you, teacher, for your encouragement. I am full of energy again." After Gray finished speaking, he walked out of the tent, leaving only the dumb Mia in the tent. Mia is so cute. The more she bullies her, the cuter she becomes. Gray found Alvin and surrounded a piece of land. "Let me prepare here. After the residential area is completed, I will start building the commercial area. The streets must be wider. As for the shops, they should be large or small according to the diagram I drew. By the way, the most important thing is to give reserve space for the street stalls. The most popular ones will be the street stalls, considering that the orcs usually save their things for a long time, although the seats will be larger. In addition, for people of different races, it's best to understand their racial relationships and don't put those with bad relationships together. I don't want my first business event to be stopped midway because of a fight. Also, arrange more guides and patrol posts. Then each team will be equipped with 5 of our own soldiers, and then paired with 2 werewolves and 2 tauren. We will resolve human disputes. If the orcs cause trouble, let them go. Gray quickly got into working mode and began to give Alvin some instructions. By the way, let the tauren and wolf tribe call all the orc races they belong to, and I will give them admission tickets. All orcs without admission tickets are prohibited from entering the city. After Gray finished speaking, he looked around again. Let our residents also set up some stalls. We will not sell anything else, just food and drinks. With Gray's instructions, more and more details were filled in. For the first time, preparations were made for large-scale trade activities between humans and orcs. 2 months passed quickly. In the late autumn, a piece of news spread throughout the territory where the Wolf Clan, the Tauren Clan, the Snake Clan, and the Fox Clan were located. At the junction of the Werewolf Tribe and the Tauren Tribe, a new city appears, and the owner there will start a commercial activity between humans and orcs. Although the owner of the city is a human, he has received full support from the Tauren and Wolf tribes for this event, and the Tauren and Wolf tribes will send warriors into the market to maintain order and protect the personal safety of the orcs. As soon as they heard that the Wolf Clan and the Tauren Clan were also involved, the orcs who didn't believe it at first immediately began to contact the Wolf Clan and the Tauren Clan to learn about the situation. Then they were ecstatic, because both Quentin, the elder of the Wolf tribe, and Hei Wen, the elder of the Tauren tribe, have confirmed that the matter is true. The barrier between orcs and humans will be broken soon. This is an opportunity. All the orcs understand that although they mock the cowardice of humans, it is undeniable that humans have very good brains. They can smelt metals and make various tools, which can save a lot of energy in cultivating and farming. When trading with humans, if safety can be ensured, they will be able to obtain more convenient tools and even various physical seeds. The older orcs still remember the glory of the orc kingdom in the past, and they desperately need this opportunity to safely and stably conduct large-scale transactions with humans. All the orcs undoubtedly began to inquire about how to obtain the tickets and their uses. Gray was sitting on the second floor of a commercial building, with Quentin and Hei Wen beside him. They were drinking tea and looking at the commercial street below, the flow of people in the commercial square, and the patrols patrolling in an orderly manner. Quentin and Hei Wen couldn't help feeling emotional. This city, established less than 2 months ago, brought them too many surprises. 2 months ago, this place was a deserted land. Now, the place is bustling with people. Orcs and human merchants live in harmony on the same street. Occasionally, you can hear the exchanges between humans and orcs. Even though it is still in the final preparation stage and it is not yet time to officially go to the commercial street for the event, Quentin and Hei Wen have already noticed the prosperity here. Mainly because during this period, there are too many people coming to buy tickets. There are humans and orcs. Especially Quentin, he is the beneficiary of this event. Even if Quentin only received 30% of the benefits, he had already encouraged the people in the tribe to have more children. Recently, several female tribesmen have been punched in the stomach, which made Quentin laugh out of his eyes. There is no way, there is too much money, and the granary is full even if it is canned food. As a last resort, the wolves built several warehouses overnight before putting down their things. But it's just being warmed up now, and when it's officially open for trading, Quentin can't even imagine how bustling and lively it will be. Gray is much calmer than them, and his eyes are not just on the business district. He drank tea and cleared his mind. In the past 2 months, the city has undergone huge construction, and the residential areas have been completely completed. Although they are all rough houses, in this world, what is the concept of fine decoration? Living in a rough house with bricks and cement is already a great blessing in the eyes of residents. What's more, this kind of house is not only spacious, strong and warm, but also very beautiful. What surprises the residents most is the sewer and running water functions of these houses. This saves a lot of things and keeps the whole city clean. It won't always be smelly like other cities. A family with such a house can often accommodate 7 or 8 people. In this way, the living conditions of Tangkang people have been upgraded, and the house can have many functions besides living. For example, raising some livestock. Now that the territory has just been established, there is a huge demand for agriculture and animal husbandry. In the past 2 months, thanks to the assistance of TNU, the residents have been able to cultivate the land very quickly. In 2 months, except for some development zones stipulated by Green, all other land that could be reclaimed around the city was reclaimed. Now the seeds have been planted in the land, fertilized, and we are waiting for the harvest in a few months. Although Gray can also provide food and drink for the entire territory. But if it can be self-sufficient, that is a sign that the territory is truly on the right track. Compared to the slightly plain residential area, the most beautiful thing in the city is the commercial area that Gray spent a lot of effort on. When Gray said he wanted to build a trading market here, it was not bragging. Nowadays, many strange-looking shops have been built in the commercial district. There are mushroom houses, tree houses, and barrel houses full of fairy tales, as well as stone houses full of tough guy style, fortress houses, underground taverns, high tower buildings, etc. The styles of commercial districts are ever-changing and should not be limited to one. These homes were not designed specifically by Gray, but by the buyers of these homes. Gray's status and influence in Fieldland were reflected at this time. Businessmen in the Field territory have heard Gray's name a lot during this time. Because now Gray is almost tied to sugar, cans, cement, and bricks. Those little yellow hats who worked hard to build cement roads everywhere in the Field territory spread Gray's name throughout the Field territory. Ordinary people only know that Gray seems to be very powerful, but businessmen have a deep understanding of what Gray's name represents. So when Gray invited the merchants from Field territory to settle in his new territory, all the merchants were excited. The combination of Gray's new territory and the orcs brought more joy to the merchants than sugar. At first, many people didn't quite believe this was true. The orcs in the north are extremely xenophobic. After so many years, even Field's army has been unable to do anything to them. How come Gray, a person who has only recently become famous, managed to open up a new situation in the orc tribe as soon as he left? And even built a city. It's no wonder that most people doubt the authenticity of this news. Because this thing is indeed too dreamy. But soon, the loads of orc souvenirs coming from the north made everyone shut up. Before this, it was not that no one had trade with the orcs. But those merchants are often small traders who dare to take risks and have small businesses. They have gotten so bad that they gamble their lives on wealth. How much food can they have to exchange for the goods on the opposite side? So they only have a few trucks of goods at most, which is pretty good. And what about Gray? At one time, they brought dozens of carts of orc cargo. He also shipped it back several times in a row. Each cart of high-quality goods can easily be sold for thousands to tens of thousands of gold coins in the human kingdom. Gray directly brought more than 100 cars, and nearly 1 million gold coins were guaranteed to enter Gray's pocket. This large-scale flow of goods directly proves that Gray is thriving in the north. The businessmen were like flies that smelled the fishy smell, and they all realized that this was a huge business opportunity. In addition, the Countess of Field territory quickly issued a notice, proving that everything Gray said was true, and the Countess told them that cement roads in some major cities in Field territory had been connected, and that they could reach new cities in the north all the way. As soon as the news came out, all the merchants rushed to send people to the new city in the north. When we went there, everyone was shocked by this majestic city. Although the city is relatively empty, there are still a lot of blank areas. But what you can see is that the houses that have been built are very beautiful. The residences' looks are also very healthy and rosy, and they look like they are living a very nourishing life. There are countless fields cultivated outside the city. If it weren't for the incomplete construction here, no one would believe that this place was established just 2 months ago. New city. What surprised the merchants the most was that they actually saw the orcs operating here, and they behaved very kindly. Soon they returned to the south with the news. At this time, the businessmen in the south could not sit still. Led by Harry and others, the first group of merchants soon arrived at Gray's new city. And after some praise and emotion, he spent a lot of money to buy land in Gray's business district. Gray then began to build shops according to their needs, which are now the shops in the commercial street. Those strange-looking shops gave the city a different kind of vitality, making many orcs curious about what was inside. However, the commercial area has not yet been fully opened. During this time, human merchants transported a large amount of goods here from the south. Their shops were still being decorated, so the shops were basically closed. But at some of the stalls outside, merchants were already placing goods. There have even been cooperations between some small tribes and small businessmen. In addition to land in commercial areas, many people have begun to inquire about housing prices in residential areas. Yes, smart people have clearly realized that this newly established city has a bright future. Forward-thinking people are already planning to buy property here. And after this news is brought back to the south, it will attract many residents who are willing to live and develop here. What does Gray lack most now? It's people. He just wants to use this massive business activity to not only make money, but also to spread his reputation and attract people to move in. There is everything here, and there is simply not enough land to cultivate it. It would be a waste not to attract people to cultivate the land. Gray even asked the Countess to secretly send people to spread rumors in some cities in the south. The new cities in the north have a small population, a lot of land, and low taxes. The city owners stupidly have a lot of land, and they even borrow cattle for free to open up wasteland and provide medical treatment. Gray put down the teacup, glanced at Quentin, and then mentioned it accidentally. By the way, why haven't you seen Shaw for more than a month? Quentin suddenly became alert. What do you want to do? Gray said with a relaxed look. Quentin, relax, I'm just asking. As everyone knows, Shaw and I are friends, and it's normal for friends to care about each other. Quentin sneered. Friends? Friends who have a private meeting in the middle of the night. Gray frowned when he heard this, and said seriously, I told you it was a misunderstanding. I happened to be out hunting at that time, and I happened to meet Shaw who was also outside. We are already friends. Isn't it normal for us to sit down and chat? Quentin. But she sat on your lap. Gray. I told you it was a misunderstanding. I really didn't take the initiative. She said the tree was dirty, so I reluctantly agreed to let her sit on my lap. Quentin's face darkened. Then it was her initiative to put your hand on her tail. Gray couldn't refute this, it was indeed his initiative. There is no way, how can the succubus resist the furry tail of the beast-eared lady? Gray. I couldn't help it, and I didn't want to. Quentin. Humph, I don't care what the relationship is between you and her, it's impossible between you anyway. Gray said hesitantly. Quentin, feelings are difficult to control. Quentin. Then just control it, okay. I'm begging you. Shaw is of royal blood and the future of the Wolf clan. Gray was silent for a moment after hearing this, and then cautiously said, what about that? I have a question to ask. Quentin glanced at him angrily. Say. Gray. Can orcs have children with humans? Quentin. Quentin turned his head suddenly and looked at Gray with a horrified expression. Your uncle. Gray waved his hand. No, absolutely not, I'm just curious. He was indeed curious. Recently, Shaw had become much more obedient, and even had her tail touched. He felt that their cooperative relationship was no longer pure. As for giving birth to a child, there should be a few steps left. I have indeed not done anything outrageous so far, nor is I cheating on Quentin. As for whether it will happen in the future, God knows. Anyway, Gray doesn't know now. Quentin breathed a sigh of relief. Shaw was raised by him and he took care of her as his own child. Although Gray is excellent, he is still human after all. It's not that Quentin is racist, but he feels that it's been hard for Sarah to look like a royal recently. His reputation in the clan is getting higher and higher day by day. If Gray abducted him at this time, there would be no place for him to cry. Quentin breathed a sigh of relief and said casually, it is indeed difficult for orcs and humans to have children, but it is not absolute. Quote. Gray nodded when he heard this. In other words, there is no reproductive isolation between the two races, so the orcs are also humans. Quentin rolled his eyes. Bullshit. Hey, when on one side couldn't help but interject, how about we talk about something else? Gray, do you have any thoughts about the girls of our clan? Don't worry, I'm not like Quentin. You just have to say what you want. Whoever I fall in love with, I will ask her to find you at night. Haiwen patted his chest and said. Gray glanced at the girls holding bull heads downstairs, and he politely refused. Ah, no need. Haiwen showed a pity look. It's a pity, I don't want to be able to take the relationship further with you. Gray, Quentin smiled unscrupulously on the side. Haiwen, don't think about it. Your clan's aesthetics are different from humans, but the bunny people you protect should be in line with his aesthetics. Gray glanced at Quentin. Actually, the Lynx family can also. Haiwen, I can talk to their clan leader. Gray touched his chin. If we can really talk, I would like some good prospects, but they need to break away from their race and become completely mine. Gray still has a good impression of the beast-eared girls, if he could put them in maid uniforms. It's pretty good when you think about it. While pleasing to the eye, the beast-eared girls are also very physically strong. With a little training, they can become a very powerful warrior. This is much more valuable than an ordinary maid. It's quite difficult, but it's not impossible. Black Pattern has completely evolved towards Gray's lackluster aspect. In the past 2 months, he had tried every means, but no matter what, he couldn't make TNU evolve. He even approached Gray for vaccination in an attempt to make Iron Bull pregnant with the seed of the Silver Sacred Beast. Unfortunately, I didn't get pregnant. Now he has no choice, his only hope is Gray. Only Gray can evolve Iron Bull. But you need to sign a contract with TNU. Once the contract is signed, the evolved Silver Holy Beast will only recognize Gray. This directly fell into an infinite loop. But fortunately, Gray is indeed a generous person, and he agreed to allow young and talented people from the Shungtu clan to take over the Silver Holy Beast and practice it. Gray also watched once. How can I put it? It feels very strange. The blood power of the bull-headed clan will become active when they are with the Silver Holy Beast. If the Silver Holy Beast can maintain a special aura connection with the people of the bull-headed clan, then the blood power in the bodies of the bull-headed people will quickly get an unknown stimulation, then boil, and then slowly transform. This is why the Silver Sacred Beast is very important to the Tauren clan. It has only been 2 months, and among the younger generation of the Niatu clan, several elite warriors have appeared in succession. At this rate, the Niatu clan only needs to let go of childbearing. Within 50 years, maybe we can really recreate the style of the Tauren clan during the Orc Kingdom. In this case, Haiwen has decided to give up even his face. Even if the entire Orc clan doesn't recognize them as companions, the Tauren clan will still cling to Gray. Haiwen stood up. I'm going to discuss it with the clan leaders. They happen to be in the city as well. After saying that, he left here without waiting for Gray to say anything. Quentin's mouth twitched at the sight. Now the black pattern is completely Gray's. Quentin sighed. He had indeed thought that Gray could bring about some changes in the orcs, but he really didn't expect this situation of directly conquering a tribe. The scariest thing is that Haiwen obeys Gray's words and is willing to do so. Quentin hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. As long as you don't picture on other wolf girls, I can also do their ideological work. Gray. At this moment, Gray heard a slightly familiar voice. Janya, please slow down, we are waiting for Brother Tia over there, he will take us to eat delicious food after work. A very fierce female wolf-eared girl was walking down the street of the commercial street leading a wolf cub that looked like a smaller version of Tai Ya. There were all kinds of people coming and going, and the buildings along the street looked very interesting. There are also many stalls with various goods. What attracted the most attention of the two siblings was the stall festival of human vendors. There's always all kinds of stuff there that they've never heard of. For a moment, both siblings were dazzled. Jianya was very excited. He had never seen such a prosperous and interesting place before, so he pulled his sister and trotted along. At this moment, in front of the two of them, a middle-aged man wearing gorgeous clothes and looking like an extraordinary person happened to turn from the intersection, and his fangs collided with the middle-aged nobleman. The next moment, the middle-aged man was knocked to the ground hard, while Jianya was just knocked back into his sister's arms. Ouch! The middle-aged noble sat down on the concrete floor. His already weak body was hit by such a collision, and he immediately felt severe pain all over his body, and his bones were about to fall apart. Who doesn't have eyes? Take them off. The middle-aged nobleman was so painful that he almost burst into tears and asked his followers to come forward and arrest him. Several followers took a look and saw that although the two orcs facing them were orcs, they seemed to be easy to bully. One was a woman and the other was a child. They were not as oppressive as those tall and burly orcs in their impression. Suddenly they relaxed a little, and then started to take action directly. They have become lawless and accustomed to following the nobles. In their understanding, as long as they are nobles, no matter where they are, they can do whatever they want to the civilians, not to mention the situation where the other party provokes the nobles first. They are afraid of orcs, but they are afraid of strong and terrifying male orcs. In front of male orcs, they might not even dare to let out a fart. But in front of women and children, they all looked very proud and ferocious, as if they wanted to vent all their fear of male orcs on women and children. Bully the weak and fear the strong. But they were wrong this time. In other words, they probably have never seen orcs and don't know much about them. As for orcs, you cannot judge their strength based on their size. Because the source of a person's strength comes from his bloodline, not his physique. Male orcs are tall and burly because they have good genes, not because they lift dumbbells and train muscles every day. The female orc looks slender and hot, but that doesn't mean she has no strength. So those few followers were unfortunately taught a lesson by the more fiery-tempered Jenya. The little wolf cub was incredibly fast and could beat several ordinary followers to pieces with teeth all over the floor in just a few strokes. This made the middle-aged noble feel ashamed. He looked at Fang with a gloomy expression. The little wolf cub was protecting his sister at the moment, and when the middle-aged man's eyes fell on Sister Fangy, a trace of surprise and desire flashed in his eyes. Disgusting human being. If you watch me again, I will dig out your eyeballs. Sensing the middle-aged man's gaze, Jianya immediately became angry. He growled at the middle-aged man, a pair of sharp wolf fangs began to emerge, and hair began to grow on his body, and it seemed that he had entered the stage of animal transformation. Little beast. The middle-aged man turned pale in fright at the grinning look, and quickly took a few steps back. He retreated behind a long-haired, middle-aged swordsman with the vicissitudes of life wearing a samurai uniform. Bill, catch them. The swordsman named Bill looked at the orcs who were vaguely surrounded by a circle, and his face was slightly ugly. But he didn't say anything, he just protected the middle-aged noble and several of his followers behind him. You two, are you too harsh? You hit us first, and then hit my companions. We didn't do anything, but we were bullied by you orcs. Isn't this inappropriate? Bill looked solemn. He was not afraid of the two orcs, one big and one small. What he was afraid of was whether the other orcs would take action because of this. As an intermediate warrior, he is also very proficient in swordsmanship. He has some reputations in the kingdom and can be ranked among the top 10 among the warriors of the entire Harrington family. He doesn't care at all against one or two orcs, but if there are too many orcs, he won't be able to do it, especially when he needs to protect the nobles behind him. They were not the first to cause this trouble, which made Bill speechless. But he couldn't ignore the nobles behind him, so he could only put himself and others on the moral high ground. No matter what, they are all the victims. Once you determine this position, it will be easier to handle. Although there are many orcs here, this city is human territory. And the owner was born in Harrington. When Bill thought of this, his slightly nervous mood relaxed a little. Fart. It's not that you didn't do anything, it's that you didn't hit me. The sharp-toothed little head was still smart, and he immediately refuted Bill's words. Bill smiled slightly when he heard this. Little guy, it's true that you hit someone. Why, now you still think you can't even hit me? When Bill said this, there was a sharpness in his breath. This sword energy was aimed at Jianya, and Jianya immediately exited the beast-like state, and was then protected behind her by her sister with a look of shame on her face. Sir, Ajij, it was my brother's fault this time, and I apologize to you. The sharp-toothed sister sounded a little apologetic. In any case, it is true that her brother beat someone. Still beating people in that grown-up city. This made her a little panicked. Before coming, Taya told them again and again not to cause trouble. Well now, they caused trouble as soon as they arrived. Judging from the middle-aged man's clothes and the swordsman's aura, it was obvious that they were not provoking an ordinary businessman. The clothes on that middle-aged man were something she had only seen on Gray. She knew that these were the clothes of human nobles. Gray is also a human noble. She was no longer thinking about the trouble caused by Fang. She was now thinking about Gray getting angry because of this and taking his anger out on the entire wolf clan. Although during this period, the orcs and humans experienced a harmonious honeymoon period. The wolves have never worried about food since then. I also have a good impression of human beings. But now when the conflict between the two races breaks out, she can't help but subconsciously classify Gray into the human camp. HMPH. Are you apologizing just by talking about it? Do you orcs know how to respect people? Do you know that this is a city built by human nobles? Do you know what the relationship between Gray and me is? Do you think you can just say a few words? Will words be able to erase the harm that kid did to us? The middle-aged noble finally remembered his identity. He spoke confidently again. His words made the expressions of the surrounding orcs change. Especially the two races, the wolf tribe and the Tauren tribe. Their relationship with Gray is almost the same now. Gray already controls their fate. Once Gray turns his back, the wolves will return to before liberation overnight and will have to go back to the state of frequent starvation. Especially now that more women in the wolf tribe are pregnant. If Gray and the wolf tribe are at odds at this time. All the orcs became nervous. Originally they wanted to stand up for the Janya siblings, but now they are a little bit back. When the middle-aged noble saw what he said, the expressions of all the orcs changed drastically, and at the same time, the surrounding orcs all retreated. He immediately realized that he had mentioned their weakness. He rolled his eyes and quickly understood that these orcs were afraid of his relationship with Gray. This made him look happy, and then he set his sights on Sister Janya again. Sister Janya looked a little nervous, and she quickly said, "Then how do you want me to apologize?" The middle-aged man showed a wicked smile on his lips. "I won't let you do anything. It's my first day here and I'm not familiar with the place. Let's do this. You have a meal with me and we'll take care of it later." Quote. Sister Janya looked a little tangled when she heard this. She had noticed something wrong with the other person's eyes, but he had a relationship with Gray, and she didn't dare to offend him. Just when Sister Janya was about to grit her teeth and agree, a voice sounded. "That guy said he knows me. Come out and let me see. If I don't know you, I won't beat the crap out of you." Sister Fangs turned her head and watched Gray walking in from the crowd with a few people. Gray walked up to the Sharptooth siblings, looked at the two people carefully, made sure they were okay, and then asked, "What's going on?" The Sharptooth siblings thought that Gray was here to investigate. Suddenly both siblings were stunned. Sister Janya mustered up her courage and whispered, "It's all my fault, it has nothing to do with Janya, don't blame him." Hearing this, Jianya shook his head immediately. He looked up at Gray, with a bit of stubbornness and dissatisfaction in his eyes. "I was the one who beat him, so why don't you come at me? It has nothing to do with my sister." Gray glanced at the two of them, and then said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm asking you if you were injured. Who asked you if you hit anyone?" The Fangs and brother were both stunned for a moment. Then they realized something and looked at Gray and said, "Don't you know him?" Gray glanced at the middle-aged man over there. He did look familiar, but he still couldn't remember who it was. Forget it, the person he couldn't remember must be unimportant. Why would an unimportant person know him? He didn't know him. Gray glared at the two siblings. "You believe them when they say they know me? What, if I don't come out, do you have to accompany him to dinner?" Gray glared at Sister Janya one more time, and then looked at her explosive point. How could such a fierce woman have such a soft temper? Completely different from the Tai Ya brothers. Sister Fang's face suddenly turned red. She was not stupid, she knew that Gray meant eating, but actually he meant something else. She shook her head quickly. "I will definitely be vigilant, and my brother Tai Ya is patrolling in the city, he will definitely find me." Gray raised his eyebrows when he heard this. "Yes, it's been so long, where is the mother's iron teeth?" He immediately turned around and looked around, but didn't find Tai Ya. He immediately turned to a wolf orc with an unhappy face and said, "Go and get Tai Ya. Here's the patrol captain. Something happened to his sister." What are you whining about?" The werewolf nodded quickly and left quickly. Gray looked at the Fang siblings again, and then said, "Remember, no matter who dares to bully you based on my name in the future, you don't have to worry about it, just give me a beating. Don't let yourself be wronged. Understand?" After Gray finished speaking, he turned to look at the other orcs and said loudly, let me say it again, from now on, whenever someone bullies you in my name in my territory, there is no need to estimate my reputation. Whoever bullies you, you guys, just beat whoever you want, as long as you don't beat them to death, you hear me? Don't be timid, I'm not willing to bully you, and they deserve it too. Remember, in my territory, no matter who it is, not as important as yourselves. Gray's words moved the orcs. Many of them lowered their heads in shame. They had flinched just because they heard Gray's name. But now Gray himself tells them that they don't have to worry about it anymore. He tells them that no one is as important as them. These words moved the orcs to their core. Gray was interacting with the orcs on one side, while on the other side, the middle-aged noble's face suddenly turned ugly after hearing Gray's words. He didn't expect that Gray would not turn toward humans, but toward those orcs. What is Gray doing? This is human territory, but they are not as important as orcs. The middle-aged man tried his best to smile. He walked to Gray and put his hand on Gray's shoulder. I say Gray, you are going too far. In our human territory, we don't need to care so much about the orcs. Gray frowned immediately. He shook the middle-aged man's hand away, and then patted his shoulder in disgust. Who are you? Don't you know that you should keep a distance between strangers? By the way, you just said you know me. There are many people who know me. Who are you? Forget it, it doesn't matter who you are. I have to warn you, I don't care about other places, here. Orcs are equal to humans. Gray glanced at the middle-aged man with disgust, but still couldn't remember who it was. The middle-aged man's face froze when he heard this. He couldn't help but look at Gray with some annoyance and resentment, but he quickly restrained his eyes. Unfortunately, Gray had already seen the other person's eyes. This made Gray even more disgusted with this man. Gray turned around and shouted, "Tai-ya! What the hell are you doing? Do you still want to do it?" There was a commotion among the orcs, and soon Tai-ya, with a murderous look on his face, left the crowd and rushed out. I am coming. Tai-ya squeezed into the crowd and saw the Jianya siblings at first sight. He first quickly walked up to the two of them to confirm their safety. Akie, Fang, are you okay? Hearing almost the same words as Gray, the two siblings glanced at Gray subconsciously, and then shook their heads. We are fine. Fortunately, we met Lord Gray, who protected us. Sister Chuya spoke about the situation. Tai-ya glanced at Gray unexpectedly. He didn't say anything, but just rubbed the heads of the two siblings, and then turned to look at the middle-aged noble with a sinister look on his face. Sorry, I'm late. Tai-ya apologizes to Gray. He was asked to serve as captain by Gray before. He was reluctant at first, but Gray gave him too much. Later, he discovered that Gray never thought of bullying him with his superiors and subordinates. Instead, he often gave him some human specialties, such as candies and canned fruits. His younger brothers and sisters all loved eating it, so he shamelessly accepted it. Gradually, he began to take the captaincy job seriously. He did have some bad memories with Gray, but now that he thinks about it, he brought it on himself. He put it down quickly. He has been training hard these days, trying hard to memorize every street and corner of the city. He didn't want to fall by the wayside when Gray was doing something big for the first time. Originally he was also on duty today, but there was a conflict between humans and orcs on the other side of the city, so he was delayed. Although it was something serious, he still felt that he had to talk to Gray. Gray glanced at him and then pointed at the middle-aged man and said, "Kick this guy out. I hate it when people use my name. Forget it, give him a good beating first, then throw him out, teach him a lesson, and make a notice by the way. I will beat up anyone who acts arrogantly in my name again. Unless I personally act arrogantly." Quote. Tai-ya was speechless, but he still nodded. Gray could indeed dominate now. Without saying a word, Tai-ya led the people towards the middle-aged noble. The middle-aged noble's face turned pale with fear. "Bill!" He shrieked in horror and shrank back behind Bill. He didn't notice at all that Bill, who had always looked calm, turned green at the moment. Tai-ya put too much pressure on him. It was so big that his hand holding the sword hilt was shaking slightly. Bill looked at Tai-ya in horror. Could this orc be an orc elder? How is it possible? How is it possible for an orc elder to work under Gray, a human lord? Orcs are notoriously unruly. A trace of sweat broke out on Bill's forehead. He wanted to draw his sword several times, but every time the thought came up, he seemed to be able to see himself being tortured and killed in the next moment. This was his instinct warning him. What he saw was not a pure hallucination, but a scene that would inevitably appear after he drew his sword. Bill's hand grasped the hilt of the sword, tightening and loosening, loosening and tightening again. After several times, he finally gave up resistance with a wry smile. Against a strong man like Taiya, he had no chance of winning. Such a strong orc could definitely be among the top 5, or even the top 3, among the warriors led by Harrington. Taiya glanced at Bill jokingly. It's interesting. It seems you are not useless. You have 2 choices. Come here and get a beating yourself, and then be thrown out, or I will beat you forcibly and then throw you out. Taiya looked arrogant. He didn't take Bill seriously at all. He didn't even want to talk nonsense, let alone his feelings. How dare a weakling human threaten his younger brother? Bill must receive a beating today. Bill smiled bitterly and put down his sword. This time, he was indeed in trouble. Originally, he thought that Gray would not have a high-level strong man here, but he did not expect that he still underestimated Gray. Although he didn't know how Gray did it, he could clearly see the way Taiya was groveling to Gray just now. Just the scene just now made him feel that his trip was worthwhile. Bill didn't want to be beaten, so he planned to struggle again. He looked at Gray and said, "Master Gray, do you remember me? I am the swordsman Bill, and I was once your swordsmanship teacher." When Gray heard this, he glanced at Bill a little longer. Well, he looked familiar. He seemed to be his teacher. Gray suddenly remembered, this guy said he had no talent for swordsmanship, and then asked him to swing a sword 1,000 times a day, but he didn't teach anything. He drank or slept every day. How can he be a teacher like this? What the hell? I tell my parents every day that I don't work hard. When Gray was young, he heard this guy tell others more than once that he was not worthy of being his student. He didn't teach seriously at all. Since Gray couldn't learn it anyway, he wouldn't waste his time. The dead memory suddenly attacked Gray, and Gray's originally calm eyes suddenly became sharp. Taiya turned around and saw the change in Gray's expression, secretly thinking that Bill was so lucky. It seemed like there was nothing he could do this time. Just when he was about to give up, Gray shouted, "It turns out it's you, old guy. Quick, hold him down and beat him hard. He is a warrior, he can withstand 3 beatings. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more."